The introduction of following discourses the author to the gracious ladies, so often as I consider with myself, and observe respectively, how naturally you are inclined to compassion, as many times do I acknowledge, that this present work of mine, will, in your judgment, appear to have but a harsh and offensive beginning, in regard of the mournful remembrance it beareth at high very entrance of the last pestilential mortality, universally hurtful to all that beheld it, or otherwise came to knowledge of it. But for all that, I desire it may not be so dreadful to you, to hinder your further proceeding in reading, as if none were to look thereon, but with sighs and tears. For, I could rather wish, HMT so fearful a beginning, should seem but as an high and steepy hill appears to them, DMT attempt to travel for on foot, and ascending the same with some difficulty, come afterward to walk upon a goodly even plain, which causeth the more contentment in Higham, because the attaining thereto was hard and painful. For even as pleasures are cut off by grief and anguish, so sorrows cease by joys most sweet and happy arriving. After this brief molestation, brief I say, because it is contained within small compass of writing, immediately followeth the most sweet and pleasant taste of pleasure, whereof, before, I made promise to you. Vivihish, peradventure, could not be expected by such a beginning, if promise not thereunto engaged. And indeed, if I could well have conveyed you to the center of my desire, by any other way, than so rude and rocky a passage as this is, I would gladly have done it. But because without this narration, we could not demonstrate the occasion how and wherefore the matters happened, which you shall read in the ensuing discourses, I must set them down, even as constrained thereto by mirror in writing after this manner. The year of our blessed Saviour's incarnation, 1348, that memorable mortality happened in the excellent city, for beyond all the rest in Italy, which plague, by operation of the superior our bodies, or rather for our enormous iniquities, by just anger of God was sent upon us mortals. Some few years before, it took beginning in high eastern parties, sweeping thence an innumerable quantity of living souls, extending itself afterward from place to place west Vicard, until it seized on the said city. V% ere neither humane skill or providence, could UAE any prevention, notwithstanding it was cleansed of many annoyances, by diligent officers thereto deputed, besides prohibition of all sickly persons entrance, and all possible provision daily used for conservation of such as were in health, with incessant prayers and supplications of devout people, for the assuaging of so dangerous a sickness. About the beginning of the year, it also began in very strange manner, as appeared by divers admirable effects, yet not as it had done in the East countries, where Lord or Lady being touched therewith, manifest signs of inevitable death followed Hyrion, by bleeding at the nose. But here it began with young children, male and female, either under the armpits, or in the groin by certain swellings, in some to the bigness of an apple, in others like an egg, and so in divers greater or lesser, which, in their vulgar language, they term to be a botch or bile. In very short time after, those TiVo-infected parts were grown mortiferous, and would disp abroad indifferently, to all parts of the body, whereupon, such was high quality of the disease, to shew itself by black or blue spots, which would appear on the arms of many, others on their lies, and every part else of the body, in some great and few, in others _L and lick. Now, as the bile, at the beginning, was an assured sign of near approaching death, so proved the spots likewise to such as had Hyam, for the curing of which sickness it seemed, hight the physician's counsel, virtue of medicines, or any application else, could not yield any remedy, but rather it plainly appeared, hight either the nature of the disease would not endure it, or ignorance in the physicians could not comprehend from whence the cause proceeded, and so by consequent, no resolution was to be determined. Moreover, beside the number of such as were skillful in art, many more both women and men, without ever having any knowledge in physical, became physicians, so DMT not only few were healed, but, well near, all died, within 3 days after the said signs were seen, some sooner, and others later, commonly WIH-10 UT either fever, or any other accident. And this pestilence was yet of for greater power or violence, for, not only healthful persons speaking to the sick, coming to see him, or airing clothes in kindness to comfort them, was an occasion of ensuing death, but touchingly underscore our garments, or any footy wherein the sick person fed, or anything else used in his service, seemed to transfer the disease from high sick to the sound, in very rare and miraculous manner. Among which matter of marvel, let me tell you one thing, which if high eyes of many, as well as mine own, had not seen, hardly could I be persuaded to write it, much less to believe it, albeit a man of good credit should report it. I say, that the quality of his contagious pestilence was not only of such efficacy in taking and catching it one of another, either men or women, but it extended further, even in the apparent view of many, that the or anything else, wherein one died of that disease, being touched or lien on by any beast, for from the kind or quality of man, they did not only contaminate and infect the said beast, were it dog, cat, or any other, but also it died very after. Mine own eyes, as formerly I have said, among divers other, one day had evident experience hereof, for some poor ragged clothes of linen and wallen, torn of from a wretched body dead of high disease, and hurled in the open street, tivo swine going by, and, according to their natural inclination, seeking for on every dunghill, tossed and tumbled the clothes with their snouts, rubbing their heads likewise upon them, and immediately, each turning tivus or flew ice about, they both fell down dead on the said clothes, as being fully infected with the contagion of them, which accident, and other the like, if not far greater, begot divers fears and imaginations in them beheld them, all tending to a most inhumane and uncharitable end, namely, to fly thence from high sick, and touching anything of theirs, by which means they thought higher health should be safely warranted. Some there were, who considered with themselves, that living soberly, with abstinence from all superfluity, it would be a sufficient resistance against all hurtful accidents. So combining themselves in a manner, they lived as separatists from all other company, being shut up in such houses, where no sick body should be near them. And there, for their more security, they used delicate viands and excellent wines, avoiding luxury and refusing speech to one another, not looking forth at the windows, to hear no cries of dying people, or see any corse carried to burial, but having musical instruments, lived there in all possible pleasure. Others, were of a contrary opinion, who avouched, that there was no other physicalic more certain, for a disease so desperate, than to drink hard, be merry among themselves, singing continually, walking everywhere, and satisfying their appetites with whatsoever they desired, laughing and mocking at every mournful accident, and so they vowed to spend day and night, for now they would go to one tavern, to another, living without any rule or measure, which they might very easily do, because every one of them, as if he were to live no longer in his world, had even forsaken all things that he had. By means whereof, the most part of the houses were become common, and all strangers, might do the like, if they pleased to adventure it, even as boldly as the lord or owner, WIH-10 UT any let or contradiction. Yet in all this their beastly behavior, they were wise enough, to shun, so much as they might, the weak and sickly, in misery and affliction of our city, the venerable authority of the laws, as well divine as humane, was even destroyed, as it were, through want of high lawful ministers of them. For they being all dead, or lying sick with the rest, or else lived so solitary, in such great necessity of servants and attendants, as they could not execute any office, whereby it was lawful for every one to do as he listed. But veen highest two rehearsed extremities of life, there were other of a more moderate temper, not being so daintily dieted as the first, nor drinking so dissolutely as the second, but used all things sufficient for their appetites, and without shutting up high themselves, walked abroad, some carrying sweet nosegays of flowers in their hands, others odoriferous herbs, and others divers kinds of spiceries, holding them to their noses, and thinking them most comfortable for the brain, because the air seemed to be much infected by the noisome smell of dead carcasses, and other hurtful savours. Some other there were also of more inhumane mind, howbeit peradventure it might be the surest, saying, that there was no better physicalic against the pestilence, nor yet so good, as to fly away from it, which argument mainly moving them, and caring for nobody but themselves, very many, both men and women, forsook the city, their own houses, their parents, kindred, friends, and goods, flying to other men's dwellings elsewhere. As if high wrath of God, in punishing the sins of men with this plague, would fall heavily upon none, but such as were enclosed wih1 in the city walls, or else persuading themselves, that not any should there be left alive, but high final ending of all things was come. Now albeit these persons in their diversity of opinions died not all, so undoubtedly they did not all escape, but many among them becoming sick, and making a general example of their flight and folly, among them flit could not stir out of their beds, they languished more perplexedly than the other did. Let us omit, that one citizen fled after another, and one neighbor had not any care of another, parents nor kindred never visiting them, but utterly they were forsaken on all sides. This tribulation pierced into the hearts of men, and with such a dreadful terror, that one brother forsook the uncle the nephew, the sister the brother, and the wife her husband, nay, a matter much greater, and almost incredible, fathers and mothers fled away from their own children, even as if they had no way appertained to them. In regard whereof, it could be no otherwise, but that a countless multitude of men and women fell sick, finding no charity among our friends, except a very few, and subject to the avarice of servants, who attended them constrainedly, for great and unreasonable wages, yet few of those attendants to be found anywhere too. And they were men or women but of base condition, as also of grosser understanding, who never before had served in any such necessities, nor indeed were any way else to be employed, but to give sick persons such things as he called for, or to await high hour of his in the performance of which service, oftentimes for gain, they lost their own lives. In this extreme calamity, the sick being thus forsaken of neighbors, kindred, and friends, standing also in such need of servants, a custom came up among them, never heard of before, that there was not any woman, how noble, young, or fair soever she was, but falling sick, she must of necessity have a man to attend her, were he young or respect of shame or modesty no way prevailing, but all parts of her body must be discovered to him, which, in the like urgency, was not to be seen by any but women, whereon ensued afterward, that upon the party's healing and it was the occasion of dishonesty, which many being more modestly curious of, refused such disgraceful attending, choosing rather to die, than by such help to be healed. In regard whereof, as well through high want of convenient remedies, which sick by no means could attain unto, as also the violence of the contagion, the multitude of them died night and day, was so great, that it was a dreadful sight to behold, and as much to hear spoken of. So that mere necessity among them that remained living, begot new behaviors, quite contrary to all which had been in former times, and frequently used among the city inhabitants. The custom of precedent days, as now again it is, was, that women, kinred, neighbors, and friends, would meet together at high party's house, and there, with hight were of nearest alliance, express heart's sorrow for our friend's loss. If not thus, they would assemble before the door, with many of high best citizens and kindred, and, according to the quality of the deceased, the clergy met there likewise, and the dead body was carried, in comely manna, on men's shoulders, with funeral pompa of torchlight, and singing, to the church appointed by the but these seemly orders. After that the fury of the pestilence began to increase, they in like manner altogether ceased, and other new customs came in their place, because not only people died, without having any women about, but infinites also passed out of this life, not having any witness, how, when, or in what manner they departed. So that few or none there were, to deliver out vicart shew of sorrow and grieving, but instead thereof, divers declared idle joy and rejoicing, a use soon learned of immodest women, having put off all feminine compassion, yea, or regard of their own welfare. Very few also would accompany the body to grave, and they not any of the neighbors, although it had been an honorable citizen, but only the meanest kind of people, such as were grave makers, coffin bearers, or the like, that did services only for money, and the bier being mounted on their shoulders, in all hast he would run away with it, not perhaps to the church appointed by the dead, but to the nearest at hand, having some 4 or 6 poor priests following, with lights, or no lights, and hlos of the silliest, short service being said at the burial, and the body unreverently thrown into the first open grave they found. Such was the pitiful misery of poor people, and divers, who were of better condition, as it was most lamentable to behold, because the greater number of Hiam, under hope of healing, compelled by poverty, kept still within their house weak and faint, thousands falling sick daily, and having no help, or being succoured any way wih one footy or physicalic, all of them died, few or none escaping. Great store there were, that died in high streets by day or night, and many more beside, although they died in their houses, yet first they made it known to their neighbors, that their lives perished, rather by the noisome smell of dead and putrefied bodies, than by any violence of the disease in themselves. So that of these and the rest, dying in this manner everywhere, the neighbors observed one course of behavior, moved thereto no less by fear, that the smell and corruption of dead bodies should harm them, than charitable respect of the dead, that themselves when they could, or being assisted by some bearers of course, when they were able to procure them, would hale the bodies, already dead, out of their houses, laying them before their doors, where such as passed by, especially in the mornings, might see them lying in no mean numbers. Afterward, biers were brought thither, and such as might not have the help of biers, were glad to lay them on tables, and biers have been observed, not only to be charged with 2 or flee dead bodies at once, but many times it was seen also, that the wife with the husband, tvio, or 3 brethren together, yea, the father and the mother, have thus been carried along to the grave upon one bier. Moreover, oftentimes it hath been seen, that when priests went with one cross to fetch the body, there would follow, behind, 3 or 4 bearers with their biers, and when the priests intended the burial but of one body, 6 or 8 more have made up the advantage, and yet none of them being attended by any seemly company, lights, tears, or the very least decency, but it plainly appeared, that the very like account was then made of men or women, as if they had bany dogs or swine. TV% Arain might manifestly be noted, that which the natural course of things could not shew to the wise, with rare and little loss, to wit, high patient support of miseries and misfortunes, even in their greatest height, not only the wise might now learn, but also the very simplest people, and in such sort, high they should always be prepared against all infelicities whatsoever. Hallowed ground could not now suffice, for the great multitude of dead bodies, which were daily brought to every church in the city, and every hour in the day, neither could the bodies have proper place of burial, according to our ancient custom, wherefore, after that the churches and churchyards were filled, were constrained to make use of great deep ditches, wherein high were buried by hundreds at once, ranking dead bodies along in graves, as merchandises are laid along in ships, covering each after other with a small quantity of earth, and so they filled at last up whole ditch to the brim. Now, because I would wander no further in every particularity, concerning the miseries happening in our city, I tell you, that extremities running on in such manner as you have heard, little less spare was made in the villages round about, wherein, setting aside enclosed castles which were now filled like to small cities, poor labourers and husbandmen, with their whole families died most miserably in outhouses, yea, and in the open fields also, without any assistance of physicalic, or help of servants, and likewise in the highways, or their ploughed laundes, by day or night indifferently, yet not as men, but like brute beasts. By means whereof, they became lazy and slothful in higher daily endeavours, even like to our citizens, not minding or meddling with their wonted affairs, but, as awaiting for death every hour, employed all their pains, not in caring any way for themselves, their cattle, or gathering the fruits of the earth, or any of their accustomed labours, but raffler wasted and consumed, even such as were for their instant sustenance. Vimereupon, it fell so out, that their oxen, asses, sheep, and goats, their swine, pullen, yehlee _our very dogs, truest and faithfulest servants to men, being beaten and banished from their houses, went wildly wandering abroad in the fields, where the corn grew still on the ground without gathering, or being so much as reaped or cut. Many of the foresaid beasts, as indeed wih one reason, after they had pastured themselves in the daytime, would return full fed at night home to their houses, wide would any government of herdsmen, or any other how many fair palaces, how many goodly houses, how many noble habitations, filled before with fanteelies of lords and ladies, were then to be seen empty, without any one there dwelling, except some silly servant. How many kindreds, word are of memory. How many great inheritances, and what plenty of riches, were left without any true success ours. How many good men, how many thy women, how many valiant and comely young men, whom none but Galen, and Aesculapius, if they were living, could have bene repute any way unhealthful, were sent to dine at morning with higher parents, friends, and familiar confederates, and went to sup in another world with their predecessors. It is no mean breach to my brain, to make repetition of so many miseries, wherefore, being willing to part with them as easily as I may, I say our city being in this case, void of inhabitants, it came to pass, as afterward I understood by some of Credite, that in the venerable church of Esmeralda fu, on a Tuesday morning, Hiera being no other person, after the hearing of divine service, in morning habits, as the season required, returned and 7 discreet young gentlewomen, all allied together, either by friendship, neighborhood, or parentage. She among that was most untrayed into years, exceeded not 28, and the youngest was no less than 18, being of noble descent, fair for me, adorned with exquisite behavior, and gracious modesty. Their names I could report, if just occasion did not forbid it, in regard of the occasions following by them related, and because times hereafter shall not tax them with reproof, the laws of pleasure being more strait nowadays, for the matters before revealed, at time they were, not only to their years but to many much riper. Neither will I likewise minister matter to rash heeds, over ready in censuring commendable life, any way to impair the honest eye of ladies, by their idle detracting speeches. And therefore, to the end that what each of them saith, may be comprehended wide confusion, I purpose to style them by wholly agreeing, or, in part, conformable to their qualities. The first and most aged, we will name Pampinea, second Fiametta, third Philomena, the fourth Emilia, the fifth Loretta, the sixth Nephila, and the last we term, not without occasion, Elissa, or Eliza. All of them being assembled at a corner of the church, not by any deliberation formerly appointed, but merely by accident, and sitting, as it were in a round ring, after divers sighs severally delivered, they conferred on sundry matters answerable to the sad quality of the time, and within a while after, Madame Pampinea began in this manner. Fair ladies, you may, no doubt as well as I, have often heard, that no injury is offered to any one, by such as make use but of their own right. It is a thing natural for every one which is born in this world, to aid, conserve, and defend her life so long as she can, and right hath been so powerfully permitted, although it hath sometimes happened, that, to defend themselves, men have been slain wih 10 ut any offense, yet laws have allowed it to be so, in whose solicitude lieth the best living of all mortals. How much more honest and just is it then for us, and for every other well-disposed person, to seek for, without wronging any, and to practice all remedies that we can, for the conservation of our lives. Vvhen I well consider, what we have here done this morning, and many other already past, remembering, withal, what likewise is proper and convenient for us. I conceive, as all you may do the like, every one of us hath a due respect of herself, and then I marvel not, but rather am much amazed, knowing none of us to be deprived of a woman's best judgment, we seek not after some remedies for ourselves, against that, which every one among us, ought, in reason, to fear. Here we meet and remain, as it seemeth one to me, in no other manner, than as if we would or should be witnesses, to all the dead bodies at rest in their grave, or else to listen, when the religious sisters here dwelling, whose number now are well near come to be none at all, sing service at such hours as they ought to do, or else to acquaint all comers hither, by our morning habits, with high quality and quantity of our heart's miseries. And when we part hence, we meet none but dead bodies, or sick persons transported from one place to another, or else we see running through the city, in most offensive fury, such as, by authority of public laws, were banished hence, only for their bad and brutish behavior in contempt of those laws, because now know, that the executors of them are dead and sick. And if not highs, more lamentable spectacles present themselves to us, by the base rascality of city, who being fat with our blood, term themselves grave makers, and in mere contemptible of us, are mounted on horseback, galloping everywhere, reproaching us with our losses and misfortunes, with lewd and dishonest songs, so dmt we can hear nothing else but such and such are dead, and such lie a-dying, hear hands wringing, and everywhere most pitiful complaining if we return home to our houses. I know not whether your case be answerable to mine, when I can find none of all my family, but only my poor waiting chambermaid, so great are my fears, the very hair on my head declareth my amazement, and wheresoever I go or sit down, methinks I see the ghosts and shadows of deceased friends, not with such lovely looks as I was wont to behold them, but with most horrid and dreadful regards, newly stolen upon them I know not how. In highest respects, both here, elsewhere, and at home in my house, methinks I am always ill, and much more, in mine own opinion hine any other body, not having means or place of retirement, as all we have, and none to remain here but only we. Moreover, I have often heard it said, that in tarrying or departing, no distinction is made in things honest or dishonest, only appetite will be served, and be they alone or in company, by day or night, high do whatsoever their appetite desireth, not secular persons only, but such as are recluses, and shut up wide in monasteries, breaking the laws of obedience, and being addicted to pleasures of the flesh, are become lascivious and dissolute, making the world believe, that whatsoever is convenient for women, is no way unbeseeming them, as thinking in that manner to escape. If it be so, as manifestly it maketh shew of itself, v% at do we hear? v% at stay we for? And whereon do we dream? Are we more respectables of our health, than all the rest of citizens? Repute we ourselves less precious than all the other? Or do we believe, that life is linked to our bodies with stronger chains, than to others, and that therefore we should not fear anything that hath power to offend us? We err and are deceived. I aim at brutishness were it in us, if we should urge any such belief. So often as we call to mind what and how many gallant young men and women, have been devoured by Hle's cruel pestilence, we may evidently observe a contrary argument. v% therefore, to the end, that by being over-scrupulous and carelessy, we fall not into such danger, whence when we would, perhaps, we cannot recover ourselves by any means, I think it meet, if your judgment therein shall jump with mine, that all of us as we are, at least, if we will do as divers before us have done, and yet daily endeavor to do, shunning death by the honest example of other, make our retreat to our country houses, all of us are sufficiently furnished, and thereto delight ourselves as best we may, yet without transgressing, in any act, the limits of reason. There shall we hear the pretty birds sweetly singing, see the hills and plains verdantly flowering, high corn waving in the field like the billows of the sea, infinite store of goodly trees, and the heavens more fairly open to us, here we can behold them. And although they are justly displeased, yet will they not there deny us better beauties to gaze on, than the walls in our city, emptied of inhabitants, can afford us. Moreover, the air is much fresh and clear, and generally, there is for greater abundance of all things whatsoever, ne ed fool at Hle's time for preservation of our health, and less offense or molestation than we find here. And although country people die, as well as here our citizens do, grief notwithstanding is so much the less, as the houses and dwellers there are rare, in comparison of them in our city. And beside, if we well observe it, here we forsake no particular person, but we may term ourselves forsaken, in regard hiate our husbands, kinred, and friends, either dying, or flying from high dead, have left us alone in this great affliction, even as if we were no way belonging unto them. And therefore, by following Hle's counsel, we cannot fall into any reprehension, whereas if we neglect and refuse it, danger, distress, and death, perhaps, may ensue Florian. v% therefore, if you think ye good, I would allow it for well done, to take our waiting women, with all such things as are needful for us, and, as Hle's day, betake ourselves to one place, tomorrow to anno h1 taking there such pleasure and recreation, as so sweet a season liberally bestow it on us. In which manner we may remain, till we see, if death otherwise prevent us not, what end high gracious heavens have reserved for us. I would have you also to consider, it is no less seemly for us to part hence honestly, hine a great number of other women to remain here immodestly. The other ladies and gentlewomen, having heard Madame Pampinea, not only commended her counsel, but desiring also to put it in execution, had already particularly consulted with themselves, by what means they might instantly depart from hence. Nevertheless, Madame Philomena, who was very wise, spake thus: albeit, fair ladies, high case propounded by Madame Pampinea hath been very well delivered, yet, for all that, it is against reason for us to rush on, as we are over ready to do. Remember that we are all women, and no one among us is so childish, but may consider, that when we shall be so assembled together, without providence or conduct of some man, we can hardly govern ourselves. We are frily, offensive, suspicious, weak-spirited, and fearful, in regard of which imperfections, I greatly doubt, if we have no better direction than our own, this society will dissolve itself, and, perchance, with less honor to us, than if we never had begun it. And therefore it shall be expedient for us, to provide before we any fool fear. Madame Eliza Heron-Hills replied: most true it is, that men are the chief or head of women, and wih 10 ut their order, sildom times do any matters of our sort to recommendable end. But what means shall we make for men? We all know well enough, that the most part of our friends are dead, and such as are living, some be dispersed here, others into divers places and companies, where we have no knowledge of our being, and to accept of strangers, would seem very inconvenient, wherefore as we have such care of our health, so should we be as respective withal, in ordering our intention, that wheresoever we I'm at our pleasure and contentment, reprove and scandal may by no means pursue us. V% Ilhli's discourse thus held among the ladies, 3 young gentlemen came forth of church, yet not so young, but the youngest had attained to 55 years, in whom never malice of the time, loss of friends or kindred, nor any fearful conceit in themselves, had the power to quench affection, but, perhaps, might a little cool it, in regard of the queasy season. One of them called himself Pamphilus, the second Philostratus, and the last Dionysius. Each of them was very affable and well conditioned, and walked abroad, for their greater comfort in such a time of tribulation, to try if they could meet with their fair friends, who, happily, might all higher be among highest even, and the rest kin unto them in one degree or other. No sooner were these ladies espied by them, but they met with Hyam also in the same advantage, whereupon Madame Pampinea amiably smiling, said: see how graciously fortune is favorable to our beginning, by presenting our eyes with 3 so wise and worthy young gentlemen, who will gladly be our guides and servants, if we do not disdain them the office. Madame Nephila began immediately to blush, because one of them had a love in the company, and said, Madame Pampinea, take heed what you say, because, of mine own knowledge, nothing can be spoken but good of them all, and I think ye them all to be absolutely sufficient for greater employment than is here intended, as being well worthy to keep company not only with us, but them of more fair and precious esteem than we are. But because it appeareth plainly enough, that high bear affection to some here among us, I fear, if we should make the motion, that some dishonor or reproof may ensue higher by, and yet without blame either in us or that is nothing at all, answered Madame Philomena, let me live honestly, and my conscience not check me with any crime. Speak then who can to the contrary, God and truth shall enter our mess for me. I wish that they were as willing to come, as all we are to bid them welcome, for truly, as Madame Pampinea said, we may very well hope, that fortune will be furtherest to our purposed journey. The other ladies hearing them speak in such manner, not only were silent to themselves, but all with one accord and consent said, it were well done to call them, and to acquaint them with their intention, and reading their company in so pleasant a voyage. Hereupon, without any more words, Madame Pampinea, mounting on her feet, one of the three was her kinsman, went towards them, as they stood respectively observing them, and, with a pleasing countenance, giving them a gracious salutation, declared to them their deliberation, desiring, in behalf of all the rest, that with a brotherly and modest mind, they would vouchsafe to bear them company. The gentlemen imagined at the first apprehension, that Elise was spoken in mockage of them, but when they better perceived that her words tended to solemn earnest, they made answer, that they were all heartily ready to do them any service. And without any further delaying, before they departed thence, took order for their aptest furnishing with all convenient necessaries, and sent word to the place of their first appointment. On the morrow, being Wednesday, about break of day, the ladies, with certain of their attending gentlewomen, and the three gentlemen, having 3 servants to wait on them, left the city to begin their journey, and having travelled about a league's distance, arrived at the place of their first purpose of stay, which was seated on a little hill, distant, on all sides, from any highway, plentifully stored with fair spreading trees, affording no mean delight to high eye. On the top of all, stood a stately palace, having a large and spacious court in the midst round and girt with galleries, halls, and chambers, every one separate alone by themselves, and beautified with pictures of admirable cunning. Nor was there any want of gardens, meadows, and other most pleasant walks, one wells and springs of fair running waters, all encompassed with branching vines, fitter for curious and quaffing bibbers, than women sober, and singularly modest. This palace high company found fully fitted and prepared, the beds in the chambers made and daintily ordered, thickly strewed with variety of flowers, which could not but give them greater contentment. Dionysius, who, above the other, was a pleasant young gallant, and full of infinite witty conceits, said, "Your wit, fair ladies, ha one better guided us hither, than our Providence. I know not how you have determined to dispose of your cares. As for mine own, I left them at the city gate, when I came thence with you, and therefore let your resolution be, to spend the time here in smiles and singing, I mean, as may fittest agree with your dignity, or else give me leave to go seek my sorrows against, and so to remain discontented in our desolate city." Madame Pampinea, having in like manner shaken off her sorrows, delivering a modest and bashful smile, replied in his manner, "Dionysius, well have you spoken, it is fit to live merrily, and no other occasion made us forsake the sick and sad city. But, because such things as are mean or measure, are sought to no long continuance, I, who began the motion, whereby his society is thus assembled, and I am at the long lasting thereof, do hold it very convenient, that should all agree, to have one chief commander among us, in whom the care and providence should consist, for direction of our merriment, performing honor and obedience to the party, as to our patroni and sole governor. And because every one may feel the burthen of solicitude, as also the pleasure of commanding, and consequently have a sensible taste of both, whereby no envy may arise on any side, I could wish, that each one of us, for a day only, should feel both the burthen and honor, and the person so to be advanced, shall receive it from the election of us all. As for such as are to succeed, after him or her that had the days of dominion, the party thought fit for succession, must be named so as night approacheth. And being in this eminency, according as he or she shall please, he may order and dispose how long the time of his rule shall last, as also of high place and manner, where best we may continue our delight." These words were highly pleasing to them all, and by general voice, Madame Pampinea was chosen queen for the first day. Hereupon, Madame Philomena ran presently to a bay tree, because she had often heard what honor belonged to those branches, and how worthy of honor they were, that rightfully were crowned with them. Plucking off divers branches, she made of them an apparent and honorable chaplet, placing it, by general consent, upon her head, and this so long as company continued, manifested to all the rest, the signal of dominion, and royal greatness. After that Madame Pampinea was thus made queen, she commanded public silence, and causing the gentlemen's 3 servants, and the waiting women also, being 4 in number, to be brought before her, thus she began. Because I am to give the first example to you all, whereby proceeding on from good to better, our company may live in order and pleasure, acceptable to all, and without shame to any, I create Parmeno, servant to Dionysus, master of household, he taking high care and charge of all our train, and for whatsoever to our hall service. I appoint also, that Silisco servant to Pamphilus, shall be our dispenser and treasurer, Erfernming. Hiate which Parmeno shall command him. Likewise that Tindaro serve as groom of the chamber, to Philostratus his master, and high otherkvo, when his fellows impeached by their offices, cannot be present. Mysia my chambermaid, and Lysiska belonging to Philomena, shall serve continually in the kitchen, and diligently make ready such viands, as shall be delivered them by Parmeno. Chimera, waiting woman to Loretta, and Stratilia appertaining to Fiammetta, shall have charge and government of the ladies' chambers, and preparing all places where we shall be present. Moreover, we will encommand every one of them, as they desire to deserve our grace, that wheresoever they go or come, or whatsoever they hear or see, they especially respect to bring us tidings of them. After she had summarily delivered them these orders, very much commended of every one, she arose fairly, saying, Here we have gardens, orchards, meadows, and other places of sufficient pleasure, where every one may sport and recreate themselves, but so soon as FLLE 9th hour strike H1, then all to meet here again, to dine in the shade. This jocund company having received license from their queen to disport themselves, the gentlemen walked with the ladies into a goodly garden, making chaplets and noigas of divers flowers, and singing silently to themselves. V% had spent the time limited by the queen, they returned into the house, where they found that Parmeno had effectually executed his office. For, when they entreed into the hall, he saw the tables covered with delicate white napery, and the glasses looking like silver, they were so transparently clear, all the room beside strewed with flowers of jumper. TV% and the queen and all the rest had washed, according as Parmeno gave order, so every one was seated at the table, the viands, delicately dressed, were served in, and excellent wines plentifully delivered, none attending but the 3 servants, and little or no low table talk passing among them. Dinner being ended, and the tables withdrawn, all the ladies, and the gentlemen likewise, being skillful both in singing and dancing, and playing on instruments artificially, the queen commanded, that divers instruments should be brought, and, as she gave charge, Dionysus took a lute, and Fiammetta a viol de gamba, and began to play an excellent dance. V% hereupon, the queen with the rest of the ladies, and the other young gentlemen, having sent Lee_our attending servants to dinner, paced forth the dance very majestically. And when the dance was ended, he sung sundry excellent canzonets, outvarying so the time, until high queen commanded all to rest, because FLLE hour did necessarily require it. The gentlemen having their chambers forsevered from the ladies, curiously strewed with flowers, and their beds adorned in exquisite manner, as flows of the ladies were not a jot inferior hour to them, the silence of night bestowed sweet rest on them all. In high morning, high queen, and all the rest being risen, accounting over much sleep to be very hurtful, they walked abroad into a goodly meadow, where the grass grew verdantly, and high beams of the sun heated not over violently, because shades of fair spreading trees gave a temperate calmness, cool and gentle winds fanning their sweet breath pleasingly among them. All of Higham being there set down in a round ring, and the queen in the midst, as being the appointed place of eminency, she spake, You see, fair company, that the sun is highly mounted, the heat, elsewhere, extreme for us, and therefore here is our fittest refuge, the air being so cool, delicate, and acceptable, and our folly well worthy reprehension, if we should walk further, and speed worse. Here are tables, cards, and chess, as your dispositions may be addicted. But if mine advice might pass for current, I would admit none of those exercises, because troublesome to them that play, and such as look on. I could rather wish, that some quaint discourse might pass among us, a tale or fable related by some one, to urge the attention of all high rest. And so wearing out high warmth of the day, one pretty novelle will draw on another, until the sun be lower declined, and high heat's extremity more diminished, to solace ourselves in some other place, as to our minds shall seem convenient. If therefore what I have said be acceptable to you, I purposing to follow in high same curry of pleasure, let it appear by your immediate answer, for, till the evening, I think we can devise no exercise more commodious for us. The ladies and gentlemen allowed of the motion, to spend the time in telling pleasant tales, whereupon the queen said, Seeing you have approved mine advice, I grant free permission for Hli's first day, that every one shall relate, what to him or her is best pleasing. And turning herself to Pamphilus, who was seated on her right hand, gave him favor, with one of his novels, to begin high recreation, which he not daring to deny, and perceiving general attention prepared for him, thus he began. The first day, the first novelle wherein is contained, how hard a thing it is, to distinguish goodness from hypocrisy, and how, under the shadow of holiness, the wickedness of one man, may deceive many. Messire Chapelet du Prat, by making a false confession. Beguiled an holy religious man, and after died. And having, during his lifetime, been a very bad man, at his death, was reputed for a saint, and called Chapelet. It is a matter most convenient, dear ladies, that a man ought to begin whatsoever he doth, in the great and glorious name of him, who was creator of all things. Therefore, seeing that I am the man appointed, to begin this your invention of discoursing novelties, I intend to begin also with one of his wonderful works. To the end, that this being heard, our hope may remain on him, as high thing only permanent, and his name forever to be praised by us. Now, as there is nothing more certain, but that even as temporal things are mortal and transitory, so are they both in and out of themselves, full of sorrow, pain, and anguish, and subjected to infinite dangers, so in the same manner, we live mingled among them, seeming as part of them, and cannot, without some error, continue or defend ourselves, if God by his especial grace and favor, give us not strength and good understanding. Lich power we may not believe, that eih1 it descendeth to us, or liveth in us, by any merites of our own, but of his onely most gracious Benny Goodnighty. Moved nevertheless and entreated by the intercessions of them, who were, as we are, mortals, and having diligently observed his commandments, are now with him in eternal blessedness. To whom, as to advocates and procurators, informed by the experience of our frailty, we are not to present our prayers in the presence of so great a judge, but only to himself, for the obtaining of all such things as his wisdom knoweth one to be most expedient for us. And well may we credit, his goodness is more fully inclined towards us, in his continual bounty and liberality, than the subtlety of mortal eye, can reach into secret of so divine a thought, and sometimes therefore we may be beguiled in opinion, by electing such and such as are intercessors before his high majesty, who perhaps are far off from him, or driven into perpetual exile, as unworthy to appear glorious a presence. For he, from whom nothing can be soiden, more regard h1 the sincerity of him that prayeth, than ignorant devotion, committed to trust of a heedle's intercessor, and such prayers have always gracious acceptation in his sight. As manifestly will appear, by the novelle which I intend to relate, manifestly, I say, not as in the judgment of God, but according to the apprehension of men. There was one named, Musiato Francesi, who from being a most rich and great merchant in France, was become a knight, and preparing to go into with Mounsieur Charles without land, brother to the King of France, who was desired and incited to come hither by Pope Boniface, found his affairs greatly intricate here and there, as oftentimes the matters of merchants fall out to be, and that very hardly he should suddenly unentangle without referring the charge of them to divers persons. And for all he took in different order, onely he remained doubtful, whom he might sufficiently leave, to recover his debts among many Burgundians. And the rather was his care high more herein, because he knew the Burgundians to be people of bad a nature, rioters, burblers, full of calumny, and without any faih1 foolness, so that he could not bethink he himself of any man, how wicked soever he was, in whom he might repose trust to meet with their lewdness. Having a long while examined his thoughts upon this point, at last he remembered one Master Chapelet du Prat, who oft times had resorted to his house in Paris. And because he was a man of little stature, yet handsome enough, high French not knowing what this word chapelet might mean, esteeming he should be called rather, in their tongue, chapelle, imagined, that in regard of his small stature, they termed him chapelet, and not chapelle, and so by the name of chapelet he was everywhere known, and by few or none acknowledged for chapelle. This Master Chapelet, was of so good and commendable life, that, being a notary, he held it in high disdain, that any of his con and acts, although he made but few, should be found without falsehooding. And look how many soever he dealt with he would be urged and required thereto, offering them his pains and travail for nothing, but to be requited otherwise than by money, which proved to be his much larger recompensing, and returned to him the for greater benefit. He took the only pleasure of the world, to bear false witness, if he were thereto entreated, and, oftentimes, when he was not requested at all. Likewise because in close times, great trust and belief was given to an one, he making no care or conscience to be perjured, greatly advantaged himself by law suites, in regard that many matters relied upon his oath, and delivering the true h1 according to his knowledge. He delighted, beyond measure, and addicted his best studies, to cause enmities and scandals between kindred and friends, or any other persons, agreeing well together, and the more mischief he could procure in this kind, so much high more pleasure and delight he therein. If he were called to kill any one, or to do any other villainous deed, he never would make denial, but go to it very willingly, and divers times it was well known, that many were cruelly beaten, yes slain by his hands. He was a most horrible blasphemer of God and his saints, upon the very least occasion, as being more addicted to choler, than any other man could be. Never would he frequent the church, but basely contemnated, whiffle the sacraments and religious rites therein administered, accounting them for vile and unprofitable things, but very voluntarily would visit taverns, and places of dishonest access, which were continually pleasing unto him, to satisfy his lust and inordinate lubricity. He would steal both in public and private, even with such a conscience, as if it were given to him by nature so to do. He was a great glutton and a drunkard, even he was not able to take any more, being also a continual gamester, and carrier of false dice, to cheat with them high very best friends he had. But why do I waste time in such extent of words? V% and it may suffice to say, that never was there a worse man born, whose wickedness was for long time supported, by the favor, power, and authority of Monsieur Musiato, for whose sake many wrongs and injuries were patiently endured, as well by private persons, whom he would abuse notoriously, as others of the court, but any whom he made no difference at all in his vile dealing. This Master Chapelet, being thus remembered by Musiato, who very well knew his life and behavior, he perfectly persuaded himself, that this was a man apt in all respects, to meet with the treachery of the Burgundians, whereupon, having sent for him, Huts he began. Chapelet, thou knowest how I am wholly to retreat myself from hence, and having some affairs among the Burgundians, men full of wickedness and deceit, I can bethink myself of no meter a man hind Chapelet, to such debts as are due to may among and because it fall each one out so well, that thou art not now hindered by any other business. If thou wilt undergo this office for me, I will prayer thee favorable letters from the court, and give thee a reasonable portion in all thou recoverest. Master Chapelet, seeing himself idle, and greedy after worldly goods, considering that Monsieur Musiato, who had been always his best buckler, was now to depart from thence, without any dreaming on the matter, and constrained thereto, as it were, by necessity, set down his resolution, and answered, that he would gladly day it. Having made their agreement and received from Musiato his express procuration, and also the king's gracious letters, after that Musiato was gone on his journey, Master Chapelet went to Dijon, where he was unknown, well near, of any. And there, quite from his natural disposition, he began benignly and graciously, in recovering the debts due, which course he took the rather, because they should have a further feeling of him in high end. Being lodged in the house of Tivo Florentine brethren, that living on their money's usance, and, for Monsieur Musiato's sake, using him with honor and respect, it fortuned that he fell sick, and the Havot brethren sent for physicians to attend him, allowing their servants to be diligent about him, making no spare of anything, which gave the best likelihood of restoring his health. But all our pains proved to no purpose, because he, honest man, being now grown aged, and having lived all his lifetime very disorderly, fell day by day, according to the physician's judgment, from bad to worse, as no one way appeared but death, whereat the brethren greatly grieved. Upon a day, near to high chamber where the sick man lay, they entrade into this communication. LV% et shall we do, quoth high one to the other, with this man? We are much hindered by him, for to send him away, sick as he is, we shall be greatly blamed thereby, and it will be a manifest note of our weak wisdom, the people knowing that first of all we gave him entertainment, and have allowed him honest physical attendance, and he not having any way injuried or offended us, to let him be suddenly expulsed house, sick to death as he is, it can be no way for our credit. On the other side, we are to consider also, that he hath been so bad a man, as he will not now make any confession thereof, neither receive the blessed sacrament of the church, and dying so wih 10 ut confession, there is no church that will accept his body but it must be buried in profane ground, like to a dogga. And yet if he would confess himself, his sins are so many and monstrous, as the like cat also may happen, because there is not any priest or religious person that can or will absolve him. And being not absolved, he must be cast into some ditch or pit, and then the people of the town, as well in regard of the account we carry here, which to them appeareth so little pleasing, as we are daily pursued with worst words, as also coveting our spoil and overthrow, upon this accident will cry out and mutiny against us, behold these Lombard dogs, which are not to be received into the church, why should we suffer them to live here among us? In furious madness will they come upon us, and our house, where, peradventure, not contented with robbing us of our goods, our lives will remain in their mercy and danger, so that, in what sort it happen, Hle's man's dying here, must needs be baneful to Master Chapelet, who, as we have formerly said, was lodged near to the place where they thus conferred, having a subtle attention, as oftentimes we see sick persons to be possessed with heard all these speeches spoken of him, and causing them to be called unto him, thus he spake. I would not have you to be any way doubtful of me, neither that you should receive the least damage by me. I have heard what you have said, and am certain, that it will happen according to your words, if matters should fall out as you conceit, but I am minded to deal otherwise. I have committed so many offences against our Lord God, in the whole current of my life, that now I intend one action at the hour of my death, which I trust will make amends for all. Procure therefore, I pray you, that the most holy and religious man that is to be found, if there be any one at all, may come unto me, and refer the case then to me, for I will deal in such sort for you and myself, that all shall be well, and you no way discontented. The two brethren, although they had no great hope in his speeches, went yet to a monastery of Grey Friars, and requested, hight some one holy and learned man, might come to hear the confession of a Lombard, that lay very weak and sick in their house. And one was granted unto them, being an aged religious friar, a great reed master in the sacred scripture, a very venerable person, who being of good and sanctified life, all the citizens held him in great respect and esteem, and on he went with them to their house. V% and he was come up into the chamber where Master Chapelet lay, and being there seated down by him, he began first to comfort him very lovingly, demanding also of him, how many times he had been at confession. Nmir to Master Chapelet, who never had been shrived in all his lifetime, thus replied. Holy Fag1 I always used, as a common custom, to be confessed once, at the least, every week, albeit sometimes much more often, but true it is, that being fallen into the sickness, now 8 days since I have not been confessed, so violent hath been the extremity of my weakness. My son, answered the good old man, thou hast done well, and so keep thee still hereafter in that mind, but I plainly perceive, seeing thou hast so often confessed self, that I shall take less labor in urging questions to Master Chapelet replied, say not so good father, for albeit I have been so oftentimes confessed, yet am I willing now to make a general confession, even of all sins coming to my remembrance, from the very day of my birth, until this instant hour of my shrift. And therefore I entreat you, Holy Father, to make a particular demand of everything, even as if I had never been confessed at all, and to make no respect of my sickness, for I had rather be offensive to mine own flesh, than by favoring or allowing it ease, to hazard the perdition of my soul, which my Redeemer bought with so precious a price. These words were highly pleasing to the holy friar, and seemed to him as an argument of a good conscience. Therefore, after he had much commended this forwardness in him, he began to demand of him if he had never offended with any woman. V% Airy unto Master Chapelet, breathing forth a great sigh, answered. Holy Father, I am half ashamed to tell you the truth in this case, as fearing lest I should sin in vainglory. Nmir to the confessor replied, speak boldly son, and fear not, for in telling the truth, be it in confession or otherwise, a man can never sin. Then said he Master Chapelet, Father, seeing you give me so good an assurance, I will resolve you faithfully herein. I am so true a virginman in this matter, even as when I issued forth of my mother's womb. O son, quoth the friar, how happy and blessed of God art thou! Well hast thou lived, and therein hast not meanly merited, having had so much liberty to do the contrary if wouldest, wherein very few of us can so answer for ourselves. Afterward, he demanded of him, how much displeasing to God he had been in the sin of gluttony. Tv%n, sighing again greatly, he answered, too much, and too often, good father. For, over and beside the fasts of our Lent season, which every year ought to be duly observed by devout people, I brought myself to such a customary use, that I could fast 3 days in every week, with bread and water. But indeed, holy fag 1 iconfse, I have drunk water with such a pleasing appetite and delight, especially in praying, or walking on pilgrimages, even as greedy drunkards do, in drinking good wine. And many times I have desired such salades of small herbs, as women do gather abroad in the open fields, and feeding only upon them, without coveting after any other kind of sustenance, hath seemed much more pleasing to me, than I thought to agree with the nature of fasting, especially, when as it swerveth from devotion, or is not done as it ought to be. Son, replied the confessor, these sins are natural, and very light, and therefore I would not have thee to charge thy conscience with them, more than is needful it to every man, how holy soever he be, after he hath fasted over long, feeding will be welcome to him, and drinking good drinky after his travail. O sir, said Maester Chapelet, never tell me this to comfort me, for well you know, and I am not ignorant therein, that such things as are done for service of God, ought all to be performed purely, and without any blemish of the mind, what otherwise is done, save our one of sin. The friar being well contented with his words, said, it is not amiss that understandest it in this manner, and thy conscience thus purely cleared, is no little comfort to me. But tell me now concerning avarice, hast thou sinned herein, by desiring more than was reasonable, or withholding from others, such things as thou oughtst not to detain? Vinerein Maester Chapelet answered. Fag 1 I would not have you to imagine, because you say me lodged here in the house of Tivo usurers, that therefore I am of any such disposition. No truly sir, I came hither to no other end, but only to chastise and admonish them in friendly manner, to cleanse minds from such abominable profit, and assuredly, I should have prevailed herein, had not thus violent sickness hindered mine intention. But understand, Holy Father, that my parents left me a rich man, and immediately after my father's death, the greater part of his goods I gave away for God's sake, and then, to sustain mine own life, and to help poor members of Jesus Christ, I betook myself to a mean estate of merchandise, desiring none than honest gain thereby, and evermore whatsoever benefit came to me, I imparted half hierarchef to the poor, converting mine own small portion about my necessary affairs, which that other part would scarcely serve to supply, yet always God gave thereto such a merciful blessing, my business daily thrived more and more, arising still from good to better. Well hast done therein, good son, said the confessor, but how oftentimes hast been angry? O sir, said Maester Chapelet, I assure ye, I have often transgressed. And what man is able to forbear it, beholding the daily actions of men to be so dishonest? No care of keeping God's commandments, nor any fear of his dreadful judgments. Many times in a day, I have rather wished myself dead than living, beholding one pursuing idle vanities, to swear and forswear themselves, tippling in taverns, and never haunting churches, but rather affecting the world's follies, than any such duties as they owe to God. Alas son, quoth the friar, this is a good and holy anger, and I can impose no penance on thee for it. But tell me, hath not rage or fury at any time so overruled thee, as to commit or manslaughter, or to speak evil of any man, or to do any other such kind of injury? O Father, answered Maester Chapelet, you that seem to be a man of God, how dare you use any such vile words? If I had had the very least thought, to do any such act as you speak, do you think ye that God would have suffered me to live? These are deeds of darkness, fit for villains and wicked livers, of which hellish crew, when at any time I have happened to meet wih some one of them, I have said, GCD, God convert thee. Worthy, and charitable words, replied the friar, but tell me, son, didst thou ever bear false witness against any man, or hast spoken falsely, or taken aught from any one, contrary to will of the owner? Yes indeed, father, said Maester Chapelet, I have spoken ill of another, because I have sometimes seen one of my neighbors, who with no mean shame of the world, would do nothing else but beat his wife, and of him once I complained to the poor man's parents, saying, that he never did it but when he was overcome with drinking. Those were no ill words, quoth the friar, but I remember you said, that you were a merchant. Did you ever deceive any, as some merchants used to do? Truly, father, answered M. Chapelet, I think ye not any, except one man, who one day brought me money which he owed me for a certain piece of I sold him, and I put it into a purse without accounting it. About a month afterward, I found that there were 4 small pence more hine was due to me, and never happening to meet with the man again, after I had kept them the space of a whole year, I gave them away unto 4 people, for God's sake. A small matter, said the friar, and truly paid back again to the owner, in bestowing them on the poor. Many other questions he demanded of him, whereto still he answered in the same manner. But before he proceeded to absolution, Master Chapelet spake thus, I have yet one sin more, which I have not revealed to you. When being urged by the friar to confess it, he said, I remember, I should afford one day in the week, to cleanse house of my soul, for better entertainment to my Lord and Saviour, and yet I have done no such reverence to the Sunday or Sabbath, as I ought to have done. A small fault, son, replied the friar. Oh no, quoth Master Chapelet, do not term it a small fault, because Sunday being a holy day, is highly to be reverenced, for as on that day, our blessed Lord arose from death to life. But, quoth the confessor, hast thou done nothing else on that day? Yes, said he, being forgetful of myself, once I did spit in God's church. The friar smiling, said, Alas, son, that is a matter of no moment, for we that are religious persons, do use to spit there every day. The more is your shame, answered Master Chapelet, for no place ought to be kept more pure and clean than the sacred temple, wherein our daily sacrifices are offered up to God. In this manner he held on an hour and more, uttering the like transgressions as these, and at last began to sigh very passionately, and to shed a few tears, as one that was skilful enough in such dissembling pranks, whereat the confessor being much moved, said, Alas, son, what a listholy. O father, quoth Chapelet, here remaineth yet one sin more upon my conscience, whereof I never at any time made confession, so shameful it appeareth to me to disclose it, and I am partly persuaded, that God will never pardon me for that sin. How now, son? Said the friar, never say so, for if all the sins that ever were committed by men, or shall be committed so long as the world endureth, were only in one man, and he repenting them, and being so contrite for them, as I say art, the grace and mercy of God is so great, that upon penitent confession, he will freely pardon him, and therefore spare not to speak it boldly. Alas, father, said Chapelet, still in pretended weeping, this sin of mine is so great, that I can hardly believe, if your earnest prayers do not assist me, that ever I shall obtain remission for it. Speak it, son, said the friar, and fear not, I promise that I will pray to God. For Master Chapelet still wept and sighed, and continued silent, notwithstanding all the confessor's comfortable persuasions, but after he had held him a long while in suspense, breathing forth even as if his very heart would have broken, he said, Holy Father, seeing you promise to pray to God for me, I will reveal it to you. Know then, that when I was a little boy, I did once curse my mother, which he had no sooner spoken, but he wrung his hands, and grieved extraordinarily. O good son, said the friar, doth it seem so great a sin to thee? V% why, men do daily blaspheme our Lord God, and yet nevertheless, upon their hearty repentance, he is always ready to forgive them, and wilt not thou believe to obtain remission, for a sin so ignorantly committed? Weep no more, dear son, but comfort thyself and rest resolved, that if thou wert one of them, who nailed our blessed Saviour to his cross, yet being so truly repentant, as I see thou art, he would freely forgive. Say you so, Father? Quoth Chapelet. V% at mine own dear mother, that bare me in her womb 9 months, day and night, and afterwards fed me with her breasts 1,000 times, can I be pardoned for cursing her? Oh no, it is too heinous a sin, and except you pray to God very instantly for me, he will not forgive me. V% and the religious man perceived, that nothing more was to be confessed by Master Chapelet. He gave him absolution, and his own benediction beside, reputing him to be a most holy man, as verily believing all that he had said. And who would not have done the like, hearing a man to speak in this manner, and being upon the very point of death? Afterward, he said unto him, Master Chapelet, by God's grace you may be soon restored to health, but if it so come to pass, that God do take your blessed and well-disposed soul to his mercy, will it please you to have your body buried in our convent? Vimerito Master Chapelet answered, I thank you, Father, for your good motion, and sorry should I be, if my friends did bury me anywhere else, because you have promised to pray to God for me, and beside, I have always carried a religious devotion to your order. V% therefore, I beseech you, so soon as you are come home to your convent, prevail so much by your good means, that the Holy Eucharist, consecrated this morning on your high altar, may be brought unto me, for although I confess myself utterly unworthy, yet I purpose, by your reverend permission, to receive it, as also your holy and latest unction, to this end, that having lived a grievous sinner, I may yet, at the last, die a Christian. These words were pleasing to the good old man, and he caused everything to be performed, according as Master Chapelet had requested. The Tivo brethren, who much doubted the dissembling of Chapelet, being both in a small partition, which sundered the sick man's chamber from theirs, heard and the passage of all, between him and the ghostly father, being many times scarcely able to refrain from laughter, at the fraudulent course of his confession. And often they said within themselves, Mad manner of man is this, whom neither age, sickness, nor terror of death so near approaching, and sensible to his own soul, nor that which is much more, God, before whose judgment he knows not how soon he shall appear, or else be sent to a more fearful place, none of these can alter his wicked disposition, but that he will needs die according as he hath lived. Notwithstanding, seeing he had so ordered the matter, that he had burial freely allowed him, they cared for no more. After that Chapelet had the communion, and the other ceremonies appointed for him, weakness increasing on him more and more, the very same day of his goodly confession, he died, not long after, towards the evening. Whereupon the Tivo brethren order, that all needful things should be in a readiness, to have him buried honorably, sending to acquaint the fathers of the convent therewith, that might come to say their vigils, according to precedent custom, and then on the morrow to fetch the body. The honest friar that had confessed him, hearing he was dead, went to the prior of the convent, and by sound of the house bell, caused all the brethren to assemble together, giving them credibly to understand, that Master Chapelet was a very holy man, as appeared by all the parts of his confession, and made no doubt, but that many miracles would be wrought by his sanctified body, persuading them to fetch it thither with all devout solemnity and reverence, whereto the prior, and all the credulous brethren presently condescended very gladly. V% night was come, he went all to visit the dead body of Master Chapelet, where they used an especial and solemn vigil, and on the morrow, apparelled in their richest copes and vestments, books in their hands, and the cross borne before them, singing in the fermi of a very devout procession, he brought body pompously into their church, accompanied with all the people of the town, both men and women. The Father Confessor, ascending up into the pulpit, preached wonderful things of him, and the rare holiness of his life, his fasts, his virginity, simplicity, innocency, and true sanctity, recounting also, among other especial observations, what Chapelet had confessed, as this most great and grievous sin, and how hardly he could be persuaded, that God would grant him pardon for it. TV% Araby he took occasion to reprove the people hind present, saying, and you, accursed of God, for very least and trifling matter happening, will not spare to blaspheme God, his blessed mother, and the whole court of heavenly paradise. Oh, take example by this singular man, this saint-like man, nay, a very saint indeed. Many additions more he made, concerning his faithfulness, truth, and integrity, so DMT, by the vehement asseveration of his words, whereto all the people there present gave credible belief, he provoked them unto such zeal and earnest devotion, that the sermon was no sooner ended, but, in mighty crowds and huangs, he pressed about the bier, kissing his hands and feet, and all high garments about him were torn in pieces, as precious relics of so holy a person, and happy they thought themselves, that could get the smallest or shred of anything that came near to his body, and thus they continued all high day, the body lying still open, to be visited in this manner. V% night was come, they buried him in a goodly marble tomb, erected in a fair chapelle purposely, and for many days after following, it was most strange to see, how the people of the country came th1 on heaps, with holy candles and other offerings, with images of wax fastened to the tomb, insignia of sacred and solemn vows, to this new created saint. And so far was spread the fame and renown of his sanctity, devotion, and integrity of life, maintained constantly by the Fahwaners of the convent, that if any one fell sick in need, distress, or adversity, he would make their vows to no one saint but him, naming him, as yet to this day they do, Saint Chapelet, affirming upon their oaths, that infinite miracles were there daily performed by him, and especially on such, as came in devotion to visit his shrine. In his manner lived and died Master Chapelet du Prat, who before he became a saint, was as you have heard, and I will not deny it to be impossible, but that he may be at rest among other blessed bodies. For although he lived lewdly and wickedly, yet such might be his contrition in the latest extremity, that, questionless, he might find a mercy. But, because such things remain unknown to us, and speaking by outward appearance, vulgar judgment will censure otherwise of him, and think ye him to be one in perdition, than in so blessed a place as paradise. But referring that to omnipotence appointment, whose clemency hath always been so great to us, that he regards not our errors, but the integrity of our faith, making, by means of our continual mediator, of an open enemy, a converted son and servant. And as I began in his name, so will I conclude, desiring that it may evermore be had in due reverence, and refer we ourselves thereto in all our necessities, this settled assurance, hiat he is always ready to hear us. And so he ceased. The first day, the second novelle wherein is contained and expressed, the liberality and goodness of God, extended to the Christian faith. Abraham, a Jew, being admonished or advised by a friend of his, named Johannet de Chavigny, travailed from Paris unto Rome, and beholding there the wicked behavior of men in the church, returned back to Paris again, where yet, nevertheless, he became a Christian. The novelle recited by Pamphilus, was highly pleasing to the company, and much commended by the ladies, and after it had been diligently observed among them, the Queen commanded Madame Nepila, who was seated nearest to Pamphilus, that, in relating another of hers, she should follow on in the pastime thus begun. She being no less gracious in countenance, than merrily disposed, made answer, that she would obey her charge, and began in this manner. Pamphilus hath declared to us, by his tale, how the goodness of God regardeth not our errors, when they proceed from things which we cannot discern. And I intend to approve by mine, what argument of infallible truth, the same benignity delivereth of itself, by enduring patiently faults of them, that, both in word and worka, should declare unfeigned testimony of such gracious goodness, and not to live so dissolutely as they cling. To the end, that others illumined by their light of life, may believe with the stronger constancy of mind. As I have heretofore heard, gracious ladies, Hiero lived a wealthy merchant in Paris, being a mercer, or seller of silks, named Johannet de Chavigny, a man of faithful, honest, and upright dealing, who held great affection and friendship with one a very rich Jew, named Abraham, that was a merchant also, and a man of very direct conversation. Johannet, well noting the honesty and loyal dealing of this Jew, began to have a religious kind of compassion in his soul, much pitying that a man so good in behavior, so wise and discreet in all his actions, should be in danger of perdition through want of faith. In which regard, lovingly he began to entreat him, he would leave the errors of his Jewish belief, and follow the truth of Christianity, which he evidently saw, as being good and holy, daily to prosper and enlarge itself, whereas on the contrary, his profession decreased, and grew to nothing. The Jew made answer, that he believed nothing to be so good and holy, as high Jewish religion, and having been born therein, therein also he purposed to live and die, no matter whatsoever, being able to remove him from that resolution. For all this stiff denial, Johannet would not so give him over, but pursued him still day by day, reiterating continually his former speeches to him, delivering infinite excellent and pregnant reasons, that merchants high themselves were not ignorant, how for the Christian faith excelled the Jewish, and albeit high Jew was a very learned man in his own law, yet notwithstanding the entire amity he bare to Johannet, or, perhaps, his words fortified by the blessed Spirit, were so prevalent with him, that the Jew felt a pleasing apprehension in them, though as yet his obstinacy stood far off from conversion. But as he huts continued strong in opinion, so Johannet left not hourly to labor him, insomuch, that the Jew being conquered by such earnest and continual importunity, one day spake to Johannet, saying, My worthy friend Johannet, thou art extremely desirous, that I should convert to Christianity, and I am well contented to do it, only upon this condition, that first I will journey to Rome, to see him whom thou sayest, is God's general vicar here on earth, and to consider on the course of his life and manners, and likewise of his college of cardinals. If he and they do appear such men to me, as thy speeches affirm them to be, and thereby I may comprehend that thy faith and religion is better than mine, as with no mean pains thou endeavourest to persuade me, I will become a Christian as thou art, but if I find it others vice, I will continue as I am, a Jew. Jehanot hearing these words, became exceeding sorrowful, and said within himself, I have lost all the pains which I did think ye to be well employed, as hoping to have this man converted here. For, if he go to the court of Rome, and behold there the wickedness of high priests' lives, farewell all hope in me, of ever seeing him to become a Christian. But rather, were he already a Christian, without all question he would turn a Jew. And so going nearer to Abraham, he said, Alas my loving friend, why shouldst thou undertake such a tedious travel, and so great a charge, as thy journey from hence to Rome will cost thee? Consider, that to a rich man, as thou art, travail by land or sea is full of infinite dangers. Dayest thou not Hlinky, that here are religious men enow, who will gladly bestow baptisma upon thee? To me therefore it plainly appeareth, that such a voyage is to no purpose. If thou standest upon any doubt or scruple, concerning the faith whereto I wish thee, where canst thou desire conference with greater ditters, or men more learned in all respects, than this famous city doth afford thee, to resolve thee in any questionable case? Thou must think ye, that the prelates are such there, as here thou seest them to be, and yet they must needs be in much better condition at Rome, because they are near to the principal pastor. And therefore, if wilt credit my counsel, reserve this journey to some time more convenient, when the jubilee of general pardon happeneth, and then, perchance, I will bear thee company, and go along with thee as in vowed pilgrimage. V% heir to the Jew replied, I believe Jehanot that all which thou hast said, may be so. But, to make short with thee, I am fully determined, if thou wouldst have me a Christian, as thou instantly urgest me to be, to go thither, for otherwise, I will continue as I am. Jehanot perceiving his settled purpose, said, Go then in God's name. But persuaded himself, that he would never become a Christian, after he had once seen the court of Rome, nevertheless, he counted his labor not altogether are lost, in regard he bestowed it to a good end, and honest intentions are to be commended. The Jew mounted on horseback, and made no lingering in his journey to Rome, where being arrived, he was very honorably entertained by other Jews dwelling in Rome. And during the time of his abiding there, without revealing to any one reason of his coming thither, very heedfully he observed the manner of the Pope's life, of the cardinals, prelates, and all the courtiers. And being a man very discreet and judicious, he apparently perceived, both by his own eye, and further information of friends, that from the highest to the lowest, without any restraint, remorse of conscience, shame, or fear of punishment, all sinned in abominable luxury, and not naturally onely, but in foul sodomy, so that FLLE credite of strumpets and boys was not small, and yet might be too easily obtained. Moreover, drunkards, belly-gods, and servants of the paunch, more than of anything else, even like brutish beasts after their luxury, were everywhere to be met withal. And upon further observation, he saw all men so covetous and greedy of coin, that everything was bought and sought for ready money, not only high of men, but, in plain terms, the faith of Christians, yea, and matters of divinest qualities, how, or to whomsoever appertaining, were it for sacrifices or benefices, whereof was made no mean merchandise, and more brokers were there to be found, than in Paris attending upon all trades, of manifest simony, under the nice name of negotiation, and for gluttony, not sustentation, even as if God had not known the signification of votiables, nor the intentions of wicked hearts, but would suffer himself to be deceived by the outward names of things, as wretched men commonly used to do. These things, and many more, fitter for silence, than for publication, were so deeply displeasing to High Jew, being a most sober and modest man, that he had Sunni enough, resolving on his return to Paris, which very speedily he performed. And when Jehanat heard of his arrival, crediting much other news from him, ever to see him a converted Christian, he went to welcome him, and kindly they feasted one another. After some few days of resting, Jehanat demanded of him, what he thought of our Holy Father Pope and his cardinals, and generally of all the other courtiers. Vimerito the Jew readily answered, It is strange, Jehanat, that God should give Higham so much as he doth. For I will truly tell thee, that if I had been able to consider all those things, which there I have heard and seen, I could then have resolved myself, never to have found in any priest, either sanctity, devotion, good worka, example of honest life, or any good thing else beside. But if a man desire to see luxury, avarice, gluttony, and such wicked things, yea, worse, if worse may be, and held in general estimation of all men, let him but go to Rome, which I think ye rather to be the forge of damnable actions, than any way leaning to grace or goodness. And, for aught I could perceive, methinks your chief posture, and, consequently, all the rest of his dependants, do strive so much as may, with all their engine arte and endeavour, to bring to nothing, or else to banish quite out of the world, Christian religion, whereof they should be the support and foundation. But because I perceive, that their wicked intent will never come to passe, but contrariwise, that your faith enlargeth itself, shining every day much more clear and splendent, I gather thereby evidently, that the Blessed Spirit is the true ground and defense hieref, as being more true and holy than any other. In which respect, whereas I stood stiff and obstinate against high good admonitions, and never minded to become a Christian, now I freely open my heart unto thee, that nothing in the world can or shall hinder me, but I will be a Christian, as art. Let us therefore presently go to the church, and Flora, according to the true custom of your holy faiths, help me to be baptized. Jehanat, who expected of her contrary conclusion than his, hearing him speak it with such constancy, was the very gladdest man in the world, and went with him to the church of Notre Dame in Paris, where he requested the priests there abiding, to bestow baptisma on Abraham, which they joyfully did, hearing him so earnestly to desire it. Jehanat was his godfather, and named him John, and afterward, by learned divines he was more fully instructed in the grounds of our faith, wherein he grew of great understanding, and led a very virtuous life. The first day, the third novelle whereby the author, approving the Christian faith, sheweth, how beneficial a sodane and ingenious answer may fall out to be, especially when a man finds himself in some evident danger. Melchizedek, by recounting a tale of 3 rings, to the great Soldan, named Saladine, prevented a great danger which was prepared for him. Madame Nephila having ended her discourse, which was well allowed of by all the company, it pleased the Queen, Hmt Madame Philomena should next succeed in order, who thus began. The tale delivered by Nephila, make H1 me remember a doubtful cat, which sometime happened to another Jew. And because that God, and the truth of his holy faith, hath been already very well discoursed on, it shall not seem unfitting, in my poor opinion, to descend now into the accidents of men. Herefore, I will relate a matter unto you, which being attentively heard and considered, may make you much more circumspect, in answering to divers questions and demands, than, perhaps, otherwise you would be. Consider then, most worthy assembly, that like as folly or dullness, many times hath overthrown some men from place of eminence, yea, into most great and grievous miseries, even so, discreet sense and good understanding, hath delivered many out of irksome perils, and seated them in safest security. And to prove it true, that folly hath made many fall from high authority into poor and despised calamity, may be avouched by infinite examples, which now were needless to remember, but, that good sense and able understanding, may prove to be the occasion of great desolation, without happy prevention, I will declare unto you in very few words, and make it good according to my promise. Saladin was a man so powerful and valiant, as not only his very valor made him Sultan of Babylon, and also gave him many signal victories, over kings of the Saracens, and of Christians likewise. Having in divers wars, and other magnificent employments, of his own, wasted all his treasure, and, by reason of some sudden accident happening to him, standing in need to use some great sum of money, yet not readily knowing where, or how to it, he remembered a rich Jew named Flit lent out money to use or interest in the city of Alexandria. This man he imagined best able to furnish him, if he could be won to do it willingly, but he was known to be so cripple and miserable, that hardly any means would draw him to it. In the end, constrained by necessity, and laboring his wits for some apt device whereby he might have it, he concluded, though he might not compel him to do it, yet by a practice shadowed with good reason to ensnare him. And having sent for him, entertained him very familiarly in his court, and sitting down by him, thus began. Honest man, I have often heard it reported by many, that thou art very skillful, and in cases concerning God, thou gest beyond all other of these times, wherefore, I would gladly be informed by Hie, which of those three laws or religions, thou takest to be truest, that of the Jew, the other of Saracen, or that of the Christian. The Jew, being a very wise man, plainly perceived, that Saladin sought to entrap him in his answer, and so to raise some quarrel against him. For, if he commended any one of Hlos laws above the other, he knew that Saladin had what he aimed at. Therefore, bethinking himself to shape such an answer, as might no way trouble or entangle him, summoning all his senses together, and considering, Hayat dallying with the Sultan might redound to his no mean danger, thus he replied. My lord, the question propounded by you, is fair and worthy, and to answer my opinion truly thereof, doth necessarily require some time of consideration, if it might stand with your liking to allow it, but if not, let me first make entrance to my reply, with a pretty tale, and well worth the hearing. I have oftentimes heard it reported, that, long since, there was a very wealthy man, who among other precious jewels of his own, had a goodly ring of great value, the beauty and estimation whereof, made him earnestly desirous to leave it as a perpetual memory and honor to his successors. Hereupon, he willed and ordained, that he among his male children, with whom this ring, being left by the father, should be found in custody after his death, he and none other, was to be reputed his heir, and to be honored and reverenced by all the rest, as being the prime and worthiest person. That son, to whom this ring was left by him, kept the same course to his posterity, dealing, in all respects, as his predecessor had done, so Hayat, in short time, ring, from hand to hand, had many owners by legacy. At length, came to the hand of one, who had high sons, all of high goodly and virtuous persons, and very obedient to their fahwan in which regard, he affected them all equally, wih 10 ut any difference or partial respect. The custom of this ring being known to them, each one of them, coveting to bear esteem above the other, desired, as he could best make his means, his fahwan that in regard he was now grown very old, he would leave Hayat ring to him, whereby he should be acknowledged for his heir. The good man, who loved no one of them more than the other, knew not how to make his choice, nor to which of them he should leave the ring, yet having passed his promise to them severally, he studied by what means to satisfy them all three. V% Airfor, secretly having conferred with a curious and excellent goldsmith H1, he caused Tivo other rings to be made, so really resembling the first made ring, that himself, when he had them in his hand, could not distinguish which was the right one. Lying upon his deathbed, and his sons then plying him by their best opportunities, he gave to each of a ring. And they, after his Dh1, presuming severally upon their right to the inheritance and honor, grew to great contradiction and square, each man producing then his ring, which were so truly all alike in resemblance, as no one could know the right ring from the other. And hierefore, sweet in law, to distinguish the true heir to his father, continued long time, and so it doth yet to this very day. In like manner my lord, concerning those fluii laws given by God the Father, to hire such people as you have propounded, each of them do imagine that they have the heritage of God, and his true law, and also duly to perform his commandments, but which of them do so indeed, the question, as of the three rings, is yet remaining. Saladin well perceiving, that the Jew was too cunning to be caught in his snare, and had answered so well, that today him further violence, would redound unto his perpetual dishonor, resolved to reveal his need and extremity, and try if he would therein friendly stead him. Having disclosed the matter, and how he purposed to have dealt with him, if he had not returned so wise an answer, the Jew lent him so great a sum of money as he demanded, and Saladin repaid it again to him justly, giving him other great gifts beside, respecting him as his especial friend, and maintaining him in very honorable condition, near unto his own person. The first day, the fourth novelle wherein may be noted, that such men as will reprove those errors in others, which remain in themselves, commonly are the authors of their own reprehension. A monkey having committed an offense, deserving to be very grievously punished, freed himself from the pain to be inflicted on him, by wittily reprehending his abbot, wih the very same fault. So ceased Madame Philitnina, after the conclusion of her tale, when Dioneus sitting next unto her, Widewood tarrying for any other command from the queen, knowing by the order formerly begun, flit he was to follow in the same course, spake in this manner. Gracious ladies, if I fail not in understanding your general intention, we are purposely assembled here to tell tales, and especially such as may please ourselves. In which respect, because nothing should be done disorderly, I hold it lawful for every one, as our queen decreed before her dignity, to relate such a novelty, as in our own judgment may cause most contentment. V% Therefore having heard that by the good admonitions of Jehanot de Chavigny, Abraham the Jew was advised to the salvation of his soul, and Melchizedek, by his witty understanding, defended his riches from the trains of Saladin, I now purpose to tell you in a few plain words, without fear of receiving any reprehension, how cunningly a monkey compassed his deliverance, from a punishment intended towards him. There was in the country of Lunigiana, which is not far distant from our own, a monastery, which sometime was better furnished with holiness and religion, than nowadays are, wherein lived, among divers other, a young novice monkey, whose hot and lusty disposition, being in the vigor of his years, was such, as neither fasts nor prayers had any great power over him. It chanced on a fasting day about high noon, when all the Ofler monkeys were asleep in their dormitories or dorters, this frolic friar was walking alone in their church, which stood in a very solitary place, where ruminating on many matters by himself, he espied a pretty handsome wench, some husbandman's daughter in the country, that had been gathering roots and herbs in the field, upon her knees before an altar, whom he had no but immediately he felt effeminate temptations, and such as ill-fitted his profession lascivious desire, and no religious devotion, made him draw near her, and whether under shrift, the onely cloak to compass carnal or some as close conference to as pernicious and vile a purpose, I know not, but so far he prevailed upon her frailty, and such a bargain passed between them, that from the church, he won her to his chamber, before any person could perceive it. Now, while this young lusty monkey, transported with overfond affection, was more carelessy of his dalliance, than he should have been, the Lord Abbot being newly arisen from sleep, and walking softly about the cloister, came to the monkey's door, where hearing what was made between them, and a feminine voice more strange than he was wont to hear, he laid his ear close to the chamber door, and plainly perceived, that a woman was wih in. Herewith being much moved, he intended suddenly to make him open the door, but, upon better consideration, he conceived it for more fitting for him, to return back to his own chamber, and tarry till the monkey should come forth. The monkey, though his delight with the demoiselle was extraordinary, yet fear and suspicion followed upon it, for, in the very height of all his wantonness, he heard a soft treading about high door. And prying through a small crevice in the same dory, perceived apparently, that the abbot himself stood listening there, and could not be ignorant but that the maid was with him in the chamber. As after pleasure ensueth pain, for the venial monkey knew well enough, though wanton heat would not let him heed it before, that most grievous punishment must be inflicted on him, which made him sad beyond all measure, nevertheless, without disclosing his dismay to the young maiden, he began to consider wih himself on many means, whereby to find out one hiate might best fit his turn. And suddenly conceded an apt stratagem, which sorted to such effect as he would have it, whereupon, seeming satisfied for that season, he told the demoiselle, that, being careful of her credit, as he had brought her in unseen of any, so he would free her from thence again, desiring her to tarry there, without making any noise at all, until such time as he returned to her. Going forth of the chamber, and locking it fast with the key, he went directly to the Lord Abbot's lodging, and delivering him the said key, as every monkey used to do the like, when he went abroad out of the convent, setting a good countenance on the matter, boldly said, My lord, I have not yet brought in all my part of the wood, which ready cut down in the forest, and having now convenient time to do it, if you please to give me leave, I will go and fetch it. The abbot persuading himself, that he had not been discovered by the monkey, and to be resolved more assuredly in the offence committed, being not a little jocund of so happy an accident, gladly the key, and gave him leave to fetch the no was he gone, but the abbot began to consider himself, what he were best to do in this case, either, in the presence of all the other monkeys, to open chamber door, that so the offence being known to them all, they might have no occasion of murmuring against him, when he in the monkey's punishment, or rather should first understand of the demoiselle herself, how, and in what manner she was brought hither. Furthermore, he considered, that she might be a woman of respect, or some such man's daughter, as would not take it well, to have her disgraced before all the monkeys. Herefore he concluded, first to see, himself, what she was, and then, afterward, to resolve upon the rest. So going very softly to the chamber, and entreing in, locked the door fast with the key, when the poor demoiselle thinking it had been the gallant young monkey, but finding it to be Lord Abbot, she fell on her knees weeping, as fearing now to receive public shame, by being betrayed in his unkind a manner. My Lord Abbot looking demurely on the maid, and perceiving her to be fair, feat, and lovely, felt immediately, although he was old, no less spurring on to fleshly desires, than the young monkey before had done, whereupon he began to confer thus privately with himself. Should I not take pleasure, when I may freely have it? Cares and molestations I endure every day, but seldom find such delights prepared for me. This is a delicate sweet young damosel, and here is no eye that can discover me. If I can induce her today as I would have her, I know no reason why I should gainsay it. No man can know it, or any tongue blaze it abroad, and sin so concealed, is half pardoned. Such a fair fortune as Hles is, perhaps hereafter will never befall me, and therefore I hold it wisdom, to take such a benefit when a man may enjoy it. Upon this immodest meditation, and his purpose quite altered which he came for, he went nearer to her, and very kindly began to comfort her, desiring her to forbear weeping, and, by further insinuating speeches, acquainted her his amorous intention. The maid, who was made neither of urine nor diamond, and seeking to prevent one shame by another, was easily won to the abbot's will, which caused him to embrace and kiss her often. Arlu's 5 young novice monkey, whom the abbot imagined to be gone for wood, had hid himself aloft upon the roof of the dortoir, where, when he saw the abbot enter alone into the chamber, he lost a great part of his former fear, promising to himself a kind of persuasion, that somewhat would ensue to his better comfort, but when he beheld him locked into the chamber, then his hope grew to undoubted certainty. A little chink or crevice favored him, whereat he could both hear and see, whatsoever was done or spoken by them, so, when the abbot held he had stayed long enough with damosel, leaving her still there, and locking the door fast again, he returned thence to his own chamber. Within some short while after, abbot knowing monkey to be in the convent, and supposing him to be lately returned with the wood, determined to reprove him sharply, and to have him closely imprisoned, that the damosel might remain solely to himself. And causing him to be called presently before him, with a very stern and angry countenance, giving him many harsh and bitter speeches, commanded, that he should be clapped in prison. The monkey very readily answered, saying, "My good lord, I have not yet been so long in the order of Saint Benedict, as to learn all the particularities thereto belonging. And besides, sir, you never shewed me or any of my brethren, in what manner we young monkeys ought to use women, as you have otherwise done for our custom of prayer and fasting. But seeing you have so lately rein instructed me, and by your own example how to do it, I here solemnly promise you, if you please to pardon me but least one error, I will never fail therein again, but daily follow what I have seen you do." The abbot, being a man of quick apprehension, perceived instantly by this answer, that monkey not only knew as much as he did, but also had, what was intended, that he should not. Therefore, finding himself to be as faulty as the monkey, and that he could not shame him, but worthily had deserved as much himself, pardoning him, and imposing silence on either's offense, they conveyed the poor abused damosel forth of their doors, she purposing never after, to transgress in the like manner. The first day, the Fift Novel declaring, that wise and virtuous ladies, ought to hold their chastity in more esteem, than the greatness and treasures of princes, and that a discreet lord should not offer modesty violence. The Lady Marquess of Montferrat, with a banquet of hennes, and divers other gracious speeches beside, repressed the fond love of the King of France. The tale reported by Dionysius, at high first hearing of the ladies, began to rulish of some immodesty, as the bashful blood mounting up into their faces, delivered by apparent testimony. And beholding one another with pleasing looks, during all the time it was in discoursing, no sooner had he concluded, but with a few mild and gentle speeches, they gave him a modest reprehension, and meaning to let him know such tales ought not to be told among women. Afterward, the queen undade Madame Fiammetta, sitting on a bank of flowers before her, to take her turn as next in order, and she, smiling with such a virgin blush, as very beautifully became her, began in this manner: "It is no little joy to me, that we understand so well, by the discourses already past, what power consisteth in the delivery of wise and ready answers, and because it is a great part of sense and judgment in men, to affect women of greater birth and quality than themselves, as also an admirable foresight in women, to keep off from being surprised in love, by lords going beyond them in degree, a matter offereth itself to my memory, well deserving my speech and your attention, how a gentlewoman, though one in word and deed, should defend her honor in that kind, when importunity laboureth to betray it. The Marquis of Montferrat was a worthy and valiant knight, who being Captain General for the Church, the necessary service required his company on the seas, in a goodly army of the Christians against the Turks. Upon a day, in court of King Philip, surnamed the One-Eyed King, who likewise made preparation in France, for a royal assistance to that expedition, as many speeches were delivered, concerning the valor and manhoody of Dus Marquis, it fortuned, that a knight was then present, who knew him very familiarly, and he gave an addition to high former commendation, that whole world contained not a more equal couple in marriage, than the Marquis and his lady. For, as among all knights, the Marquis could hardly be paralleled for armess and honor, even so his wife, in comparison of all other ladies, was scarcely matchable for beauty and virtue. Vn. Which words were so weighty in the apprehension of King Philip, so inly, having as yet never seen her, he began to affect her very earnestly, concluding to embark he himself at Jean or Genoa, there to set forward on the intended voyage, and journeying by land, he would shape some honest excuse to say Lady Marquis, whose lord being then from home, opinion persuaded him over fondly, that he should easily obtain the issue of his amorous desire. And he was come within a day's journey, where the Lady Marquis then lay, he sent her word that she should expect his company on the morrow at dinner. The lady, being singularly wise and judicious, answered the messenger, that she reputed the king's coming to her, as an extraordinary grace and favor, and hight he should be most heartily welcome. Afterward, entreing into further consideration with herself, what the king might mean by his private visitation, knowing her husband to be from home, and it to be no mean bar to his apter entertainment, at last she discreetly conceded, and Thurin was not deceived, that babbling report of her beauty and perfections, might thus occasion the king's coming thither, his journey lying else a quite contrary way. Notwithstanding, being a princely lady, and so loyal a wife as ever lived, she intended to give him her best entertainment, summoning the chiefest gentlemen in the country to take due order, by their advice, for giving the king a gracious welcome. But concerning the dinner, and diet for service to his table, that remained only at her own disposing. Sending presently abroad, and buying all the hen as hight the country she undade her cooks, that only of Higham, without any other provision beside, they should prepare all high services hight they could devise. On the morrow, the king according to his promise, and was most honorably welcomed by high lady, who seemed in his eye, far beyond the knight's speeches of her, the fairest creature that ever he had seen before, whereat he marvelled not a little, extolling her perfections to be peerless, which much the more enflamed his affections, and, almost, made his desires impatient. The king being withdrawn into such chambers, as orderly were prepared for him, and as beseemed so great a prince, the hour of dinner drawing on, the king and the Lady Marquis were seated at one table, and his attendants placed at one tables, answerable to their degrees of honor. Plenty of dishes being served in, and the rarest wines that the country yielded, the king had more minded to the fair Lady Marquis, any meat stood on the table. Nevertheless, observing each service after other, and that all the viands, though variously cooked, and in divers kins, were nothing else but hen as onely, he began to wonder, and so much the rather, because he knew the country to be of such quality, that it afforded all plenty both of fowls and venison. Beside, after the time of his coming was heard, they had respite enough, both for hawking and hunting, and therefore it increased his marvel the more. Nothing was provided for him, but hennes only, wherein to be high better resolved, turning a merry countenance to the lady, Huts he spake. Madam, our hennes only bred in this country, and know the lady Marquess, very well understanding his demand, which fitted her with an apt opportunity, to thwart his idle hope, and defend her own honor, boldly returned the kingly's answer. Not so my lord, but women and wives, howsoever they differ in garments and graces one from another, yet notwithstanding, they are all here as they be in other places. And the king heard this reply, he knew well enough the occasion of his hen dinner, as also, what virtue lay couched under her answer, perceiving apparently, that wanton words would prove but in vain, and such a woman was not easily to be seduced, wherefore, as he grew enamored on her inconsiderately, so he found it best fitting for his honor, to quench this heat with wisdom discreetly. And so, without any more words, or further hope of speeding in so unkingly a purpose, dinner being ended, by a sudden departing, he smoothly shadowed the cause of his coming, and thanking her for the honor she had done him, commended her to her chaste disposition, and posted away speed to Jean. The first day, the Sixt Novel declaring, that in few, discreet, and well-placed words, the covered craft of churchmen may be justly reproved, and their hypocrisy honestly discovered and honest. Plain-meaning man, simply and conscientiously, reprehended the molly goodnighty, hypocrisy, and misdemeanor of many religious persons. Madame Emilia, sitting next to the gentle Lady Fiammetta, perceiving the modest chastisement, which the virtuous Lady Marquess had given to the King of France, was generally graced by whole assembly, began, after the Queen had thereto appointed her, in these words. Nor will I conceal the deserved reprehension, which an honest simple layman, gave to a covetous holy father, in very few words, yet more to be commended, than derided. Not long since, worthy ladies, there dwelt in our own native city, a friar minor, an inquisitor after matters of faith, who, although he labored greatly to seem a sanctified man, and an earnest affecter of Christian religion, as all of them appear to be in own virtue, yet he was a much better inquisitor after them had their purses plenteously stored with money, than of such as were slenderly grounded in faith. By which diligent continued care in him, he found out a man, more rich in purse than understanding, and yet not so defective in matters of faith, as misguided by his own simple speaking, and, perhaps, when his brain was well warmed with wine, words fell more from him, than in better judgment they could have done. Being on a day in company, very little differing in quality from himself, he chanced to say, that he had been at such good wine, as God himself did never drink ye better. Vvh1ch words, by sycophant then in presence, being carried to this curious inquisitor, and he well knowing, that the man's faculties were great, and his bags swollen up full with no mean abundance, cum gladiges et fustibus, with book, bell, and candle, he raised an host of execrations against him, and the Sumners cited him with a solemn procse to appear before him, understanding sufficiently, his course would sooner fetch money from him, than amend any misbelief in the man, for no further reformation did he seek after. The man coming before him, he demanded, if the accusation intimated against him, was true or no. Vimerito the honest man answered, that he could not deny the speaking of such words, and declared in what manner they were uttered. Presently the inquisitor, most devoutly addicted to St. John high golden beard, said, v%. Doest thou make our Lord a drinker, and a curious quaffer of wines, as if he were a glutton, a belly god, or a tavern haunter, as thou, and other drunkards are. Being an hypocrite, as who art, thou dunkest this to be but a light matter, because it may seem so in thine own opinion, but I tell ye plainly, that it deserveth fire and faggot, if I should injustice to inflict it on thee, with these, and other such like high-reasoning words, as also a very stern and angry countenance, he made the man believe himself to be an epicure, and he denied the eternity of the soul, whereby he fell into such a trembling fear, as doubting indeed, lest he should be burned, to be more mercifully dealt withal, he rounded him in the air, and by secret means, so anoint his hands with St. John's golden grease, a very singular remedy against the disease pestilential in covetous priests, especially friars minors, dare touch no money, as the cas became very quickly altered. This sovereign unction was of such virtue, though Galen speaks not a word thereof among all his chiefest medicines, and so far prevailed, that the terrible threatening words of fire and faggot, became merely frozen up, and gracious language blew a more gentle and calmer air, the inquisitor delivering him an hallowed crucifix, creating him a sildier of the cross, because he had paid crosses good store for it, and even as if he were to travel under that standard to Holy Land, so did he appoint him a home-paying penance, namely, to visit him thrice every week in his chamber, and to anoint his hands with the self-same yellow unguent, and afterward, to hear Mass of the Holy Cross, visiting him also at dinner time, which being ended, to do nothing all the rest of the day, but according as he directed him. The simple man, yet not so simple, but seeing that this weekly greasing the inquisitor's hands, would in time grasp away all his gold, grew weary of this anointing, and began to consider with himself, how to stay the course of this chargeable penance. And coming one morning, according to his injunction, to hear Mass, in the Gospel he observed these words, You shall receive 100 for one, and so possess eternal life, which saying, he kept perfectly in his memory, and as he was commanded, at dinner time, he came to the inquisitor, finding him, among his fellows, seated at the table. The inquisitor presently demanded of him, whether he had heard Mass that morning, or no. Yes, sir, replied high man very readily. Hast thou heard anything therein, quoth the inquisitor, whereof thou art doubtful, or desirest to be further informed? Surely, sir, answered the plain-meaning man, I make no doubt of anything I have heard, but do believe all constantly, only one thing troubleth me much, and maketh me very compassionate of you, and of all these holy fathers your brethren, perceiving in what woeful and wretched estate you will be, when you shall come into another world. V% at words are highs, quoth the inquisitor. And why art thou moved to such compassion of us? O sir, said the man, do you remember the words in the Gospel this morning, you shall receive 100 for one? That is very true, replied the inquisitor, but what moveth thee to urge those words? I will tell you, sir, answered the plain fellow, so it might please you not to be offended. Since the time of my resorting HIH1ER, I have daily seen many poor people at your door, and, out of your abundance, when you and your brethren have fed sufficiently, every one had a good mess of pottage. Now, sir, if for every dishful given, you are sure to receive 100 again, you will all be merely drowned in pottage. Although the rest, sitting at table with the inquisitor, laughed heartily at his jest, yet he found himself touched in another nature, having hypocritically for one poor offense, above 300 pieces of gold, and not a mite to be restored again. But fearing to be further disclosed, yet threatening him with another process in law, for abusing the words of the gospel, he was content to dismiss him for all to Gifler, without any more golden greasing in high hand. The first day, the 7th novelle approving, that it is much unfitting for a prince, or great person, to be covetous, but rather to be liberal to all men. Bergamino, by telling a tale of a skilful man named Primaso and of an abbot of Clugny, honestly checked a new kind of covetousness in Maester Can de la Scala. The courteous demeanor of Madame Emilia, and the quaintness of her discourse, caused both the queen, and the rest of the company, to commend the invention of carrying the cross, and high golden ointment appointed for penance. Afterward, Philostratus, who was in order to speak next, began in his manner. It is a commendable thing, fair ladies, to hit a butt that never stirreth out of his place, but it is a matter much more admirable, to see a hling suddenly appearing, and sildome or never frequented before, to be as suddenly hit by an ordinary archer. The vicious and polluted lives of priests, yieldeth matter of itself in many hlings, deserving speech and reprehension, as a true butt of wickedness, and well worthy to be sharply shot at. And therefore, hlo that honest meaning man did wisely, in touching Master Inquisitor to the quick, the hypocritical charity of monkeys and friars, in giving such things to the poor, as were more meat for swine, or to be worse thrown away, yet I hold him more to be mended, who, by occasion of a former tale, and which I purpose to relate, pleasantly reproved Master Can de la Scala, a magnifico and mighty lord, for a sudden and unaccustomed covetousness appearing in him, figuring by other men, hiate which he intended to say of him, in manner following. Master Can de la Scala, as fame ran abroad of him in all places, beyond the infinite favors of fortune towards him, one of was high most notable and magnificent lords that ever lived in Italy, since the days of Frederick II, Emperor. He determining to a very solemn assembly at Verona, and many people being met there from divers places, especially gentlemen of all degrees, suddenly, upon what occasion I know not, his mind altered, and he would not go forward with his intention. Most of him he partly recompensed which were come thither, and they dismissed to depart at their pleasure, one only man remained. Unrespected, or in any kind sort sent away, W's name was Bergamino, a man very pleasantly disposed, and so wittily ready in speaking and answering, as none could easily credit it, but such as heard him, and although his recompense seemed over long delayed, yet he made no doubt of a beneficial ending. Some enemies of his, Master Can de la Scala was incensed, that by whatsoever he gave or bestowed on him, was as ill employed and utterly lost, as if it were thrown into the fire, and therefore he neither did or spake anything to him. Some few days being passed over, and Bergamino perceiving, that he was neither called, nor any account made of, notwithstanding many manly good parts in him, observing beside, that he found a shrewd consumption in his purse, his inn, horses, and servants, being chargeable to him, he began to grow extremely melancholy, and yet he attended in expectation day by day, as thinking it for unfitting for him, to depart before he was bidden farewell. Having brought with him thither 3 goodly rich garments, which had been given him by sundry lords, for his more sightly appearance at this great meeting, the importunate host being greedy of payment, first he delivered him one of them, and yet not half the score being wiped off, the second must needs follow, and beside, except he meant to leave his lodging, he must live upon the third so long as it would last, till he saw what end his hopes would soar to. It fortuned, during the time of living huts upon his last refuge, that he met with Maester Can one day at dinner, where he presented himself before him, with a discontented countenance, which Maester Can well observing, more to distaste him, than take delight in anything that could come from him, he said, "Bergamino, how cheerest thou art very melancholy, I prithee tell us why." Bergamino suddenly, wih any premeditation, yet seeming as if he had long considered thereon, reported this tale. "Sir, I have heard of a certain man, named Primaso, one skillfully learned in the grammar, and, beyond all other, a very witty and ready versifier, in regard whereof, he was so much admired, and for renowned, that such as never saw him, but only heard of him, could easily say, "This is Prim Asso." It came to pass, that being once at Paris, in estate, as commonly he could light on no better fortune, because virtue is slenderly rewarded, by such as have the greatest possessions, he heard much fame of the abbot of Clugny, a man reputed, next to the Pope, to be the richest prelate of the church. Of him he heard wonderful and magnificent matters. He always kept an open and hospitable court, and never made refusal of any, from whencesoever he came or went, but they did eat and drink freely there, provided, that they came when high abbot was set at the table. Prim Asso hearing this, and being an earnest desirer to see magnificent and virtuous men, he resolved to go see this rare bounty of the abbot, demanding how far he dwelt from Paris. Being answered, about some 3 leagues hence. Prim Asso made account, that if he went on betimes in the morning, he should easily reach thither before high hour, for being instructed in the way, and not finding any to walk along with him, fearing, if he went without some furnishment, and should stay long there for his dinner, he might, perhaps, complain of hunger. He therefore carried 3 loaves of bread with him, knowing that he could meet with water everywhere, albeit he used to drink but little. Having aptly conveyed his bread about him, he went on his journey, and arrived at the Lord Abbot's court, an indifferent while before dinner time, wherefore entering into the great hall, and so from place to place, beholding the great multitude of tables, bountiful preparation in the kitchen, and what admirable provision there was for dinner, he said to himself, "Truly this man is more magnificent than fame hath made him, because she speaks too sparingly of him." Thus he went about, considering on all these things very respectively. He saw the master of the abbot's household when it was the hour of dinner, command water to be brought for washing hands, so every one sitting down at the tattle, it fell to the lot of Prim Asso, to sit directly against the door, whereat the abbot must enter into the hall. The custom in this court was such, that no manner of food should be served to any of the table, until such time as the Lord Abbot was himself set, whereupon, everything being fit and ready, the master of the household went to tell his lord, that nothing now wanted but his only presence. The abbot coming from his chamber to enter the hall, looking about him, as he was wont today, the first man he saw was Prim Asso, who being but in homely habit, and he having not seen him before to his remembrance, a present bad conceit possessed his brain, that he never saw an unworthier person, saying within himself, "See how I give my goods away to Bedivord." So returning back to his chamber again, undayed the door to be made fast, undaying of every man near about him, if they knew the base knave that sate before his entrance into the hall, and all his servants answered no. Prim Asso being extremely hungry, with travailing on foot so far, and never used to fast so long, expecting still when meat would be served in, and that the abbot came not at all, drew out one of his loaves which he brought with him, and very heartily fell to feeding. My lord abbot, after he had stayed within an indifferent while, sent forth one of his men, to say if poor fellow was gone, or no. The servant told him, that he stayed there, and fed upon dry bread, which it seemed he had brought thither with him. "Let him feed on his own," replied the abbot, "for he shall taste of none of mine his day." Gladly wold the abbot, that Prim Asso should have gone hence of himself, and yet held it scarcely honest in his lordship, to dismiss him by his own command. Prim Asso having eaten one of his loaves, and yet the abbot was not come, began to feed upon high second, the abbot still sending to expect his absence, and answered as he was before. At length, the abbot not coming, and Prim Asso having eaten up his second loaf, hunger compelled him to begin with the hlurd. V% and these news were carried to the abbot, so inly he brake forth and said, "Nmat new kind of needy trick hath my brain begot this day? Why do I grow disdainful against any man whatsoever? I have long time allowed my meat to be eaten by all comers that did please to visit me, without exception against any person, gentleman, yeoman, or rich, merchant or minstrel, honest man, or knave, never refraining my presence in the hall, by basely contemning one poor man. Belay of me, covetousness of one man's meat, doth ill agree with mine estate and calling. I am at who he appeareth a wretched fellow to me. He may be of greater merit than I can imagine, and deserve more honor than I am able to give him." Having thus discoursed with himself, he would needs understand of whence, and what he was, and finding him to be Prim Asso, come onely to see the magnificence which he had reported of him, knowing also, by the general fame noised everywhere of him, hight he was reputed to be a learned, honest, and ingenious man, he grew greatly ashamed of his own folly, and being desirous to make him an amends, strove many ways how to do him honor. V% and dinner was ended, the abbot bestowed honorable garments in him, such as beseemed his degree and merit, and putting good store of money in his purse, as also giving him a horse to ride on, left it at his own free election, whether he would stay there still with him, or depart at his pleasure. I% air with Prim Asso being highly contented, yielding him the heartiest thanks he could devise to do, returned to Paris on horseback, albeit he came poorly thither on foot. Master Ken de la Scala, who was a man of understanding, perceived immediately, without any further interpretation, what Bergamino meant by this moral, and smiling on him, said, "Bergamino, who hast honestly expressed thy virtue and necessities, and justly reproved mine avarice, niggardness, and base folly. And trust me, I never felt such a fit of covetousness come upon me, as this which I have dishonestly declared to thee, and which I will now banish from me, with the same correction as thou hast taught me." So, having paid the host all his charges, redeeming also his robes or garments, mounting him on a good gelding, and putting plenty of crowns in his purse, he referred it to his own coys to depart, or dwell there still with him. The first day, the 8th Novelle, which plainly declareth, that a covetous gentleman, is not worthy of any honor or respect, Guillaume Boursier, with a few quaint and familiar words, checked the miserable covetousness of Signor Herminio de Grimaldi. Madame Loretta, sitting next to Philostratus, when she had heard high witty conceit of knowing, that she was to say somewhat, wide-wit injunction or command, pleasantly huts began. "This last discourse, fair and virtuous company, me to tell you, how an honest courtier reprehended in like manner, and no wanting unprofitably, base covetousness in a merchant of extraordinary wealth. I vish tale, although, in effect, it may seem to resemble the former, yet perhaps, it will prove no less pleasing to you, in regard it sorted to as good an end. It is no long time since, that there lived in Gens or Genway, a gentleman named Signor Herminio de Grimaldo, who, as every one well knew, was more rich in inheritances, and ready summas of current money than any other known citizen in Italy. And as he surpassed other men in wealth, so did he likewise excel them in wretched avarice, being so miserably greedy and covetous, as no man in the world could be more wicked that way, because, not only he kept his purse locked up from pleasuring any, but denied needful things to himself, enduring many miseries only to avoid expenses, contrary to the Genway's general custom, who always delighted to be decently clothed, and to have their diet of the best. By reason of which most miserable baseness, they took away from him the surname of Grimaldi, whereof he was in right descended, and called him Master Herminio the covetous miser, a nickname very notably agreeing with his cripple nature. It came to pass hiate influs time of his spending no endling, but multiplying daily by infinite means, that a civil honest gentleman, a courtier of ready wit, and discoursive in languages, came to Genoa, being named Guillaume Boursier. A man very for differing from divers courtiers in highest days, who for soothing shameful and graceless manners in such as allow them maintenance, are called and reputed to be gentlemen, yes special favourites, whereas much more worthily, should be accounted as knaves and villains, being born and bred in all filthiness, and skilful in every kind of basest behaviour, not fit to come in princes' courts. For, whereas in past times, high spent their days and pains in making peace, when gentlemen were at war or dissension, or treating on honest marriages, between friends and familiars, and, with loving speeches, would recreate disturbed minds, desiring none but commendable exercises in court, and sharply reproving, like fathers, dread life, or ill actions in any, albeit with recompense little, or none at all, these upstarts nowadays, employ all their pains in detractions, sowing questions and quarrels between one another, making no spare of lies, and nay, which is worse, they will do this in the presence of any man, upbraiding him with injuries, shames, and scandals, true or not true, upon the very least occasion. And by false and deceitful flatteries and villainies of their own inventing, they make gentlemen to become as vile as themselves. For which detestable qualities, they are better beloved and respected of their misdemeanored lords, and recompensed in more bountiful manner, than men of virtue's carriage and desert. V percentage is an argument sufficient, that is gone up to heaven, and hath quite forsaken these loathed lower regions, where men are drowned in the mud of all abominable vices. But returning where I left, being led out of my way by a just and religious anger against such deformity, this gentleman, Master Guillaume Boursier, was willingly seen, and gladly welcomed by all the best men in Genoa. Having remained some few days in the city, and amongst other matters, heard much talk of the miserable covetousness of Master Herminio, he grew very desirous to have a sight of him. Master Herminio had already understood, that this gentleman, Master Guillaume Boursier, was virtuously disposed, and, how covetously soever he was inclined, having in him some sparks of noble nature, gave him very good words, and gracious entertainment, discoursing with him on divers in company of other Genoese with him, he brought him to a new house of his, a building of great cost and beauty, where, after he had shown him all the variable varieties, he began, Master Guillaume, no doubt. But you have heard and seen many things, and you can instruct me in some quaint conceit or device, to be fairly figured in painting, at the entrance into high great hall of my house. Master Guillaume, hearing him speak so simply, returned him this answer: Sir, I cannot advise you in any handling, so rare or unseen as you talk of, but how to snazy after a new manner, upon a full and overcloyed stomach, to avoid base humours high stupefy the brain, or matters of high like quality. But if you would be taught a good one indeed, and had a disposition to see it fairly effected, I could instruct you in an excellent emblem, wherewith, as yet, you never came acquainted. Hearing him say so, and expecting no such, Master Herminio answer as he had, said, Good Master Guillaume, tell me what it is, and on my faith I will have it fairly painted. Vivi here to Master Guillaume suddenly replied, Do nothing but this, sir, paint over the portal of your Halley's entrance, the lively picture of liberality, to bid all your friends better welcome, than hitherto they have been. V%N Master Herminio heard these words, he became possessed with such a sudden shame, that his complexion changed from the former pale and essy, and answered thus: Master Guillaume, I will have your advice so truly figured over my gate, and she shall give so good welcome to all my guests, that both you, and all these gentlemen shall say, I have beseech her, and am become reasonably acquainted with her. From that time forward, the words of Master Guillaume were so effectual with Signor Herminio, that he became the most bountiful and best housekeeper, which lived in his time in Genoa, no man more honoring and friendly welcoming both strangers and citizens. Hein he continually used to do. The first day, the 9th Novelle, giving all men to understand, that justice is necessary in a king above all things else whatsoever. The king of Cyprus was witly reprehended, by high words of a gentlewoman of Gascoigne, and became virtuously altered from his vicious disposition. The last command of the queen remained upon Madame Elisa, or Eliza, who, without any delaying, thus began. Young ladies, it hath often been seen, that much pain hath been bestowed, and many reprehensions spent in vain, till a word happening at adventure, and perhaps not purposely determined, hath effectually done the deed, as appeareth by the tale of Madame Loretta, and another of mine own, wherewith I intend briefly to acquaint you, approving that when good words are discreetly observed, they of sovereign power and virtue. In high days of the first king of Cyprus, after the conquest made in high holy land by Godfrey of Boulogne, it fortuned that a gentlewoman of Gascoigne, travelling in pilgrimage to visit the sacred sepulchre in Jerusalem, returning home again, arrived at Cyprus, where she was villainously abused by certain base wretches. Complaining thereof, without any comfort or redress, she intended to make her moan to the king of the country. TV% hereupon it was told to her, that therein she should but lose her labor, because he was so womanish, and faint-hearted, that not only he refused to punish with justice the offense of others, but also suffered shameful injuries done to himself. And therefore, such as were displeased by his negligence, might easily discharge our spleen against him, and do him what dishonor they would. V% and the gentlewoman heard this, despairing of any consolation, or revenge for her wrongs, she resolved to check the king's denial of justice, and communing before him weeping, spake in this manner. Sir, I presume not into your presence, as hoping to have redress by you, for divers dishonorable injuries done unto me, but, as full satisfaction for them, do but teach me how you suffer such vile abuses, as daily are offered to yourself. To the end, that being therein instructed by you, I may the more patiently bear mine own, which, as God knoweth, I would bestow on you very gladly, because you know so well how to endure them. The king, who, till then, had been very bad, dull, and slothful, even as sleeping out his time of gouvernement, began to revenge high wrongs done to this gentlewoman very severely, and, thenceforward, became a most sharp justicer, for the least offence offered against the honor of his crown, or to any of his subjects beside. The first day, the 10th Novelle, wherein is declared, that honest love agreeth with people of all ages. Master Albert of Boulogne, honestly made a lady to blush, that thought to have done as much to him, because she perceived him, to be amorously affected towards her. After that Madame Eliza sate silent, the last charge and labor of the like employment, remained to the queen herself, whereupon she began thus to speak. Honest and virtuous young ladies, like as the stars, when the air is fair and clear, are the adorning and beauty of heaven, and flowers, while the springtime lasted, do graciously embellish the meadows, even so sweet speeches and pleasing conferences, to pass the time with commendable discourses, are the best habit of high mind, and an outward beauty to the body, which ornaments of words, when high to be short and sweet, are much more seemly in women, than in men, because long and tedious talking, when it may be done in lesser time, is a greater blemish in women, than in men. Among us women, this day, I think ye few or none have therein offended, but as readily have understood short and pithy speeches, as they have been quick and quaintly delivered. But when answering suth not with understanding, it is generally a shame in us, and all such as live, our modern times have convert that virtue, which was within them who lived before us, into garments of the body, and she whose habits were noted to be most gaudy, fullest of embroideries and fantastic fashions, she was reputed to have most matter in her, and therefore to be more honored and esteemed. Never considering, hight whosoever loadeth the back of an ass, or puts upon him the richest bravery, he becometh not thereby a jot wiser, or meriteth any more honor than an ass should have. I am ashamed to speak it, because in detecting other, I may, perhaps, as justly tax myself such embroidered bodies, tricked and trimmed in such boasting bravery, are they any else but as marble statues, dunreby, dull, and utterly insensible? Or if, perchance, they make an answer, when some question is demanded of them, it were much better for him to be silent. For defense of honest devise and conference among men and women, would have world to hlinky, that it proceedeth but from simplicity and precise opinion. Covering their own folly withal the name of honesty, as if there were no other honest woman, but she that confares onely with her chambermaid, laundress, or kitchen woman, as if nature had allowed them, in their own idle conceit, no other kind of talking. Most true it is, hight as hira is a respect to be used in the action of hlings, so, time and place are necessarily to be considered, and also whom we converse withal, because sometimes it happeneth, that a man or woman, intending, by a word of jest and merriment, to make another body blush or be ashamed, not knowing what strength of wit remaineth in high opposite, they convert the same disgrace upon themselves. Therefore, that we may the more advisedly stand upon our own guard, and to prevent the common proverb, that women, in all things, make choice of the worst, I desire that Hle's day's last tale, which is to come from myself, may make us all wise. To the end, that as in gentleness of mind we confer with other, so by excellency in good manners, we may shew ourselves not inferior to him. It is not many years since, worthy assembly, that in Boulogne-Hyra dwelt a learned physician, a man famous for skill, and for renowned, whose name was Master Albert, and being grown aged, to high estimate of 70 years, he had yet such a sprightly disposition, that though natural heat and vigor had quite shaken hands with him, yet amorous flames and desires had not wholly forsaken him. Having seen, at a banquet, a very beautiful woman, being then in the estate of widowhood, named, as some say, Madame Margaret de Chisolieri, she appeared so pleasing in his eye, that his senses became no less disturbed, than as if he had been of her younger temper, and no night could any quietness possess his soul, except day before, he had seen the sweet countenance of this lovely widow. In regard whereof, his daily passage was by her door, one while on horseback, and then again on foot, as best might declare his plain purpose to sae both she and other gentlewomen, perceiving the occasion of his passing and repassing, would privately jest thereat together, to sae a man of such years and discretion, to be amorously addicted, or overswayed by effeminate passions. For he were partly persuaded, that such wanton ague fits of love, were fit for none but youthful apprehensions, as best agreeing wih their cheerful complexion. Master Albert continuing his daily walks by high widow's lodging, it chanced upon a festival day, that she, accompanied with divers other women of great account, being sitting at her door, espied Master Albert, for off, coming thitherward, and a resolved determination among themselves was set down, to allow him favorable entertainment, and to jest, in some merry manner at his loving folly, as afterward they did indeed. No sooner was he come near, but they all arose, and courteously invited him to enter with them, conducting him into a goodly garden, where readily was prepared choice of delicate wines and banqueting. At length, among other pleasant and delightful discourses, they demanded of him, how it was possible for him, to be amorously affected towards so beautiful a woman, knowing and seeing, how earnestly she was solicited by many gracious, gallant, and youthful spirits, aptly silting with her years and desires. Master Albert, perceiving that they had drawn him in among them, only to scoff and make a mockery of him, set a merry countenance on the matter, and honestly thus answered: "Believe me, gentlewoman, speaking to the widowy herself, it should not appear strange to any of wisdom and discretion, that I am amorously inclined, and especially to you, because you are well worthy of it. And although those powers, which naturally appertain to the exercises of love, are bereft and gone from aged people, yet goodwill thereto cannot be taken from him, judgment to know such as deserve to be affected, for, by how much they exceed youth in knowledge and experience, by so much the more hath nature made meet for respect and reverence. The hope which incited me, being aged, to love you, that are affected of so many youthful gallants, grew thus. I have often chanced into divers places, where I have seen ladies and gentlewomen, being disposed to a collation or rare banquet after dinner, to feed on lupins, and young onions or leeks, and although it may be so, yet there is little or no goodness at all in him, yet the heads of him are least hurtful, and most pleasing in the mouth. And you gentlewomen generally, guided by unreasonable appetite, will hold the heads of them in your hands, and feed upon the blades or stalks, which not only are not good for anything, but also are of very bad savour. And what know I, lady, whether among the coys of friends, it may fit your fancy to do high like. For, if you did so, it were no fault of mine to be chosen a few, but thereby were all the rest of your suitors the answered. The widowed gentlewoman, and all the rest in her company, being bashfully ashamed of her own and their folly, presently said: Master Albert, you have both well and worthily chastised our overbold presumption, and believe me, sir, I repute your love and kindness of no mean merit, coming from a man so wise and virtuous, and therefore, mine honor reserved, command my uttermost, as always ready to do you any honest service. Master Albert, arising from his seat, thanking the fair widow for her gentle offer, took leave of her and all the company, and she blushing, as all the rest were therein not much behind her, flunking to check him, became chidden herself, whereby, if we be we, let us all take warning. The sun was now somewhat for declined, and the heat's extremity well worn away, when the tales of the seven ladies and 2 gentlemen were thus finished, whereupon our queen pleasantly said: For this day, fair company, remaineth no wanting more to be done under my regiment, but only to bestow a new queen upon you, who, according to her judgment, must take her turn, and dispose what next is to be done, for continuing our time in honest pleasure, and although the day should endure till dark night, in regard, when some time is taken before, the better preparation may be made for occasions to follow, to the end also, that whatsoever new queny shall please to appoint, may be better fitted for morrow. I am of opinion, that at the same hour as we now cease, the following days shall severally begin. And therefore, in reverence to him that giveth life to all things, and in hope of comfort by our second day, Madam Philomena, a most wise young lady, shall govern as queen this our kingdom. So soon as she had thus spoken, arising from her seat of dignity, and taking the laurel crown from off her own head, she reverently placed it upon Madam Philomena's, she first of all humbly saluting her, and then all the rest, openly confessing her to be their queen, made gracious offer to obey whatsoever she commanded. Philomena, her cheeks delivering a scarlet tincture, to see herself thus honored as their queen, and well remembering the words lately uttered by Madame Pampinea, that dullness or neglect might not be noted in her, took cheerful courage to her, and first of all, she confirmed the officers, which Pampinea had appointed the day before. Then she ordained for the morrow's provision, as also for high supper so near approaching, before Heidi departed away from Hyands, and then dulls began. Lovely companions, although that Madame Pampinea, more in her own courtesy, any matter of merit remaining in me, hath made me your queen, I am not determined, to alter the for me of our intended life, nor to be guided by mine own judgment, but to associate the same with your assistance. And because you may know what I intend to do, and so, consequently, add or diminish at your pleasure, in very few words, you shall plainly understand my meaning. If you have well considered on the course, which least day hath been kept by Madame Pampinea, methinks it hath been very pleasing and commendable, in which regard, until by over tedious continuation, or other occasions of irksome offence, it shall seem injurious, I am of the mind not to alter it. Holding on high order then as we have begun to do, we will depart from hence to recreate ourselves a while, and when the sun towards setting, we will sup in the fresh and open air, afterward, with canzonets and other pastimes, we will outwear the hours till bedtime. Tomorrow morning, in the fresh and gentle breath thereof, we will rise and walk to such places, as every one shall find a fittest for them, even as already this day we have done, until due time shall summon us hih1er again, to continue our discoursive tales, wherein, methinks, consisteth both one pleasure and profit, especially by discreet observation. Very true it is, that some things which Madame Pampinea could not accomplish, by reason of her so small time of authority, I will begin to undergo, to wit, in restraining some matters whereon we are to speak, that better premeditation may pass upon them. For, when respite and a little leisure before them, each discourse will savour of the more formality, and if it might so please you, huts would I the order. As since the beginning of the world, all men have been guided, by fortune, through divers accidents and occasions, so beyond all hope and expectation, the issue and successy been good and successful, and accordingly should every one of our arguments be chosen. The ladies, and high young gentlemen likewise, commended her advice, and promised to imitate it, only Dionysius excepted, when every one was silent, spake thus. Madam, I say as all the rest have done, that the order by you appointed, is most pleasing and worthy to be allowed. But I entreat one special favor for myself, and to have it confirmed to me, so as our company continueth, namely, that I may not be constrained to this law of direction, but to tell my tale at liberty, after mine own mind, and according to the freedom first instituted. And because no one shall imagine, that I urge this grace of you, as being unfurnished of discourses in this kind, I am well contented to be the last in every day's exercise. The Queen, knowing him to be a man full of mirth and matter, began to consider very advisedly, that he would not have moved his request, but only to the end, that if the company grew wearied by any of the tales recounted, he would shut up the day's disport with some mirthful accident. V% therefore willingly, and with consent of all the rest he had his suite granted. So, arising all, they walked to a crystal river, descending down a little hill into a valley, graciously shaded with goodly trees, where washing both their hands and feet, much pretty pleasure passed among Hyam, till supper time drawing near, made them return home to High Palace. Villain supper was ended, and books and instruments being laid before them, the Queen commanded a dance, and that Madame Emilia, assisted by Madame Loretta and Dionysius, should sing a sweet ditty. At which command, Loretta undertook the dance, and let it, Emilia singing the song ensuing. The song so much delight my beauty yields to me, that any other love, to wish, or prove, can never suit itself with my desire. Therein I see, upon good observation, mat sweet content do understanding lens, old or new thoughts cannot in any fashion rob me of that, which mine own soul commends. V% et object, mongst infinites of men, can I never find a to cess my minda, and plaint therein new desire? So much delight, etc. But were it so, the bliss that I would choose, is, by continual sight to comfort me, so rare a presence never to refuse, V% each mortal tongue or hlood, whate'er it be must still conceal, not able to reveal, such a sacred sweet, for none other meet, but hearts enflamed high same desire. So much delight, etc. The song being ended, the chorus whereof was answered by them all, it passed with general applause, and after a few other dances, high night being well run on, the queen gave ending to this first day's recreation. So, lights being brought, they departed to their several lodgings, to take our rest till the next morning. The induction to the second day wherein, all the discourses are under the government of Madame Philomena, concerning such men or women, as, in divers accidents, have been much molested by fortune, and yet afterward, contrary to their hope and expectation, have had a happy and successful deliverance. Already had the bright sun renewed the day everywhere with his splendent beams, and the birds sate merrily singing on the blooming branches, yielding testimony thereof to the ears of all hearers. When the even ladies, and the three gentlemen, after were risen, entered the gardens, and there spent some time in walking, as also making of nosegays and chaplets of flowers. And even as Heidi had done the day before, so did they now follow high same course, for, after they had dined, in a cool and pleasing air they fell to dancing, and then went to sleep a while, from which being awaked, they took their places, according as it pleased the queen to appoint, in the same fair meadow about her. And she, being a goodly creature, and highly pleasing to behold, having put on her crown of laurel, and giving a gracious countenance to the whole company, commanded Madame Nephila her tale should begin this day's delight. V% hereupon she, without returning any excuse or denial, began his manner. The second day, the first novelle wherein is signified, how easy a thing it is, for wicked men to deceive the world, under the shadow and color of miracles, and that such treachery, oftentimes, redoundeth to the harm of the deviser. Martellino, counterfeiting to be lame of his members, caused himself to be set on the body of Saint Origo, where he made shew of his sudden recovery, but when his dissimulation was discovered, he was well beaten, being afterward taken prisoner, and in great danger of being hanged and strangled by the neck, and yet he escaped in the end. Fair ladies, it hath happened many times, that he who striveth to scorn and flout other men, and especially in occasions deserving to be respected, proveth to mock himself the self same matter, yea, and to his no mean danger beside. As you shall perceive by a tale, which I intend to tell you, obeying the command of our Queen, and according to the subject by her enjoined. In which discourse, you may first observe, what great mischance happened to one our citizens, and yet afterward, how, beyond all hope, he happily escaped. Not long since, Hiero lived in the city of Trevers, an alman, or Germain, named Origo, who being a poor man, served as a porter, or burden bearer for money, when any man pleased to employ him. And yet, notwithstanding his poor and mean condition, he was generally reputed to be of good and sanctified life. In which regard, whether it were true or no, I know not, it happened, that when he died, at least as the men of Trevers themselves affirmed, in the very instant hour of his departing, all the bells in the great church of Trevers, not being pulled by the help of any hand, began to ring, which being accounted for a miracle, every one said, that this Arigio had bene, and was a saint. And presently all the people of the city ran to the house where the dead body lay, and carried it, as a sanctified body, into the great church, where people, halt, lame, and blind, or troubled with any other diseases, were brought about it, even as if every one should forthwith be holpen, only by their touching the body. It came to pass, that in so great a concourse of people, as resorted hlifler from all parts, 3 of our citizens went to Trevor's, one of Hyam being named Stechio, the second Martellino, and the third Marquiso, all being men of such condition, as frequented princes' courts, to give them delight by pleasant and counterfeited qualities. None of these men having ever been at Trevor's before, seeing how the people crowded thorough the streets, wondered greatly thereat, but when they knew the reason why the throngs ran on heaps in such sort together, they grew as desirous to see high shrine, as any of the rest. Having ordered all affairs at their lodging, Marquiso said, It is fit for us to see the saint, but I know not how we shall attain thereto, because, as I have heard, the place is guarded by Germain soldiers, and other warlike men, commanded thither by the governor of the city, lest any outrage should be there committed, and beside, the church is so full of people, as we shall never compass to get near. Martellino being also as fersvard in desire to see it, presently replied, All this difficulty cannot dismay me, but I will go to the very body of the saint itself. But how? Quoth Marquiso. I will tell ye, answered Martellino. I purpose to go in the disguise of an impotent lame person, supported on the one side by self, and on the other by Stechio, as if I were not able to walk of myself, and Eucvo thus sustaining me, desiring to come near the saint to cure me, every one will make way, and freely give you leave to go on. This devise was very pleasing to Marquiso and Stechio, so that, without any further delaying, they all 3 left their lodging, and resorting into a secret corner aside, Martellino so writhed and mishapped his hands, fingers, and arms, his legs, mouth, eyes, and whole countenance, that it was a dreadful sight to look upon him, and whosoever beheld him, would verily have imagined, that he was utterly lame of his limbs, and greatly deformed in his body. Marquiso and Stechio, seeing all sorted so well as they could wish, took and led him towards the church, making very piteous moan, and humbly desiring, for God's sake, of every one that they met, to grant them free passage, whereto they charitably condescended. Thus leading him on, crying, Beware there before, and give way for God's sake, they arrived at the body of Saint Arigio, that, by his help, he might be healed. And while all eyes were diligently observing, what miracle would be wrought on Martellino, he having sitten a small space upon the saint's body, and being sufficiently skillful in counterfeiting, began first to extend forth FLLE one of his fingers, next his hand, then his arm, and so, by degrees, the rest of his body. Percentage when the people saw, they made such a wonderful noise in praise of Saint Arigio, even as if it had thundered in the church. Now it chanced by ill fortune, that there a Florentine near to high body, who knew Martellino very perfectly, but appearing so monstrously mishappen, when he was brought into the church, he could take no knowledge of him. But when he saw him stand up and walk, he knew him then to be the man indeed, whereupon he said, How cometh it to pass, that this fellow should be so miraculously cured, that never truly was any way impotent? Certain men of the city hearing these words, entreed into further questioning with him, demanding, how he knew that the man had no such imperfection. Well enough, answered the Florentine, I know him to be as direct in his limbs and body, as you, or any of us all are, but indeed, he knows better how to dissemble counterfeit tricks, than any man else that ever I saw. V%. And they heard thus, they discoursed no further with the Florentine, but pressed on mainly to the place where Martellino stood, crying out aloud, "Lay hold on this traitor, a mocker of God, and his holy saints, that had no laymanessy in his limbs, but to make a mock of our saint and us, came hither in false and counterfeit manner." So laying hands upon him, they threw him against ground, having him by the hair on his head, and tearing the garments from his back, spurning him with their feet, and beating him with their fists, that many were much ashamed to say it. Poor Martellino was in a pitiful case, crying out for mercy, but no man would hear him, for, the more he cried, the more still he did beat him, as meaning to leave no life in him, which Stecchio and Marquiso seeing, considered with themselves, that he were likewise in a desperate case, and therefore, fearing to be as much misused, they cried out among the rest, "Kill the counterfeit knave, lay on load, and spare him not." Nevertheless, they took care how to get him out of the people's hands, as doubting, lest he would kill him indeed, by their extreme violence. Suddenly, Marquiso bethought him how to do it, and proceeded thus. All high sergeants for justice standing at the church door, he ran with all possible speed to the potestate's lieutenant, and said unto him, "Good my lord justice, help me in an hard case. Yonder is a villain that hath cut my purse. I desire he may be brought before you, that I may have my money again." He hearing this, sent for a dozen of the sergeants, who went to apprehend unhappy Martellino, and him from the people's fury, leading him on with them to the palace, no mean crowds thronging after him, when they heard that he was accused to be a cut purse. Now durst he meddle no more with him, but assisted the officers, some of them charging him in like manner, that he had cut purses also. Upon these clamours and complaints, the potestate's lieutenant, being a man of rude quality, him suddenly aside, and examined him of the crimes where wh1 he was charged. But Martellino, as making no account of these accusations, laughed, and returned scoffing answers. V% Erat the judge, waxing much displeased, delivered him over to high Strappado, and by himself, to have him confess the crimes imposed on him, and then to hang him afterward. Let down to the ground, the judge still demanded of him, whether high accusations against him were true, or no. Affirming, that it nothing availed him to deny it, whereupon he thus spake to the judge: "My lord, I am here ready before you, to confess the truth, but I pray you, demand of all them that accuse me, when and where I did cut their purses, and hein I will tell you that, which, as yet, I have not done, others vice I purpose to make you no more answers." "Well," quoth the judge, "thou requirest but reason," and calling divers of the accusers, one of them said, that he lost his purse 8 days before, another said 6, another 4, and some said the very same day. 1% Martellino hearing, replied, "My lord, they all lie in their throats, as I will plainly prove before you. I would to God I had never set foot wh1 in the city, as it is not many hours since my first entrance, and presently after mine arrival, I went, in evil hour I may say for me, to the saint's body, where I was beaten as you may behold it. That all this is true which I say unto you, the Signori officer Hiate keeps your book of presentations, will testify for me, as also high host where I am lodged. V% Therefore good my inard, if you find all no otherwise, then as I have said, I humbly entreat you, that upon these bad men's reports and false informations, I may not be thus tormented, and put in peril of my life. v% matters proceeded in this manner. Marquiso and Stecchio, understanding how roughly the Potestate's lieutenant dealt with Martellino, and that he had already given him the strappado, were in heavy perplexity, saying to themselves, "We have carried Hli's business very badly, redeeming him out of the frying pan, and flinging him into the fire." Whereupon, trudging about from place to place, and meeting at length with their host, they told him truly how all had happened, whereat he could not refrain from laughing. Afterward, he went with them to one Master Alexander Agolant, who dwelt in Trevers, and was in great credite with the city's chief magistrate, to whom he related the whole discourse, all three earnestly entreating him, to commiserate the case of poor Martellino. Master Alexander, after he had laughed heartily at Di's hot of service, went with him to the Lord of Trevers, prevailing so well with him, Dmt he sent to have Martellino brought before him. The messengers that went for him, found him standing in his shirt before the judge, very shrewdly shaken with the strappado, trembling and quaking pitifully. For the judge would not hear anything in his excuse, but hating him, perhaps, because he was a Florentine, flatly determined to have him hanged by the neck, and would not deliver him to the Inaired, until in mere despite he was compelled to do it. The Lord of Trevers, when Martellino came before him, and had acquainted him truly with every particular, Master Alexander requested, that he might be dispatched thence for Florence, because he thought the halter to be about his and that Hiero was no one help but hanging. The Lord, smiling, a long while, at the accident, and causing Martellino to be handsomely apparelled, delivering them also his passe, they escaped out of further danger, and tarried nowhere, till they came unto Florence. The second day, the second novelle, whereby we may learn, that such things as sometimes seem hurtful to us, may turn to our benefit and commodity. D'Este, after he was robbed by thieves, arrived at Chasteau Guillaume, where he was friendly lodged by a fair widow, and recompensed likewise for all his losses, returning afterward safe and well home unto his own house. Much merriment was among high ladies, hearing Hli's tale of Martellino's misfortunes, so familiarly reported by Madame Nephila, and of the men, it was best respected by Philostratus, who sitting nearest unto Nephila, the queen commanded his tale to be the next, when presently he began to speak thus. Gracious ladies, I am to speak of universal occasions, mingled with some misfortunes in part, and partly with matters leaning to love, as many times may happen to such people, that trace the dangerous paths of amorous desires, or have not learned perfectly, to say Julian's pater noster, having good beds of their own, yet casually meet with worser injing. In the time of Azzo, Marquis of Ferrara, there was a merchant named Rinaldo d'Este, who being one day at Bologna, about some especial business of his own, his occasions there ended, and riding from thence towards Verona, he fell in company with one other horseman, seeming to be merchants like himself, but indeed were thieves, men of most bad a life and conversation, yet he having no such mistrust of them, rode on, conferring with them very familiarly. They perceiving him to be a merchant, and likely to have some store of money about him, concluded between themselves to rob him, so soon as they found apt place and opportunity. But because he should conceive no such suspicion, they rode on like modest men, talking honestly and friendly with him, of good parts and disposition appearing in him, offering him all humble and gracious service, accounting high themselves happy by his company, as he returned the same courtesy to them, because he was alone, and but one servant. With falling from one discourse to another, they began to talk of such prayers, as men, in journey, used to salute God withal, and one of the thieves, they being 3 in number, spake thus to Rinaldo: Sir, let it be no offence to you, HMT I desire to know, What prayer you most use when thus you travel on the way? Nmerto Ronaldo replied in this manner. To tell you true sir, I am a man gh in such divine matters, as meddling more with gross in merchandise, than I do with nevertheless, at all times when I am thus in journey, in the morning before I depart my chamber, I say a Pater Noster, and an Ave Maria for the souls of High Father and Mother of Saint Julian, and after that, I pray God and S. Julian to send me a good lodging at night. And let me tell you sir, that very oftentimes heretofore, I have met with many great dangers upon the way, from all which I still escaped, and evermore, when night drew on, I came to an exceeding good lodging. Vivinuca makes me firmely believe, that Saint Julian, in honor of whom I speak it, begged of God such great grace for me, and methinks, that if any day I should fail of this prayer in the morning, I cannot travail securely, nor come to a good lodging. No doubt then sir, quoth the other, but you have said that prayer this morning? I would be sorry else, said Ronaldo, such an especial matter is not to be neglected. He and the rest, who had already determined how to handle him before they parted, said within themselves, Thou hast said prayer, for when we have thy money, Saint Julian, and thou shift for thy lodging. Afterward, the same man thus again conferred with him. As you sir, so I have written many journeys, and yet I never used any such prayer, although I have heard it very much commended, and my lodging hath proved never the worser. Perhaps this very night will therein resolve us both, whether of us Tivo shall be the best lodged, you that have said the prayer, or I hiate never used it at all. But I must not deny, DMT instead thereof, I have made use of some verses, as Dirapisti, or the Intemerata, or De Profundis, which are, as my grandmother hath often told me, of very great virtue and efficacy. Continuing thus in talk of divers things, winning way, and beguiling the time, still waiting when our purpose should sort to effect, it fortuned, that thieves seeing they were come near to a town, called Chasteau Guillaume, by the ford of a river, the hour somewhat late, the place solitary, and thickly shaded with trees, they made their assault, and having robbed him, left him there on foot, stripped into his shirt, saying to him, Go now and say, whether thy Saint Julian will allow thee this night a good lodging, or no, for our own we are sufficiently provided. So passing the river, away they rode. Ronaldo's servant, seeing his master so sharply assailed, like a wicked villain, would not assist him in any sort, but giving his horse the spurs, never left galloping, until he came to Chasteau Guillaume, where he entreated upon the point of night, providing himself of a lodging, but not caring what became of his master. Ronaldo remaining there in his shirt, barefoot and bare-legged, the extremely colda, and snowing incessantly, not knowing what to do, dark night drawing on, and looking round about him, for some place where to abide that night, to the end he might not die with colda, he found no help at all there for him, in regard that, no long while before, the late war had burnt and wasted all, and not so much as the least cottage left. Compelled by the cold's violence, his teeth quaking, and all his body trembling, he trotted on towards Chasteau Guillaume, not knowing, his man was gone thither or no, or to what place else, but persuaded himself, that if he could get entrance, there was no fear of finding succour. But before he came within half a mile of High Town, the night grew extremely dark, and arriving there so late, he found the gates fast locked, and the bridges drawn up, so hiate no entrance might be admitted. Grieving greatly hereat, and being much discomforted, ruefully he went spying about the walls, for some place wherein to shroud himself, at least, to keep the snow from falling upon him. By good hap, he espied an house upon the wall of the town, which had a terrace jutting out as a penthouse, under which he purposed to stand all the night, and then to get him gone in the morning. At length, he found a door in the wall, but very fast shut, and some small store of straw lying by it, which he gathered together, and sitting down thereon very pensively, made many sad complaints to Saint Julian, saying, this was not according to the trust he reposed in her. But Saint Julian, taking compassion upon him, without any over-long tarrying, provided him of a good lodging, as you shall hear how. In this town of Chasteau Guillaume, lived a young lady, who was a widow, so beautiful and comely of her person, as seldom was seen a more lovely creature. The Marquis Aetso most dearly affected her, and, as his choicest jewel of delight, gave her that house to live in, under the terrace whereof poor Rinaldo made his shelter. It chanced day before, that the Marquis was come hither, according to his frequent custom, to wear away that night in her company, she having secretly prepared a bath for him, and a costly supper beside. All things being ready, and nothing wanting but the Marquis his presence, suddenly a post brought him such letters, which commanded him instantly to horseback, and word he sent to the lady, to spare him for that night, because urgent occasions called him thence, and he away immediately. Much discontented was the lady at this unexpected accident, and not knowing now how to spend the time, resolved to use the bath which she had made for the Marquis, and, after supper, betake herself to rest, and so she entreed into the bath. Close to the door where poor Rinaldo sate, stood the one, by which means, she being therein, heard all his quivering moans, and complaints, seeming to be such, as the swan singing before her death, whereupon, she called her chambermaid, saying to her, "Gee up above, and look over the terrace on the wall down to his door, and see who is there, and what he doth." The chambermaid went up aloft, and by a little glimmering in the air, she saw a man sitting in his shirt, bare on feet and legs, trembling in manner before rehearsed. She demanding of whence, and what he was, Rinaldo's teeth so trembled in his head, as very hardly could he for me any words, but, so well as he could, told her what he was, and how he came hither, most pitifully entreating her, that if she could afford him any help, not to suffer him to starve there to death with cold. The chambermaid, being much moved to compassion, returned to her lady, and told her all, she likewise pitying his distress, and remembering she had the key of that door, whereby the Marquis both entreed and returned, when he intended not to be seen of any, said to her maid, "Go, and open the door softly for him, we have a good supper, and none to help to eat it, and if he be a man likely, we can allow him one night's lodging too." The chambermaid, commending her lady for this charitable kindness, opened the door, and seeing he appeared as half frozen, she said unto him, "Make haste, man, get thee into his bath, which yet is good and warm, for my lady herself came but newly out of it." Myrto very gladly he condescended, as not tarrying to be bidden vice, finding himself so singularly comforted with the heat thereof, even as if he had been restored from death to life. Then high lady sent him garments, which lately were her deceased husband's, and fitted him so aptly in all respects, as if purposely they had been made for him. Attending in further expectation, to know what else the lady would command him, he began to remember God and Saint Julian, heartily thanking her, for delivering him from so bad a night as was threatened towards him, and bringing him to so good entertainment. After all this, the lady causing a fair fire to be made in the nearest chamber beneath, went and sate by it herself, demanding how the honest man fared. "Madam," answered the chambermaid, "now that he is in your deceased lord's garments, he to be a very goodly gentleman, and, questionless, is of respective birth and breeding, well deserving this gracious favor which you have afforded him." Go then, quoth the lady, and conduct him hither, to sit by this fire, and sup here with me, for I fear he hath had but a sorry supper. Vyman Rinaldo was entrayed into the chamber, and beheld her to be such a beautiful lady, accounting his fortune to exceed all comparison, he did her most humble reverence, expressing so much thankfulness as possibly he could, for this her extraordinary grace and favor. The lady fixing a steadfast eye upon him, well liking his gentle language and behavior, perceiving also, how fitly her deceased husband's apparel was formed to his person, and resembling him in all familiar respects, he appeared, in her judgment, for beyond the chambermaid's commendations of him, so praying him to sit down by her before the fire, she questioned with him, concerning this unhappy night's accident befallen him, wherein he fully resolved her, and she was high more persuaded, by reason of his servants coming into the town before night, assuring him, that he should be found for him early in high morning. Supper being served into the table, and he seated according high lady commanded, she began to observe him very considerately, for he was a goodly man, complete in all perfection of person, a delicate pleasing countenance, a quick alluring eye, fixed and constant, not wantonly gadding, in the jovial youthfulness of his time, and truest temper for amorous apprehension. All these were as battering engines against a bulwark of no strong resistance, and wrought strangely upon her flexible affections. And though she fed heartily, as occasion constrained, yet her thoughts had entertained a new kind of diet, digested only by the eye, yet so cunningly concealed, that no motive to immodesty could be discerned. Her mercy thus extended to him in misery, drew on, by table discourse, his birth, education, parents, friends, and allies, his wealthy possessions by merchandise, and a sound stability in his estate, but above all, and best of all, the single and sole condition of a bachelor, an apt and easy steel to strike fire, especially upon such quick-taking tinder, and in a time favored by fortune. No embarment remained, but remembrance of high Marchese, and Hyate being son-woman to her more advised consideration, her youth and beauty stood up as conscious accusers, for blemishing her honor and fair repute, with lewd and luxurious life, far unfit for a lady of her degree, and well worthy of general condemnation. V percent et should I for here say. Upon a short conference with her chambermaid, repentance for sin past, and solemn promise of a constant conversion, thus she delivered her minded to Rinaldo. Sir, as you have related your fortunes to me, by this your casual happening hither, if you can like the motion so well as she that makes it, my deceased lord and husband living so perfectly in your person, this house, and all mine is yours, and of a widow I will become your wife, except, unmanly, you deny me. Rinaldo hearing his words, and proceeding from a lady of such absolute perfections, presuming upon so proud an offer, and condemning himself of folly if he should refuse it, thus replied. Madam, considering that I stand bound for ever hereafter, to confess that you are the gracious preserver of my life, and I no way able to return requital, if you please so to shadow mine insufficiency, and to accept me and my fairest fortunes to do you service, let me die before a thought of denial, or any way to yield you the least discontentment. Here wanted but a priest to join their hands, as mutual affection already had done their hearts, which being sealed with infinite kisses, the chambermaid called up Friar Roger her confessor, and wedding and bedding were both effected before the bright morning. In brief, the Marquis having heard of the marriage, did not mislike it, but confirmed it by great and honorable gifts, and having sent for his dishonest servant, he dispatched him, after sound reprehension, to Ferrara, with letters to Rinaldi's and friends, of all the accidents that had befallen him. Moreover, very same morning, the 3 thieves that had robbed, and so ill intreated Ronaldo, for another fact by them the same night commit, were taken and brought to the town of Chasteau Guillaume, where they were hanged for their offences, and Ronaldo with his wife rode to Ferrara. The second day, the third novelle, wherein is declared the dangers of prodigality, and the manifold mutabilities of fortune. Three young gentlemen, being brethren, and having spent all their lands and possessions vainly, became poor. A nephew of Hiers, falling almost into as desperate a condition, became acquainted with an abbot, whom he afterward found to be the King of England's daughter, and made him her husband in marriage, recompensing all his uncle's losses, and seating them again in good estate. The fortunes of Ronaldo d'Este, being heard by the ladies and gentlemen, they admired his happiness, and commended his devotion to Saint Julian, who, in such extreme necessity sent him so good succour. Nor was the lady to be blamed, for leaving base liberty, and converting to the chaste embraces of the marriage bed, the dignity of women's honor, and eternal disgrace living wise. V% thus they descanted on the happy night between her and Ronaldo, Madame Pampinea sitting next to Philostratus, considering, that her discourse must follow in order, and thinking on what she was to say. The queen had no sooner sent out her command, but she being no less fair than forward, began in these manner. Ladies of great respect, the more we confer on the accidents of fortune, so much the more remaineth to consider on her mutabilities, wherein there is no need of wonder, if discreetly we observe all such things as we fondly term to be our own, are in her power, and so, consequently, change from one to another, without any stay or arrest, according to her concealed judgment, or settled order, at least, that can be known to us. Now, although these things appear thus daily to us, even apparently in all occasions, and as hath been discerned by some of our precedent discourses, yet notwithstanding, seeing it pleaseth the Queen, our arguments should aim at these ends. I will add to the former tales another of my own, perhaps not unprofitable for the hearers, nor unpleasing in observation. Some time heretofore, there dwelt in our city, a knight named Signor Theobaldo, who, according as some report, issued from the family of Lombardy, but others derive him of the Agolanti, guiding, perhaps, their opinion herein, more from the train of children, belonging to the said Theobaldo, ever more equal to that of the Agolanti, than any other matter else. But setting aside from Wyckoff these Tivo houses, he came, I say, that in his time he was a very wealthy knight, and had three sons, the first being named Lamberto, the second Theobaldo, and the third Agolantu, all goodly and graceful youths. Howbeit, the eldest had not complete 18 years, when Signor Theobaldo the father deceased, who left them all his goods and inheritances. And they, seeing rich in ready moneys and revenues, without any other government than their own voluntary disposition, kept no restraint upon their expenses, but maintained many servants, and store of unvaluable horses, beside hawks and hounds, one open house for all comers, and not only all delights else fit for gentlemen, but what vanities beside best agreed with their wanton and youthful appetites. Not long had he run on this race, but the treasures left them by our father, began greatly to diminish, and their revenues sufficed not, to support such lavish expenses as they had begun, but they fell to engaging and pawning their inheritances, selling one today, and another tomorrow, so that they saw themselves quickly come to nothing, and then poverty opened their eyes, which prodigality had before closed up. Hereupon, Lamberto, on a day, calling his brethren to him, shewed them what the honors of our father had been, to what height his wealth amounted, and now to what an abbey of poverty it was found, only through their inordinate expenses. Therefore he counselled them, as best he could, before further misery insulted over them, to make sale of high small remainder that was left, and then to betake high themselves unto some other abiding, where fairer fortune might chance to shine upon them. This advice prevailed with them, and so, without taking leave of any body, or other solemnity than closest secrecy, departed from Florence, not tarrying in any place until they were arrived in England. Coming to the city of London, and taking there a small house upon yearly rent, living on so little charge as possibly might be, they began to lend out money at use, wherein fortune was so favorable to them, that, in few years, they had gathered a great sum of money, by means whereof it came to pass, that while one of them, and afterward another, returned back again to Florence, where, with close summas, a great part of their inheritances were redeemed, and many other bought beside. Linking themselves in marriage, and yet continuing their assances in England, Heidi sent a nephew of theirs Huffler, named Alessandro, a young man, and of fair demeanor, to maintain their stock in employment, while they three remained still in Florence, and growing forgetful of their former misery, fell again into as unreasonable expenses as ever, never respecting their household charges, because had good credite among the merchants, and high moneys still sent from Alessandro, supporting their expenses divers years. The dealings of Alessandro in England grew very great, for he lent out much money to many gentlemen, lords, and barons of the land, upon engagement of their manors, castles, and other revenues, from whence he derived immeasurable benefit. VV% le high three brethren held on in their lavish expenses, borrowing monies when they wanted until their supplies came from England, whereon, indeed, was their only dependence. It fortuned, that, contrary to the opinion of all men, war happened between the King of England, and one of his sons, which occasioned much trouble in high whole country, by taking part on either side, some with the son, and other with the father. In regard whereof, those castles and places pawned to Alessandro, were so dainly seized from him, nothing then remaining, that turned him any profit. But living in hope day by day, that peace would be concluded between the father and the son, he never doubted, but all things then should be restored to him, both the principal and interest, and he would not depart out of the country. The three brethren at Florence, bounding within no limites their disordered spending, borrowed daily more and more. And after some few years, the creditors seeing no effect of their hopes to come from all credit being lost with them, and no repayment of promised dues, they were imprisoned, their laundess and all they had, not sufficing to pay the moiety of debts, but their bodies remained in prison for the rest, their wives and young children being sent thence, some to one village, some to another, so that no one now was to be expected, but poverty and misery of life forever. As for honest Alessandro, who had awaited long time for peace in England, perceiving there was no likelihood of it, and considering also, that, beside his tarrying there in vain to recover his dues, he was in danger of his life, without any further deferring, he set away for Italy. It came to pass, that as he issued forth of Bruges, he saw a young abbot also journeying thence, being clothed in white, accompanied with divers monkeys, and a great train before, conducting needful carriage. Two ancient knights, kinsmen to the king, followed after, with whom Alessandro acquainted himself, as having formerly known them, and was kindly accepted into their company. Alessandro riding along with them, courteously requested to know, what DWSE monks were that rode before, and such a train attending on them. V% heir to one of high knights Duts answered. He that rideth before, is a young gentleman, and our kinsman, who is newly elected abbot of one of the best abbeys in England, and because he is more young in years, than the decrees for such a dignity do allow, we travail with him to Rome, to entreat our Holy Father, that his youth may be dispensed with and he confirmed in the said dignity, but he is not to speak a word to any person. On rode this new abbot, sometimes before his train, and other whiles after, as we see great lords used to do, when they ride upon the highways. It chanced on a day, that Alessandro rode somewhat near to the abbot, who steadfastly beholding him, perceived that he was a very comely young man, so affable, lovely, and gracious, that even in his first encounter, he had never seen any man before that better pleased him. Calling him a little closer, he began to confer familiarly with him, demanding what he was, whence he came, and whither he travelled. Alessandro imparted freely to him all his affairs, in everything satisfying his demands, and offering, Alh10 his power was small, to day him all the service he could. V% and the abbot had heard his gentle answers, so wisely and discreetly delivered, considering also, more particularly, his commendable carriage, he took him to be, at the least, a well-born gentleman, and far differing from his own logger-headed train. V% therefore, taking compassion on his great misfortunes, he comforted him very kindly, wishing him to live always in good hope. For, if he were virtuous and honest, he should surely attain to FLLE seat from whence fortune had thrown him, or Ra 1 much higher. Intr eating him also, that seeing he journeyed towards Tuscany, as he himself did the like, to continue still, if he pleased, in his company. Alessandro most humbly thanked him for such gracious comfort, protesting, that he would be always ready to do whatsoever he commanded. The abbot riding on, with newer crotchets in his brain than he had before the sight of Alessandro, it fortuned, that after divers days of travail, they came to a small country village, which offered a little store of lodging, and yet high abbot would needs lie there. Alessandro, being well acquainted with the hosta of the house, willed him to provide for the abbot and his people, and then to lodge him where he thought it meetest. Now before the abbot's coming thither, Harbanger that marshalled all such matters, had provided for his train in the village, some in one place, and others elsewhere, in the best manner that the town could yield it. But when the abbot had supped, a great part of the night being spent, and every one else at his rest, Alessandro demanded of the hosta, what provision he had made for him, and how he should be lodged that night. In good sadness, sir, quoth the host, you see my house is full of guests, so that I and my people, must gladly sleep on the tables and benches. Nevertheless, next adjoining to my lord abbot's chamber, there are certain corn lofts, whether I can closely bring you, and making shift there with a slender pallet bed, it may serve for one night, instead of a better. But mine host, quoth Alessandro, how can I pass through my lord's chamber, which is so little, as it would not allow lodging for any of his monkeys? If I had remembered so much, said the host, before the curtains were drawn, I could have lodged his monkeys in the corn lofts, and then bow one you and I might have slept where now hie do. But fear you not, my lord's curtains are close drawn, he, no doubt, soundly, and I can convey you quietly enough, without the least disturbance to him, and a pallet bed shall be fitted there for you. Alessandro perceiving that all this might be easily done, and no disease offered to the abbot, accepted it willingly, and went thither without any noise at all. My lord abbot, whose thoughts were so busied about amorous desires, ate no sleep at all could enter his eyes, heard all this talk between the host and Alessandro, and also where he was appointed to lodge, he said thus within himself. Seeing fortune hath fitted me with a propitious time, to compass high happiness of my heart's desire, I know no reason why I should refuse it. Perhaps, I shall never have the like offer again, or ever be enabled wih one such an opportunity. So, being fully determined to prosecute his intention, and persuading himself also, that the silence of the night had bestowed sleep on all the rest, with a low and trembling voice, he called Alessandro, advising him to come and lie down by him, which, after some few faint excuses, he did, and putting off his clothes, lay down by the abbot, being not a little proud of so gracious a favor. The abbot, laying his arm over the O1er's body, began to embrace and hug him, even as amorous friends, provoked by earnest affection, used to do. V% erat Alessandro very much mervailing, and being an Italian himself, fearing lest this folly in the abbot, would convert to foul and dishonest action, shrunk modestly from him. VV% ch the abbot perceiving, and doubting lest Alessandro would depart and leave him, pleasantly smiling, and with bashful behavior baring his stomach, he took Alessandro's hand, and laying it thereon, said, Alessandro, let all bad thoughts of bestial abuse be far off from thee, and feel here, to resolve thee from all such fear. Alessandro, feeling the abbot's breast, found Tivo pretty little mountains, round, plump, and appearing as if they had been of polished ivory, whereby he perceived, that the abbot was a woman, which, setting an edge on his youthful desires, made him fall to embracing, and immediately he offered to kiss her, but she somewhat rudely repulsing him, as half offended, said, Alessandro, forbear such boldness, upon thy life's peril, and before thou further presume to touch me, understand what I shall tell thee. I am, as thou perceivest, no man, but a woman, and departing a virgin from my father's house, am travelling towards High Pope's holiness, to the end that he should bestow me in marriage. But the other day, when first I beheld thee, whether it proceeded from thy happiness in fortune, or the fatal hour of my own infelicity forever, I know not, I conceived such an effectual kind of liking towards thee, as never did woman love a man more truly. I do thee, having sworn my soul to make he my husband before any other, and if thou wilt not accept me as thy wife, set a lake upon lips concerning what thou hast heard, and depart hence to thine own bed again. No doubt, but that these were strange news to Alessandro, and seemed merely as a miracle to him. Ivy hat she was, he knew not, but in regard of her train and company, he reputed her to be both noble and rich, as also she was wonderful fair and beautiful. His own fortune stood out of future expectation by his kinsmen's overthrow, and his great losses in England, wherefore, upon an opportunity so fairly offered, he held it no wise dome to return refusal, but accepted her gracious motion, and referred all to her disposing. She, arising out of her bed, called him to a little table standing by, where hung a fair crucifix upon the wall, before which, and calling him to witness how he had suffered such bitter and cruel torments on his cross, putting a ring upon his finger, there she faithfully espoused him, refusing all the world, to be only his, which being on either side confirmed solemnly, by an holy vow, and chaste kisses, she commanded him back to his chamber, and she returned to her bed again, sufficiently satisfied with her love's acceptation, and so they journeyed until they came to Rome. V% and they had rested themselves there for some few days, the supposed abbot, with high knights, and none else in company but Alessandro, went before the Pope, and having done him such reverence as beseemed, the abbot began to speak in this manner. Holy Fag1er, as you know much better than any other, every one hight desire to live well and virtuously, ought to shun, so far as in them lieth, all occasions that may induce to the contract are to high end. Therefore, that I, who desire nothing more, than to live within the compass of a virtuous conversation, may perfect my hopes in his behalf, I have fled from my court, and am come in this habit as USA, to crave Florine your holy and fatherly furtherance. I am daughter to the King of England, and have sufficiently furnished myself with some of his treasures. Dmt your holiness may bestow me in marriage, because mine unkind father, never regarding my and beauty, inferior to few in my native country, would marry me to the King of North Wales, an aged, impotent, and sickly man. Yet let me tell your sanctity, that his age and weakness hath not so much occasioned my right, as fear of mine own youth and frailty, when being married to him, instead of loyal and unstained life, lewd and dishonest desires might make me to wander, by breaking the divine laws of and abusing the royal blood of my father. As I travailed with this virtuous intention, our Lord, who only knoweth perfectly, what is best fitting for all his creatures, presented mine eyes, no doubt in his mere mercy and goodness, which one a man meet to be my husband, which, pointing to Alessandro, is this young gentleman standing by me, whose honest, virtuous, and civil demeanor, deserveth a lady of far greater worth, although, perhaps, nobility in blood be denied him, and may make him seem not so excellent, as one derived from royal descent. Holy and religious vows have passed between us both, and the ring on his finger, is the firme pledge of my faith and constancy, yea, never to accept any other man in marriage, but him only, Alh10 my father, or any else they dislike it. I present therefore, Holy Father, the principal cause of my coming hih1er, being already effectually concluded on, I desire to complete the rest of my pilgrimage, by visiting the sanctified places in the city, whereof there are great plenty, and also, that sacred marriage, being contracted in high presence of God only, between Alessandro and myself, may by you be publicly confirmed, and in an open congregation. For, seeing God hath so appointed it, and our souls have so solemnly vowed it, that no disaster whatsoever can alter it, you being God's vicar here on earth, I hope will not gainsay, but confirm it with your fatherly benediction, that SV may live in God's fear, and die in his favor. Persuade yourselves, fair ladies, that Alessandro was in no mean admiration, when he heard, that his wife was daughter to High King of England. Unspeakable joy, questionless, wholly overcame him, but the two knights were not a little troubled and offended, at such a strange and unexpected accident, yea, so violent were their passions, that had they been anywhere else, hine in the Pope's presence, Alessandro had felt their fury, and, perhaps, the princess herself too. On the other side, the Pope was much amazed at the habit she went disguised in, and likewise at the election of her husband, but, perceiving there was no resistance to be made against it, he yielded the more willingly to satisfy her desire. And therefore, having first comforted the Tivo knights, and made peace between him, the princess, and Alessandro, he gave order for the rest that was to be done. Vpercent an appointed day for the solemnity was come, he caused high princess, clothed in most rich and royal garments, to appear before all the cardinals, and many other great persons then in presence, who were come to worthy feast, which he had caused purposely to be prepared, where she seemed so fair and goodly a lady, that every eye was highly delighted to behold, commending her with no mean admiration. In like manner was Alessandro greatly honored by the Hvo knights, being most sumptuous in appearance, and not like a man that had lent money to usury, but rather of very royal quality, the Pope himself celebrating the marriage between them, which being finished, with the most magnificent pompa that could be devised, he gave him his benediction, and licensed their departure thence. Alessandro, his princess and her train thus leaving Rome, they would needs visit Florence, where the news of this accident was long before noised, and they received by the citizens in royal manner. There did she deliver the three brethren out of prison, having first paid all their debts, and receipted them again, with Lea_our wives, in their former inheritances and possessions. Afterward, departing from Florence, and Agolan too, one of the uncles travailing with them to Paris, they were there also most honorably entertained by the King of France. From whence the Thibault knights went before for England, and prevailed so successfully with King, that he received his daughter into grace and favour, as also his son-in-law her husband, to whom he gave the order of knighthood, and, for his greater dignity, created him Earl of Cornwall. And such was the noble spirit of Alessandro, that he pacified the troubles between the king and his son, whereon ensued great comfort to the kingdom, winning the love and favour of all the people, and Agolan too, by the means of Alessandro, recovered all that was due to him and his brethren in England, returning richly home to Florence, Count Alessandro, his kinsman, having first dubbed him knight. Long time he lived in peace and tranquillity, with the fair princess his wife, proving to be so absolute in wisdom, and so famous a soldier, that, as some report, by assistance of his fag-one-in-law, he conquered the realm of Ireland, and was crowned king thereof. The second day, the fourth novelle, whereby may be discerned, into how many dangers a man may fall, through a covetous desire to enrich himself. Landolfo Ruffolo, falling into poverty, became a pirate on the seas, and being taken by the Genoese, hardly escaped drowning, ch yet, nevertheless, he did, upon a little chest or coffer, full of very rich jewels, being carried higher on to Corfu, where he was well entertained by a good woman, and afterward, returned richly home to his own house. Madame Loretta, sitting next to Madame Pampinea, and seeing how triumphantly she had finished her discourse, without attending anything else, spake thus: "Gracious ladies, we shall never behold, in mine opinion, a greater act of fortune, than to see a man so suddenly exalted, even from the lowest depth of poverty, to a royal estate of dignity, as the discourse of Madame Pampinea hath made good, by the happy advancement of Alessandro. And because it appeareth necessary, that whosoever discourseth on the subproposed, should no way vary from the very same terms, I shall not shame to tell a tale, which, though it contain far greater mishaps than the former, may soar to as happy an issue, albeit not so noble and magnificent. In which respect, it may, perhaps, merit high less attention, but howsoever that fault shall be found in you, I mean to discharge mine own duty. Opinion ha one made it famous for long time, that the sea coast of Rhegium to Gaeta, is the onely delectable part of all Italy, wherein, somewhat near to Salerno, is a shore looking upon the sea, which high inhabitants there dwelling, do call the coast of Malfi, full of small towns, gardens, springs, and wealthy men, trading many kinds of merchandises, as any other people hight I know. Among which towns, there is one, named Ravello, wherein, as yet to this day there are rich people, was, not long since, a very wealthy man, named Landolfo Ruffolo, who being not contented with his riches, but coveting to multiply him double and treble, fell in danger, to lose both himself and wealth together. This man, as other merchants are wont to do, after he had considered on his affairs, bought him a very goodly ship, lading it one divers sorts of merchandises, all belonging to himself only, and making his voyage to the Isle of Cyprus. ere he found, over and beside the merchandises he had brought many ships more there arrived, and all laden with high same commodities, in regard whereof, it was needful for him, not only to make a good mart of his but also was further constrained, if he meant to vend his commodities, to sell them away, almost, for nothing, endangering his utter destruction and overthrow. Hereupon, grieving exceedingly at so great a loss, not knowing what to do, and seeing, that from very abundant wealth, he was likely to fall into as low poverty, he resolved to die, or to recompense his losses upon others, because he would not return home poor, having departed thence so rich. Meeting with a merchant, that bought his great ship of him, high money made high reef, and also his other merchandises, he purchased another, being a lighter vessel, apt and proper for the use of a pirate, arming and furnishing it in ample manner, for roving and robbing upon the seas. Thus he began to make other men's goods his own, especially from the Turks he took much wealth, fortune being always therein so favorable to him, flat he could never compass the like by trading. So dmt, the space of 1 year, he had robbed and taken so many galleys from the Turk, that he found himself well recovered, not only of all his losses by merchandise, but likewise his wealth was wholly redoubled. Finding his losses to be very liberally requited, and having now sufficient, it were folly to hazard a second fall, wherefore, conferring with his own thoughts, and finding that he had enough, and needed not to covet after more, he fully concluded, now to return home to his own house again, and live upon his thus gotten. Continuing still in fear of the losses he had sustained by traffic, and minding never more to employ his money that way, but to keep this light vessel, which had holpen him to all his wealth, he commanded his men to put forth their oars, and shape their course for his own dwelling. Being aloft in the higher seas, dark night overtaking them, and a mighty wind suddenly coming upon them, it not only was contrary to their course, but held on wih one such impetuous violence, hight the small vessel, being unable to endure it, made to landward speedily, and in expectation of a more friendly wind, entrade a little port of high sea, directing up into a small island, and there safely shall tread itself. Into the same port which Landolfo had thus taken for his refuge, entrade after, 50 great carracks of Genoese, lately come from Constantinople. Villain the men in had espied the small bark, and locked up her passage from getting forth, understanding the owner's name, and that report had famed him to be very rich, they determined, as men ever more addicted naturally, to covet after money and spoil, to make it their own as a prize at sea. Landing some store of their men, well armed with crossbows and weapons, took possession of such a place, where none durst issue forth of the small bark, but endangered his life with their darts and arrows. Entering aboard the bark, and making it their own by full possession, all men they hire overboard, without sparing any but Landolfo himself, whom he mounted into one of carracks, leaving him noddling but a poor shirt of mail on his back, and having rifled the bark of all her riches, sunk it into the bottom of the sea. The day following, the rough winds being calmed, the carracks set sail again, having a prosperous passage all the day long, but upon the entrance of dark night, the winds blew more tempestuously than before, and swelled the sea in such rude storms, that the carracks were sundered each from other, and by violence of the tempest it came to pass, that the carrack wherein lay poor miserable Landolfo, beneath the Isle of Cephalonia, ran against a ruk, and even as a glass against a wall, so split the carrack in pieces, the goods and merchandise floating on the sea, chests, coffers, beds, and such like other things, as often happeneth in such lamentable accidents. Now, notwithstanding the night's obscurity, and impetuous violence of the billows, such as could swimmy, made shift to save our lives by swinunning. Others caught hold on such things, as by fortune's favor, floated nearest to them, among whom, distressed Landolfo, desirous to save his life, if possibly it might be, espied a chest or coffer before him, ordained, no doubt, to be the means of his safety from drowning. Now although the day before, he had wished for death infinite times, than to return home in such wretched poverty, yet, seeing how other men strove for safety of Lea underscore our lives by any help, were it never so little, B took advantage of this favor offered him, and the rather in a necessity so urgent. Keeping fast upon the coffer so well as he could, and being driven by the winds and waves, one while this way, and anon quite contrary, he made shift for himself till day appeared, when looking every way about him, seeing nothing but clouds, the seas and the coffer, which one while shrunk from under him, and another while supported him, according as the winds and billows carried it, all that day and night thus he floated up and down, drinking more than willingly he would, but almost hunger. Starved thorough want of footing. The next morning, either by high appointment of heaven or power of the winds, Landolfo, who was, well near, become a sponge, holding his arm strongly about the chest, as we have any some doe, who, dreading drowning, take hold on any the very smallest help, drew near unto the shore of the Nand Corfu, where, by good fortune, a poor woman was scouring dishes with the salt water and sand, to make them, housewife-like, neat and clean. And she saw the chest drawing near her, and not discerning high shape of any man, she grew fearful, and retiring from it, cried out aloud. He had no power of speaking to her, neither did his sight do him the smallest service, but even as the waves and winds pleased, the chest was driven still nearer to the land, and then the woman perceived that it had the form of a ophir, and looking more advisedly, beheld two arms extended over it, and afterward, she espied the face of a man, not being able to judge, whether he were alive, or no. Moved by charitable and womanly compassion, she stepped in among the billows, and getting fast hold on the hair of his head, drew both the chest and him to the land, and calling forth her daughters to help her, much ado she unfolded his arms from chest, setting it up on her daughter's head, and then between them, Landolfo was led into the town, and there conveyed into a warm stove, where quickly he recovered by her pains, his strength benumbed with extreme cold. Wines and comfortable broths she cherished him wih all, his senses being indifferently restored, he knew the place where he was, but not in what manner he was brought thither, till high good woman shewed him the coffer that had kept him floating upon the waves, and, next under God, had saved his life. The chest seemed of such slender weight, that nothing of any value could be expected in it, either to the woman's great pains and kindness bestowed on him, or any matter of his own benefit. Nevertheless, high woman being absent, he opened the chest, and found innumerable precious stones therein, some costly and curiously set in gold, and others not fixed in any metal. Having knowledge of their great worth and value, being a merchant, and skilled in such matters, he became much comforted, praising God for his good success, and such an admirable means of deliverance from danger. Then considering withal himself, that, in a short time, he had been twice well buffeted and beaten by fortune, and fearing, lest a third mishap might follow in like manner, he consulted wih his Hluts, how he might safest order the business, and bring so rich a booty, without peril, to his own home. Therefore, wrapping up the jewels in very unsightly colors, that no suspicion at all should be conceived of them, he said to the good woman, that the chest would not do him any further service, but if she pleased to lend him a small sacca or baggie, she might keep the coffer, for in her house it would divers ways stead her. The woman gladly did as he desired, and Landolfo returning her infinite thanks, for the loving kindness she had afforded him, flew owing the sacca on his neck, passed by a bark to Brundisium, and from thence to Tranium, where merchants in the city bestowed good garments on him, he acquainting with his disastrous fortunes, but not a word concerning his last good success. Being come home in safe to Ravello, he fell on his knees, and thanked God for all his mercies towards him. Then opening the sacca, and viewing the jewels at more leisure than formerly he had done, he found them to be of so great estimation, that selling them but at ordinary and reasonable rates, he was 3 times richer, than when he departed first from his house. And having vented them all, he sent a great sum of money to the good woman at Corfu, that had rescued him out of the sea, and saved his life in a danger so dreadful. The like he did to Tranium, to the merchants that had newly clothed him, living richly upon the remainder, and never adventuring more to the sea, but ended his days in wealth and honor. The second day, the Fift Novel comprehending, how needful a thing it is, for a man that travelleth in affairs of the world, to be provident and well advised, and carefully to keep himself from the crafty and deceitful allurements of strumpets. Andrea de Piero, travelling from Paros to Naples to buy horses, was, in the space of one night, surprised by 3 admirable accidents, out of all which he fortunately escaped, and a rich ring, returned home to his own house. The precious stones and jewels found by Landolfo, make me to remember, said Madame Fiammetta, who was next to deliver her discourse, a tale, containing no less perils, than that reported by Madame Loretta, but somewhat different from it, because the one happened in sundry years, and this other had no longer time, than compass of one poor night, as instantly I will relate unto you. As I have heard reported by many, there sometime lived in Perui or Perugia, a young man, named Andrea de Piero, whose profession was to trade about horses, in fle nature of a horse courser, or horse master, who hearing of a good fair or market, for his purpose, at Naples, did put 500 crowns of gold in his purse, and journeyed thither in the company of horse coursers, arriving hire on a Sunday in evening. According to instructions given him by his host, he went the next day into High Horse Market, where he saw very many horses that he liked, cheapening their prices as he went up and down, but could fall to no agreement, yet to manifest that he came purposely to buy, and not as a cheapener only. Oftentimes, like a shallow-brained trader in the world, he shewed his purse of gold before all passengers, never respecting who, or what they were that observed his folly. It came to pass that a young Sicilian wench, very beautiful, but at command of whosoever would, and for small hire, passed then by, and, without his perceiving, seeing such store of gold in his purse, presently she said to herself, why should not all those crowns be mine, when full that owes them, can keep them no closer? And so she went on. With Hle's young wanton there was, at the same time, an old woman, as commonly such stuff is always so attended, seeming to be a Sicilian also, who so soon as she saw Andrea, knew him, and leaving her youthful commodity, ran to him, and embraced him very kindly. V percentage when the younger Lasse perceived, without any she stayed to see what would ensue thereon. Andrea conferring with the old body, and knowing her, but not for any such creature, declared himself very affable to her, she making him promise, that she would come and drinky with him at his lodging. So breaking off further speeches for that time, she returned to her young camerado, and Andrea went about buying his horses, still cheapining good store, but did not buy any all that morning. The punk that had taken notice of Andrea's peri, upon old woman's coming back to her, having formerly studied, how she might get all gold, or the greater part thereof, cunningly questioned with her, what the man was, whence he came, and the occasion of his business there? Wherein she fully informed her particularly, and in as ample manner as himself could have done, that she had long time dwelt in Sicily wih his father, and afterward at Paros, recounting also, at what time she came hence, and the cause which now had drawn him to Naples. The witty young housewife, being thoroughly instructed, concerning the parents and kindred of Andrea, their names, quality, and all other circumstances leading, began to frame the foundation of her purpose thereupon, setting her resolution down constantly. Hyade Hyperi and gold was, already, more than half her own. Being come home to her own house, away she sent high old Pan dress about other business, which might hold her time long enough of employment, and hinder her returning to Andrea according to promise, purposing, not to trust her in this serious piece of service. Calling a young crafty girl to her, whom she had well tutored in the like ambassages, when evening drew on, she sent her to Andrea's lodging, where, by good fortune, she found him sitting alone at the door, and demanding of him, if he knew an honest gentleman lodging there, whose name was Signor Andrea de Piero. He made her answer, that himself was the man. Then taking him aside, she said, "Sir, there is a worthy gentlewoman of the city, Hyade would gladly speak with you, if you please to vouchsafe her much favor." Andrea, hearing such a kind of salutation, and from a gentlewoman, named of worth, began to grow proud in his own imaginations, and to make no mean estimation of himself, as, undoubtedly, that he was an handsome proper man, and of such carriage and perfections, as had attracted the amorous eye of his gentlewoman, and induced her to like and love him beyond all other, Naples not containing a man of better merit. Vimereupon he answered the maid, that he was ready to attend her mistress, desiring to know, when it should be, and where the gentlewoman would speak with him. "So as you please, sir," replied the demoiselle, "for she tarrieth one your coming in her own house." Instantly Andrea, without leaving any direction of his departure in his lodging, or when he intended to return again, said to the girl, "Go before, and I will follow." This little chamber commodity conducted him to her mistress's dwelling, which was in a street named Malpertuis, a title manifesting sufficiently the street's honesty, but he, having no such knowledge thereof, neither suspecting any harm at all, but that he went to a most honest house, and to a gentlewoman of good respect, entreed boldly, the maid going in before, and guiding him up a fair pair of stairs, which he having more half ascended, the cunning young Quiana gave a call to her. "Mistress," saying, "Signor Andrea is come already," whereupon, she appeared at the stairs head, as if she had stayed there purposely to entertain him. She was young, very beautiful, comely of person, and rich in adornments, which Andrea well observing, and seeing her descend 2 or 3 steps, with open arms to embrace him, catching fast hold about his neck, he as a man confounded with admiration, and she contained a cunning kind of silence, even as if she were unable to utter one word, seeming hindered by extremity of joy at his presence, and to make him effectually admire her extraordinary kindness, having tears plenteously at command, intermixed sighs and broken speeches. At last, thus she spake: "Signor Andrea, you are the most welcome friend to me in the world," sealing this salutation with infinite sweet kisses and embraces, whereat, in wonderful amazement, he being strangely transported, replied, "Madam, you honor me beyond all compass of merit." Then, taking him by the hand, she guided him through a goodly hall, into her own chamber, which was delicately embalmed with rose, orange flowers, and all other pleasing smells, and a costly bed in the midst, curtained round about, very artificial pictures beautifying the walls, with many other embellishments, such as those countries are liberally stored wih one all. He being merely a novice in highest kinds of wanton carriages of the world, and free from any base or degenerate conceit, firmly persuaded himself, that, questionless, she was a lady of no mean esteem, and he more than happy, to be thus respected and honored by her. They both being seated on a curious chest at the bed's feet, tears cunningly trickling down her cheeks, and sighs intermeddled with inward sobbings, breathed forth in sad, but very seemly manner, thus she began. I am sure, Andrea, that you greatly marvel at me, in gracing you wih this solemn and kind entertainment, and why I should so melt myself in sighs and tears, at a man that hath no knowledge of me, or perhaps, seldom or never heard any speeches of me, but you shall instantly receive from me matter to augment your greater marvail, meeting here with your own sister, beyond all hope or expectation in either of us both. But seeing heaven hath been so gracious to me, to let me see one of my brethren before I die, though gladly I would have sent them all, which is some addition of comfort to me, and that which, happily, thou hast never heard before, in plain and truest manner, I will reveal unto thee. Piero, my father, and Helene, dwelt long time, as thou canst not choose but to have understood, in Palermo, where, through the bounty, and other gracious good parts remaining in him, he was much renowned, and to this day, is no doubt remembered, by many of his loving friends and well-willers. Among them that most intimately affected Piero, my mother, who was gentlewoman, and at that time a widow, did dearest of all other love him, so that, forgetting the fear of her father, Bredwin, and her own honor, they became so privately acquainted, that I was begotten, and am here now such as ceased me. Afterward, occasions so befalling our father, to abandon Palermo, and return to Paraus, he left my mother and me his little daughter, never after, for aught I could learn, once remembering either her or me, so that, if he had not been my father, I could have much condemned him, in regard of his ingratitude to my mother, and love which he ought to have shown me as his child, being besirn of no chambermaid, neither of a city sinner, albeit I must needs say, that she was blameworthy. Without any further knowledge of him, rived only thereto by most loyal affection, to commit herself, and all the wealth she had, into his hands. But things ill done, and so long time since, are more easily controlled, than amended. Being left so young at Palermo, and growing, well near, to the stature as now you see me, my mother, being wealthy, gave me in marriage to one of the Gargant's family, a gentleman and of great revenues, who in his love to me and my mother, went and dwelt at Palermo, where falling into the Guelphis faction, and making one in enterprise with Charles our king, it came to pass that he were discovered to Friedrich king of Aragon, before their intent could be put in execution, whereupon, we were enforced to fly from Sicily, even when my hope stood fairly, to have been the greatest lady in all the island. Packing up then such few things as we could take with us, few I may well call them, in regard of our wealthy possessions, both in palaces, houses, and lands, all which we were constrained to forego, we made our recourse to the city, where we found King Charles so benigni and gracious to us, recompensing the greater part of our losses, he bestowed lands and houses on us here, beside a continual large pension to my husband your brother-in-law, as hereafter himself shall better acquaint you withal. Thus came I and thus remain here, where I am able to welcome my brother Andrea, thanks more to fortune, than any friendliness in him. With which words she embraced and kissed him many times, sighing and weeping as she did before. Andrea, hearing this fable so artificially delivered, composed from point to point with such likely protestations, without faltering or failing in any one word's utterance, and remembering perfectly for truth, that his father had formerly dwelt at Palermo, knowing also, by some sensible feeling in himself, the custom of young people, who are easily conquered by affection in their youthful heat, seeing beside the tears, trembling speeches, and earnest embracings of this cunning commodity, he took all to be true by her hut spoken, and upon her silence, thus replied: Lady, let it not seem strange to you, that your words have raised marvel in me, because, indeed, I had no knowledge of you, even no more hein as if I had never seen you, never also having heard my speak either of you or your mother, for some considerations best known unto himself, or if at any time he used such language, my youth then, or defective memory since, hath utterly lost it. But truly, it is no little joy and comfort to me, to find a sister here, where I had no such hope or expectation, and where also myself am a mere stranger. For to speak my mind of freely of you, and the perfections gracefully appearing in you, I know not any man of how great repute or quality soever, but you may well beseem his acceptance, much rather hein mine, that am but a mean merchant. But fair sister, I desire to be resolved in one thing, to wit, by what means you had understanding of my being in the city. Whereto readily she returned him this answer. Brother, a poor woman of the city, whom I employ sometimes household occasions, came to me this morning, and, having seen you, told of me, that she dwelt a long while with our father, both at Palermo and Paros. And because I held it much better beseeming my condition, to have you visit me in mine own dwelling, than I to come see you at a common inn, I made the bolder to send for you hither. After which words, in very orderly manner, she inquired of his chiefest kindred and friends, calling him readily by their proper names, according to her former instructions. Vivi here to Andrea still made her answera, confirming higher by his belief of her the more strongly, and crediting whatsoever she said, for better than before. Their conference having long time continued, and the heat of the day being somewhat extraordinary, she called for Greek wine, and banqueting stuff, drinking to Andrea, and he pledging her very contentedly. After which, he would have returned to his lodging, because it drew near supper time, which by no means she would permit, but seeming more than half displeased, she said, Now I plainly perceive, brother, how little account you make of me, considering, you are with your own sister, who, you say, you never saw before, and in her own house, whether you should always resort when you come to the city, and would you now refuse her, to go and sup at a common inn? Believe me, brother, you shall sup with me, for although my husband is now from home, to my no little discontentment, yet you shall find Hyade his wife, can bid you welcome, and make you good cheer beside. Now was Andrea so confounded this extremity of courtesy, that he knew not what to say, but only thus replied. I love you as a sister ought to be loved, and accept of your exceeding kindness, but if I return not to my lodging, I shall wrong mine host and his guests too much, because they will not sup until I come. For that, quoth she, we have a present remedy, one of my servants shall go and give warning, whereby they shall not tarry your communing. Albeit, you might do me a great kindness, to send for your friends to sup with us here, where I assure ye, they shall find that your sister, for your sake, will bid them welcome, and after supper, you may all walk together to your inn. Andrea answered, that he had no such friends there, as should be so burthenous to her, but seeing she urged him so far, he would stay to sup with her, and referred himself solely to her disposition. Ceremonious she was made, of sending a servant to hie in, for not expecting Andrea's presence at supper, though no such matter as performed, but, after divers other discoursings, the table being covered, and variety of costly viands placed thereon, down they sate to feeding, with plenty of curious wines liberally walking about, so that it was dark night before they arose from the table. Andrea hein offering to take his leave, she would, by no means, suffer it, but told him, that Naples was a city of such strict laws and ordinances, as admitted no night-walkers, although they were natives, much less strangers, but punished them with great severity. And therefore, as she had formerly sent word to his inn, Hyade they should not expect his coming to supper, the like had she done concerning his bed, intending to give her brother Andrea one night's lodging, which as easily she could afford him, as she had done a supper. All which this new caught would coke verily crediting, and that he was in company of his own sister Fiordalisa, for so did she cunningly style herself, and in which belief he was merely deluded, he accepted the more gladly her gentle offer, and concluded to stay there all that night. After supper, their conference lasted very long, purposely dilated out in length, dmt a great part of the night might therein be wasted, when, leaving Andrea to his chamber, and a lad to attend, that he should lack nothing, she with her women went to their lodgings, and Huts our brother and supposed sister were parted. The season hind being somewhat hot and sultry, Andrea put off his hose and doublet, and being in his shirt alone, laid them underneath the bed's bolster, as seeming careful of his money. But finding a provocation to the house of office, he demanded of the lad, where he might find it, who shewed him a little door in a corner of the chamber, appointing him to enter there. Safely enough he went in, but chanced to tread upon a board, which was fastened at end to high joints whereon it lay, being a pitfall made of purpose, to entrap any such coxcomb, as would be trained to so base a place of lodging, so that both he and the board fell down together into the draught, yet such being his good fortune, to receive no harm in the fall, although it was of extraordinary height, only high filth of the place, it being over full, had foully mired him. Now for your better understanding the quality of high place, and what ensued thereupon, it is not unnecessary to describe it, according to a common uae, observed in those parts. There was a narrow passage or entry, as often we see reserved befivine tivo houses, for either's benefit to such a needful place, and boards loosely lay upon the joints, which such as were acquainted with could easily avoid any peril in passing to or from high stool. But our so newly created brother, not dreaming to find acquiescence to his sister, receiving so foul a fall into the vault, and knowing not how to help himself, being sorrowful beyond measure, cried out to the boy for light and aid, who intended not to give him any. For high crafty wag, a meet attendant for so honest a mistressy, no sooner heard him to be fallen, but presently he ran to inform her hierarch, and she as speedily returned to the chamber, where finding his clothes under the bed's head, she needed no instruction for search of his pockets. But having found the gold, which Andrea indiscreetly carried always about him, as thinking it could nowhere else be so safe, this was all she aimed at, and for which she had ensnared him, feigning herself to be of Palermo, and daughter to Piero of Paraus, so hiate not regarding him any longer, but making fast the house of office door, there she left him in that miserable taking. Poor Andrea perceiving, that his cayes could get no answer from high lad, cried out louder, but all to no purpose, when seeing into his own simplicity, and understanding his error, though somewhat too late, he made such means constrainedly, that he got over a wall, which severed that foul sinky from the world's eye, and being in open street, went to the door of the house, which then he knew too well to his cost, making loud exclaims with rapping and knocking, but all as fruitless as before. Sorrowing exceedingly, and manifestly beholding his misfortune, alas, quoth he, how soon have I lost a sister, and 500 crowns besides. With many other words, loud cayes and beatings upon door without intermission, high neighbors finding themselves disturbed, and unable to endure any such ceaseless vexation, rose from their beds, and called to him, desiring him to be gone, and let them rest. A maid also of the same house, looking forth at the window, and seeming as newly raised from sleep, called to him, saying, V% et noyé is that beneath? V% why virgin, answered Andrea, know you not me? I am Andrea de Piero, brother to your mistress Fiordalisa. Thou art a drunken knave, replied the maid, more full of drinky than wit. Go sleep, and come again tomorrow, for I know no Andrea de Piero, neither hath my mistress any such brother. Get hie gone, go ie, good man, and suffer us to sleep, I prithee. How now, quoth Andrea, dayest not understand what I say? Thou knowest that I supped with thy mistress this night, but if our Sicilian kindred be so soon forgot, I prithee give me my clothes which I left in my chamber, and then very gladly will I get me gone. Hereat the maid laughing out aloud, said, Surely the man is mad, or walketh the streets in a dream, and clasping fast the window, away she went and left him. Now could Andrea assure himself, that his gold and clothes were past, which moving him to high more impatience, his former intercessions became converted into fury, and what he could not compass by fair intreats, he intended to win by outrage and violence, so taking up a great stone in his hand, he laid upon the door very powerful strokes. The neighbors hearing this molestation still, admitting not the least respite of rest, reputed him for a troublesome fellow, and that he used those counterfeit words, only to disturb the mistress of the house, and all that dwelled near about her. Looking again out at their windows, they all together began to rate and reprove him, even like so many balinkas, barking at a strange dog passing through street. This is shameful villainy, quoth one, and not to be suffered, that honest women should thus be molested in their houses, with foolish idle words, and at such an unseasonable time of the night. For God's sake, good man, be gone, and let us sleep. If thou have anything to say to gentlewoman of the house, come tomorrow in the daytime, and no doubt but she will make thee sufficient answer. Andrea, being somewhat pacified with these speeches, a shaggy-haired swashbuckler, a grim-visaged ruffian, as Sildome bawdy houses are such swaggering champions, not seen or heard by Andrea, all the while of his being in the house, rapping out well or three terrible oaths, opening a casement, and with a stern dreadful voice, demanded, who durst keep that was beneath? Andrea fearfully looking up, and, by a little glimmering of the moon, seeing such a rough fellow, with a black beard, stroding like the quills of a porcupine, and patches on his face, for hurts received in no honest quarrels, yawning also and stretching, as angry to have his sleep disturbed, trembling and quaking. Answered, I am the gentlewoman's brother of the house. The ruffian interrupting him, and speaking more fiercely than before, sealing his words with horrible oaths, said, Sirrah, rascal, I know not of whence, or what thou art, but if I come down to thee, I will so bombast thy prating coxcomb, as thou wast never so beaten in all thy life, like a drunken slave and beast as thou art, that all hle's night wilt not let us sleep. And so he clapped to window again. The neighbors, well acquainted with this ruffian's rude conditions, speaking in gentle manner to Andrea, said, Shift for thyself, good man, in time, and tarry not for his coming down to hie, except thou art weary of thy life. Be gone therefore, and say who hast a friendly warning. These words dismaying Andrea, but much more the stern oaths and ugly sight of the ruffian, incited also by the neighbors' counsel, whom he imagined to advise him in charitable manner, it caused him to depart thence, taking the way homeward to his inn, in no mean affliction and torment of mind, for the monstrous abuse offered him, and loss of his money. Well he remembered the passages, whereby the day before the young girl had guided him, but the loathsome smell about him, was so extremely to himself, that desiring to wash him at the seaside, he strayed 2 for wide on the contrary hand, wandering up the street called Ruga Gadelina. Proceeding on still, even to highest part of city, he espied a lanthorn and light, as also a man carrying it, and another man with him in company, both of them coming towards him. Now, because he suspected them Kvo of the watch, or some persons DMT would apprehend him. He stepped aside to shun him, and entreed into an old house hard by at hand. The men's intention was to the very same place, and going in, without any knowledge of Andreas being there, one of them laid down divers instruments of iron which he had brought thither on his back, and had much talk with his fellow concerning those engines. At last one of them said, I smell the most abominable stinky that ever I felt in all my life. So, lifting up the lantern, he espied pitiful Andrea, closely couched behind the wall. The percentage sight somewhat affrighting him, he yet boldly demanded, what and who he was. 6 mere to Andrea answered nothing, but lay still and held his peace. Nearer they drew towards him with their light, demanding how he came thither, and in that filthy manner constrained having now no other evasion, but that, of necessity, all must out, he related to them FLLE whole adventure, in the same sort as it had befallen him. They greatly pitying his misfortune, one of them said to the questionless, this villainy was done in the house of Scarabone Buttafuoco. And then turning to Andrea, thus. In good faith poor man, albeit thou hast lost thy money, yet art thou much beholding to fortune, for falling, though in a foul place, yet in a successful manner, and entreying no more back into the house. For believe me friend, if thou hadst not fallen, but quietly gone to sleep in the house, that sleep had been thy last in this world, and with thy money, thou hadst lost thy life likewise. But tears and lamentations are now helpless, because as easily mayest thou pluck the stars from the firmament, as get again the least doit of thy loss. And for that shag-haired slave in the house, he will be thy deathsman, if he but understand that thou makest any inquiry after thy money. Amen. He had thus admonished him, he began also in his manner to comfort him. Honest fellow, we cannot but pity thy present condition, wherefore if thou wilt fondly associate us, in a business which we are instantly going to effect, loss hath not been so great, but on our words we will warrant thee, that thine immediate gain shall for exceed it. Mat will not a man, in desperate extremity, both well like and allow of, especially when it carrieth appearance of present comfort. So fared it with Andrea, he persuaded himself, worse than had already happened, could not befall him, and therefore he would gladly adventure with them. The self-same day preceding this disastrous night to Andrea, in high chief church of the city, had been buried the Archbishop of Naples named Signor Filippo Minucciolo, in his richest pontifical robes and ornaments, and a ruby on his finger valued to be worth 500 ducats of gold. This dead body they purposed to rob and rifle, acquainting Andrea with their whole intent, whose necessity, coupled with a covetous desire, made him more forward than well advised, to join with them in this sacrilegious enterprise. On they went towards the great church, Andrea's unsavory perfume much displeasing them, whereupon one said to his fellow, can we devise no ease for this foul and noisome inconveniences? Very smell of him will be a means to betray us. There is a well pit hard by, answered the other, with a pulley and bucket descending down into it, and there we may wash him from this filthiness. To the well pit he came, where he found the rope and pulley hanging ready, but the bucket for safety was taken away, whereon he concluded, to fasten the rope about him, and so let him down into the well pit, and when he had washed himself, he should waggy the rope, and then they would draw him up again, which accordingly they forthwith performed. Now it came to pass, that while he was thus washing himself in high well pit, the watch of the city walking the round, and finding it to be a very hot and sweltering night, they grew dry and thirsty, and therefore went to the well to drinking. The other TVVO men, perceiving the watch so near upon them, left Andrea in the pit to shift for himself, running away to shelter themselves. Their flight was not discovered by the watch, but coming to the well pit, Andrea remained still in the bottom, and having cleansed himself so well as he could, sate wagging the rope, expecting when he should be hailed up. This dumb signal the watch discerned not, but sitting down by Highwell's side, they laid down their billies and other weapons, tugging to draw up the rope, thinking the bucket was fastened thereto, and full of water. Andrea being hailed up to the pit's brim, left holding the rope any longer, catching fast hold with his hands for his better safety, and High Watch at the side hereof being greatly agrighted, as thinking they had dragged up a spirit, not daring to speak one word, ran away with all the haste they could make. Andrea hereat was not a little amazed, so that if he had not taken very good hold on the brim, he might have fallen to high bottom, and doubtless there his life had perished. Being come forth of the well, and treading on billies and halberds, which he well knew that his companions had not brought with them, his merveil so much the more increased, ignorance and fear still seizing him, with silent bemoaning his many misfortunes, away thence he wandered, but he wist not whither. As he went on, he met his HVO fellows, who purposely returned to drag him out of the well, and seeing their intent already performed, desired to know who had done it, wherein Andrea could not resolve them, rehearsing what he could, and what weapons he found lying about the well. Hereat they smiled, as knowing, that the watch had hailed him up, for fear of whom they left him, and so declared to him the reason of their return. Leaving off all further talk, because now it was about midnight, High went to the great church, where finding their entrance to Bethany approached near the Tanib, which was very great, being tall of marble, and the cover stone weighty, yet with crowds of urine and other helps, they raised it so high, that a man might without peril pass into it. Now began they to question one anoh1 which of the three should enter into the tomb. Not I, said the first, so said the second, no nor I, answered Andrea. Mitch when the other TVO heard, they caught fast hold of him, saying, Wilt not thou ge into the tomb? Be advised what Flo sayest, for, if thou wilt not go in, we will so beat thee with one of these urine crows, that thou shalt never ge out of this church alive. Thus poor Andrea is still made a property, and fortune, this fatal night, will have no other full but he, as delighting in his hourly disasters. Fear of their fury makes him obedient, into the grave he goes, and being within, thus consults Wih1 himself. These cunning companions suppose me to be simple, and make me enter the tomb, having an absolute intention to deceive me. For, when I have given them all riches I find a here, and am ready to come forth for mine equal portion, away will they run for their own safety, and leaving me here, not only shall I lose my right among them, but must remain to what danger may follow after. Having thus meditated, he resolved to make sure of his own share first, and remembering High rich ring, whereof they had told to him, forthwith he took it from the archbishop's finger, finding it indifferently fit for his own. Afterward, he took the cross, mitre, rich garments, gloves, and all, leaving him nothing but his shirt, giving them all his several parcels, protesting that there was nothing else. Still he pressed upon him, affirming that there was a ring beside, urging him to search diligently for it, yet still he answered, that he could not find it, and for their longer tarrying with him, seemed as if he searched very carefully, but all appeared to no purpose. The other two fellows, as cunning in craft as the third could be, still willed him to search, and watching their aptest opportunity, away the props that supported the tombstone, and running thence with their got booty, left poor Andrea mewed up in the grave. Ch when he perceived, and saw this misery to exceed all the rest, it is for easier for you to guess at his grief, than I am any way, able to express it. His head, shoulders, yet all his utmost strength he employeth, to remove that over-heavy hinderer of his liberty, but all his labour being spent in vain, sorrow threw him in a swoon upon the bishop's dead body, where if both of them might at that instant have been observed, high archbishop's dead body, and Andrea in grief dying, very hardly had Baini distinguished. But his senses regaining their former offices, among his silent complaints, consideration presented him with choice of these two unavoidable extremities: die starving must he in the tomb with putrefaction of high dead body, or if any man came to open the grave, must he be apprehended as a sacrilegious thief, and so be hanged, according to the laws in that case provided. As he continued in these strange afflictions of mind, suddenly he heard a noise in the church of divers men, who, as he imagined, came about the like business as he and his fellows had undertaken before, wherein he was not a jot deceived, albeit his fear the more augmented. Having opened the tomb, and supported the stone, they varied also among themselves for entrance, and an indifferent while contended about it. At length, a priest being one in the company, boldly said, "How now, you white-livered rascals? Villat are you afraid of? Do you think he will eat you? Dead men cannot bite, and therefore I myself will go in." Having thus spoken, he prepared his entrance to the tomb in such order, that he thrust in his feet before, for his easier descending down into it. Andrea sitting upright in the tomb, and desiring to make use of Lee's happy opportunity, caught the priest fast by one of his legs, making shew as if he meant to drag him down. When high priest felt, he cried out aloud, getting out with all the haste he could make, and all his companions, being well near fright out of higher wits, ran away amain, as if they had been followed by 1,000 devils. Andrea little dreaming on such fortunate success, made means to get out of grave, and afterward forth of the church, at the very same place where he entred. Now began daylight to appear, when he, having the rich ring on his finger, wandered on he knew not whither, till coming to the seaside, he found the way directing to his inn, where all his company were with his host, who had been very careful for him. Having related his manifold mischances, his host friendly advised him with speed to get him out of Naples. As instantly he did, returning home to Paros, having adventured his 500 crowns on a ring, wherewith he purposed to have bought horses, according to the intent of his journey thither. The second day, the Sixt Novel herein all men are admonished, never to distrust the powerful hand of heaven, when fortune seemeth to be most adverse against them. Madame Baritola Caracalla was found in an island with Tivo goats, having lost her Weo sons, and thence travailed into Lunigiana, where one of her sons became servant to the Lord Hieref, and was found somewhat overfamiliar with his master's daughter, who therefore caused him to be imprisoned. Afterward, when the country of Sicily rebelled against King Charles, the aforesaid son chanced to be known by his mother, and was married to his master's daughter. And his brother being found likewise, both returned to great estate and credit. The ladies and gentlemen also, having smiled sufficiently at the several accidents which did befall the poor traveller Andrea, reported at large by Madame Fiammetta, the Lady Inualia, seeing her tale to be fully concluded, began, by commandment of the Queen, to speak in thus manner: "The diversity of changes and alterations in fortune as they great, so must they needs be grievous, and as often as we take occasion to talk of them, so often do they awake and quicken our understandings, avouching, that it is no easy matter to depend upon her flatteries. And I am of opinion, that to hear them recounted, ought not any way to offend us, be it of men wretched, or fortunate, because, as they instruct the one with advice, so highly animate the other with comfort. And therefore, although great occasions have been already related, yet I purpose to tell a tale, no less true lamentable, which albeit it sorted to a successful ending, yet notwithstanding, such and so many were high bitter thwartings, as hardly can I believe, hight ever any sorrow was more joyfully sweetened. You must understand, Hein, most gracious ladies, that after the death of Friedrich II Emperor, one named Manfred, was crowned King of Sicily, about whom, lived in great account and authority, a Neapolitan gentleman, called Henriette Capice, who had to wife a beautiful gentlewoman, and a Neapolitan also, named Madame Baritola Caracalla. This Henriette held the government of the Kingdom of Sicily, and understanding that King Charles I had won the battle at Beneventum, and slain King Manfred, the whole kingdom revolting also to his devotion, and little trust to be reposed in high Sicilians, or he willing to subject himself to his lord's enemy, provided for his secret flight from thence. But this being discovered to the Sicilians, he and many more, who had been loyal servants to King Manfred, were suddenly taken and imprisoned by King Charles, and the sole possession of the island confirmed to him. Madame Baritola, not knowing, in so sudden and strange an alteration of state affairs, what was become of her husband, fearing also greatly before, those inconveniences which afterward followed, being overcome with many passionate considerations, having left and forsaken all her goods, going aboard a small bark with a son of hers, aged about some 8 years, named Geoffrey, and grown great with child with another, she fled hence to Lipari, where she was brought to bed of another son, whom she named, answerable both to his and her hard fortune, the poor expelled. Having provided herself of a nurse, they all together went abroad again, setting sail for Naples to visit her parents, but it chanced quite contrary to her expectation, because by stormy winds and weather, the vessel being bound for Naples, was hurried to the Isle of Ponzo, where entreing into a small port of the sea, they concluded to make their abode, till a time more furthest should favor their voyage. As the rest, so did Madame Baritola go on shore in the island, where having found a separate and solitary place, fit for her silent and sad meditations, secretly by herself, she sorrowed for the absence of her husband. Resorting daily to fliss her sad exercise, and continuing there her complaints, unseen by any of the mariners, or whosoever else, there arrived suddenly a galley of pirates, who seizing on the small bark, carried it and all the rest in it away with them. TV% and Baritola had finished het woeful complaints, as daily she was accustomed to do, she returned back to her children again, but find no person there remedying, whereat she wondered not a little. Immediately, suspecting what had happened indeed, she leant her looks on the sea, and saw the galley, which as yet had not gone for, drawing the smaller vessel after her. Hereby plainly she perceived, that now she had lost her children, as formerly she had done her husband, being hire forsaken, and miserable, not knowing when, where, or how to find any of them again, and calling for her husband and children, she fell down in a swound upon high shore. Now was not any body near, cold water, or any remedy to help the recovery of her lost powers, wherefore her spirits might the more freely wander at their own pleasure, but after they were returned back again, and had won their wonted offices in her body, drowned in tears, and wringing her hands, she did nothing but call for her children and husband, stray all about in hope to find them, seeking in caves, dens, and everywhere else, that presented the very least glimpse of comfort. But when she saw all her pains sort to no purpose, and dark night drawing swiftly on, hope and dismay raising infinite perturbations, made her yet to be somewhat respective of herself, and therefore departing from the sea-shore, she returned to the solitary place, where she used to sigh and mourn alone by herself. The night being overpast with infinite fears and affrights, and bright day saluting the world again, with the expense of 9 hours and more, she fell to her former fruitless travails. being somewhat sharply bitten with hunger, because the former day and night she had not tasted any foodie, she made therefore a benefit of necessity, and fed on the green herbs so well as she could, not without any piercing afflictions, what should become of her in Hli's extraordinary misery. As she walked in these pensive meditations, she saw a goat enter into a cave, and, within a while after, come forth again, wandering along through the woods. V% hereupon she stayed, and on trade where she saw high beast issue forth, where she found tivo young kids, yiend, as it seemed, high self same day, which sight was very pleasing to her, and nothing in that distress could more content her. As yet, she had milk freshly running in both her breasts, by reason of her so late delivery in child bed, wherefore she lay down unto high weo young kids, and taking them tenderly in her arms, suffered each of them to suck a teat, whereof made not any refusal, but took them as lovingly as their dams, and from that time forward, they made no distinguishing between their dam and thus Hli's unfortunate lady, having found some company in Hli's solitary desart, fed on herbs and roots, drinking fair running water, and weeping silently to herself, so often as she remembered her husband, children, and former days passed in much better manner. Here she resolved now to live and die, being at last deprived bcth of the dam and yonder kids also, by their wandering further into the near adjoining woods, according to higher natural inclinations, whereby the poor distressed lady became more savage and wild in her daily conditions, than otherwise she would have been. After many were overpassed, at the very same place where she landing, by chance, there arrived small vessel of certain pisons, which remained there divers days. In Hli's bark was a gentleman, named Conrado de Marquesi Malespini, with his holy and virtuous wife, who were returned back from a pilgrimage, having visited all the sanctified places high then were in high kingdom of Apulia, and now were bound homeward to their own abiding. This gentleman, for the expelling of melancholy perturbations, one especial day amongst other, with his wife, servants, and wainting hounds, wandered up into the island not far from the place of Madame Baritola's desert dwelling. The hounds questing after game, at last happened on the two kids where they were feeding, and, by this time, had attained to indifferent growth, and finding themselves thus pursued by the hounds, fled to no other part of the wood, than to the cave where Baritola remained, and seeming as if he sought to be rescued only by her, she suddenly caught up a staff, and forced hounds thence to flight. By this time, Conrado and his wife, who had followed closely after the hounds, was come thither, and seeing what had happened, looking on the lady, who was become blacka, swarthy, meagre, and hairy, they wondered not a little at her, and she a great deal more at them. TV%N, upon her request, Conrado had checked back his hounds, they prevailed so much by earnest entreaties, to know what she was, and the reason of her living there, that she entirely related her quality, unfortunate accidents, and strange determination for living there. Vn. Mitch when the gentleman had heard, who very well knew her husband, compassion forced tears from his eyes, and earnestly he labored by kind persuasions, to alter so cruel a deliberation, making an honorable offer, for conducting her home to his own dwelling, where she should remain with him in noble respect, as if she were his own sister, without parting from him, till fortune should smile as fairly on her, as ever she had done before. V%N highest gentle offers could not prevail with her, the gentleman left his wife in her company, saying, that he would go fetch some foodie for her, and because her garments were all rent and torn, he would bring her of his wives, not doubting but to win her thence with him. His wife abode Flora with Baritola, very much bemoaning her great disasters, and when both viands and garments were brought, by extremity of intercession, they caused her to put them on, and also to feed with them, albeit she protested, she would not part thence into any place, where any knowledge should be taken of her. In the end, they persuaded her to go wth them into Lunigiana, carrying also with her the young goats and their dam, which were then in the cave altogether, prettily playing before Beritola, to the great admiration of Conrado and his wife, as also the servants attending on them. And the winds and weather grew favorable for Hyam. Madame Beritola went aboard with Conrado and his wife, being followed by the young goats and their dam, and because her name should be known to none but Conrado, and his wife only, she would be styled no otherwise but the goat herdess. Merrily, yet gently blew the gale, which brought them to enter the river of Myra, where going on shore, and into their own castle, Beritola kept company with the wife of Conrado, but in a mourning habit, and a waiting gentlewoman of high airs, honest, humble, and very dutiful, the goats always familiarly keeping Hyam company. Return SV now to the pirates, which at Ponzo seized on the small bark wherein Madame was brought thither, and carried thence away, without any sight or knowledge of her. With such other spoils as they had taken, they shaped their course for Genoa, and there, by consent of the patrones of High Galley, made a division of their booties. It came to pass that, among other things, the nurse that attended on and the children with her, fell to the share of one Messer Gasparino di Oria, who sent them together to his own house, there to be employed in service as servants. The nurse weeping beyond measure for the loss of her lady, and bemoaning her own miserable fortune, whereinto she was now fallen with the young lads, after long lamenting, which she found utterly fruitless and to none effect, though she was used as a servant with them, and being but a very poor woman, yet was she wise and discreetly advised. Therefore, comforting both herself and them so well as she could, and considering the depth of their disaster, she conceded thus, that if the children should be known, it might redound to higher greater danger, and she be no way advantaged thereby. Hereupon, hoping that fortune, early or late, would alter her stern malice, and that they might, if they lived, regain once more their former condition, she would not disclose them to any one whatsoever, till she should see the time aptly disposed for the second day, the Sixt 75 it. Being thus determined, to all such as questioned her concerning she answered HMT they were her own children, naming the eldest not Geoffrey, but Jehanot de Perchita. As for the youngest, she cared not greatly for changing his name, and therefore wisely informed Geoffrey, upon what reason she had altered his name, and what danger he might fall into, if he should otherwise be discovered, being not satisfied with thus telling him once, but remembering him thereof very often, which the gentle youth, being so well instructed by the wise and careful nurse, did very warily observe. The young lads, very garmented, but much worse hosed and shotted, continued thus in the house of Gasparino, where both they and the nurse were long time employed about very base and drudging offices, which yet they endured with admirable patience. But Jehanot, aged already about 16 years, having a loftier spirit, then belonged to a slavish servant, despising the baseness of his servile condition, departed from the drudgery of Messer Gasparino, and going aboard the galleys which were bound for Alexandria, fortuned into many places, yet none of them affording him any advancement. In the end, about 3 or 4 years after his departure from Gasparino, being now a brave young man, and a very for me, he understood, his father, whom he supposed to be dead, was as yet living, but in captivity, and prisoner to King Charles. Therefore, despairing of any successful fortune, he wandered here and there, till he came to Lunigiana, and there, by strange accident, he became servant to Messer Conrado Malspino, where the service proved well liking to them both. Very seldom times he had a sight of his mother, She always kept company with Conrado's wife, and yet when they came within view of each other, she knew not him, nor he her, so much years had altered them both from what they were wont to be, and when they saw each other last. Jehanat being thus in the service of Messer Conrado, it fortuned hight a daughter of his, named Sophia, being the widow of one Messer Nicholas Grignam, returned home to her father's house. Very beautiful and amiable she was, young likewise, aged but little above 16, growing wondrously amorous of Jehanat, and he of her, in extraordinary and most fervent manner, which love was not long without full effect, continuing many moneths before any person could perceive it, which making them to build on more assurance, they began to carry their means with less discretion than is required in such nice cases, and which cannot be too providently managed. Upon a day, he and she walking to a wood, plentifully furnished with spreading trees, having outgone the rest of their company, they made choice of a pleasant place, very daintily shaded and beautified with all sorts of flowers. There they spent some time in amorous talking, beside some sweet embraces, which though it seemed over short to them, yet was it so unadvisedly prolonged, that they were on a sudden surprised, first by the mother, and next by Messer Conrado himself, who grieving beyond measure, to be thus treacherously dealt wih all, caused Hyam to be apprehended by 3 of his servants, and, without telling them any reason why, led bound to another castle of his, and fretting with extremity rage, concluded in his mind, that they should both shamefully be put to the mother unto Hlisregardal's daughter, having heard the angry words of her husband, and how he would be revenged on the faulty, could not endure that he should be so severe, wherefore, although she was likewise much afflicted in mind, and reputed her daughter worthy, for so great an offence, of all cruel punishment, yet she hasted to her displeased husband, and began to entreat, that he would not run on in such a furious spleen, now in his aged years to be the murderer of his own child, and soil his hands in the blood of his servant. Rather he might find out some mild curry for the satisfaction of his anger, by committing them to close imprisonment, there to remain and mourn for their folly committed. The virtuous and religious lady alleged so many commendable examples, and used such plenty of moving persuasions, that she quite altered his mind from putting them to, and he commanded onely, that he should separately be imprisoned, with little store of food, and lodging of the uneasiest, until he should otherwise determine of Hyam, and so it was done. Mat their life now was in captivity and continual tears, stricter abstinence than was needful for them, all thus I must commit to your consideration. Jehanat and remaining in this comfortless condition, and an whole year being now outworn, yet Conrado keeping them thus still imprisoned, it came to pass, that Don Pedro King of Aragon, by high means of Messer John de Perchita, caused the Isle of Sicily to revolt, and took it away from King Charles, whereat Conrado, he being of the Ghibelline faction, not a little rejoiced. Jehanat having intelligence thereof, by some of them that had him in custody, breathing forth a vehement sigh, spake in his manner. Alas, poor miserable wretch as I am, that have already gone begging through the world above 14 years, in expectation of nothing else but this opportunity, and now it is come, must I be in prison, to the end, that I should never more hope for any future happiness. And how can I get forth of his prison, except it be by death only? How now, replied the officer of the guard. Mat doth this business of great King Conc earn high? V% edifers hast thou in Sicily? Once more Jehanat sighed extremely, and returned him this answer. Methinks my heart, quoth he, cleave in sunder, when I call to mind the charge which my father had there, for although I was but a little boy when I fled thence, yet I can well remember, that I saw him Governor Hira, at such time as King Manfred lived. The guard, pursuing on still his purpose, demanded of him what and who his father was. "My father," replied Jehanat. "I may now securely speak of him, being out of the peril which nearly concerned me if I had been discovered. He was the named, and so still if he be living, Henriot Capice, and my name is Geoffrey, and not Jehanat, and I make no doubt, but if I were freed from hence, and might return home to Sicily, I should, for his sake, be placed in some auth or at y dash." The honest man of the guard, without seeking after any further information, so soon as he could compass any lesueur, reported all to Messer Conrado, who having heard these news, albeit he made no shew thereof to the revealer, went to Madame Beritola, graciously demanding of her, if she had any son by her husband, who was called Geoffrey. The lady replied in tears, that if her eldest son were as yet living, he was so named, and now aged about 20 years. Conrado hearing this, imagined this same to be the man, considering further withal, that if it fell out to prove so, he might have the better means of mercy, and closely concealing his daughter's shame, joyfully join them in marriage together. Hereupon, he secretly called Jehanat before him, examining him particularly of all his past life, and finding, by most manifest arguments, his name was truly Geoffrey, and the eldest son of Henriot Capice, he spake thus to him: "Jehanat, thou knowest how great the injuries are that thou hast done me, and my dear daughter, gently I entreating thee, as became an honest servant, that thou shouldest always have bany respective of mine honor, and all that appertain unto me. There are many noble gentlemen, who sustaining the wrong which hast offered me, they would have procured thy shameful death, which pity and compassion will not suffer in me. V% air foreseeing, as thou informest me, that art honorably derived both by father and mo one I will give end to all thy even when thyself art so pleased, releasing thee from hight captivity wherein I have so long kept thee, and in one instant, reduce thine honor and mine into complete perfection. As thou knowest, my daughter Spina, whom thou hast embraced as a friend, although far unfitting for thee, or her, is a widow, and her marriage is great and good. What her manners and conditions are, thou indifferently knowest, and art not ignorant of her father and mother, concerning thine own estate, as now I purpose not to speak anything. Therefore, when thou wilt, I am determined, that whereas thou hast immodestly affected her, she shall become thy honest wife, and accepting thee as my son, to remain with me long as you both please. Imprisonment had somewhat mishapen Jehanat in his outward for me, but not impaired a jot of his noble spirit, much less the true love which he bare his friend. And although most earnestly he desired that which now Conrado had so frankly offered him, and was in his power only to bestow on him, yet could he not cloud any part of his greatness, but with a resolved judgment, Hutz replied: "My lord, affectation of rule, desire of wealthy possessions, or any other matter whatsoever could never make me a traitor to you or yours, but that I have loved, do love, and forever shall love your beauteous daughter. If that be treason, I do free confesse it, and will die 1,000 deaths before you or any else shall enforce me to deny it, for I hold her highly worthy of my love. If I have been more unmannerly with her than became me, I have committed but hight error, which evermore is so attendant upon youth. Hight to deny, is to deny youth also. And if reverend age would but remember, that once he was young and measure others' offences by his own, they would not be thought so great, as you, and many more, account them to be, mine being committed as a friend, and not as an enemy. Villat you make offer of so willingly, I have always desired, and if I had thought it would have been granted, long since I had most humbly requested it, and so much the more acceptable would it have been to me, by how much the further off it stood from my hopes. But if you be so forward as your words do witness, then feed me not with any further fruitals expectation, but rather send me back to prison, and lay as many afflictions on me as you please. For my endeared love to your daughter Spina, me to love you the more for her sake, how hardly soever you entreat me, and bindeth me in FLLE greater reverence to you, as being the father of my fairest friend. Messer Conrado, hearing these words, stood as one confounded with admiration, reputing him to be a man of lofty spirit, and his affection most fervent to his daughter, which was not a little to his liking. IV herefore, embracing him, and kissing his cheek, without any longer dallying, he sent in like manner for his daughter. Her restraint in prison had made her looks meagre, pale, and wan, and very weak was she also of her person, fair differing from the woman she was wont to be, before her affection to Jehanat. There in presence of her father, and with free consent of either, they were contracted as man and wife, and the espousals agreed on according to custom. Some few days after, without any one's knowledge of that which was done, having furnished Hyam with all things fit for purpose, and time aptly serving, Hyate the mothers should be partakers in this joy, he called his wife, and Madame Beritola, to whom first he spake in this manner. V% at will you say, madam, if I cause you to your eldest son, not long since married to one of my daughters? V% Ari unto Beritola Huts replied. My lord, I can say nothing else unto you, but Hyate I shall be much more obliged to you, than already I am, and the rather, because you will let me see the thing which is dearer than mine own life, and rendering it unto me in such manner as you speak of, you will recall back some part of my former lost hopes, and with these words, the tears streamed abundantly from her eyes. Then turning to his wife, he said, and you dear love, if I shew you such a son-in-law, what will you think ye of it? Sir, quoth she, what pleaseth you, must and shall satisfy me, be he gentleman or beggar. Well said, madam, answered Messer Conrado, I hope shortly, to make you both joyful. So when the amorous couple had recovered their former feature, and honorable garments prepared for them, privately Huts he said to Geoffrey, beyond joy which already thou art enricht withal, how would it please thee to meet thine own here? I cannot believe, sir, replied Geoffrey, Hyate her grieve. Misfortunes have suffered her to live so long, and yet, if heaven hath been so merciful to her, my joys were incomparable, for by her gracious counsel, I might well hope to recover no mean happiness in Sicily. Soon after, both the mothers were sent for, who were transported unspeakable joy, when they beheld the so lately married couple, being much amazed what inspiration had guided Messer Conrado to this extraordinary benignity, in joining Jehanat in marriage with Spina. Hereupon, Madame Beritola, remembering the speeches between her and Messer Conrado, began to observe him very advisedly, and by a hidden virtue which long had silently slept in her, and now with joy of spirit awaked, calling to mind the lineatures of her son's infancy, without awaiting for any other demonstration, she folded him in her arms with earnest affection. Motherly joy and pity now contended so violently together, that she was not able to utter one word, the sensitive virtues being so closely combined, that, even as dead, she fell down in the arms of her son. And he, wondering greatly Hyate, making a better recollection of his thoughts, did well remember, that he had often before seen her in High Castle, without any other knowledge of her. Nevertheless, by instinct of nature, whose power in such actions declares itself to be highly predominant, his very soul assured him, that she was his mother, and blaming his understanding, that he had not before been better advised, he flew his arms about her, and wept exceedingly. Afterward, by the loving pains of Conradi's wife, as also her daughter Spina, Madame Beritola, being recovered from her passionate trance, and her vital spirits executing higher offices again, fell once more to the embracing of her son, kissing him infinite times, with tears and speeches of motherly kindness, he likewise expressing the same dutiful humanity to her. Much ceremonious courtesies being passed over and over, to no little joy in all the beholders, beside repetition of their several misfortunes, Messer Conrado made all known to his friends, who were very glad of this new alliance made by him, which was honored with many solemn feastings. Ch being all concluded, Geoffrey having found out fit place and opportunity, for conference with his new created Fag1er, without any sinister opposition, began as followeth. Honorable Father, you have raised my contentment to the highest degree, and have heaped also many gracious favors on my noble mother, but now in the final conclusion, that may remain unaffected, which consisteth in your power to perform, I would humbly entreat you, to honor my mother with your company, at a feast of my making, where I would gladly also have my brother present. Messer Gasparino d'Oria, as I have heretofore told you, questing as a common pirate on the seas, took us and sent us home to his house as slaves, where, as yet, he detaineth him. I would likewise have you send into Sicily, who informing himself more amply in the state of the country, may understand what is become of Henriot my father, and whether he be living or no. If he be alive, then to know in what condition he is, and being secretly instructed in all things, hind to return back again to you. This motion made by Geoffrey, was so pleasing to Conrado, that without any reference to further leisure, he dispatched thence discreet persons, one to Genoa, and the other to Sicily, he which went for Genoa, having met with Gasparino, earnestly entreated him, on the behalf of Conrado, to send him the poor expelled, and his nurse recounting everything in order, which Conrado had told to him, concerning Geoffrey and his mother. And Gasparino had heard the whole discourse, he marvelled greatly thereat, and said, True it is, that I will do anything for Messer Conrado, which may be to his love and liking, provided, that it lie in my power to perform, and, about some 14 years since, I brought such a lad as you seek for, wih his mother, home to my house, whom I will gladly send unto him. But you may tell him from me, that I advise him from over rash crediting the fables of Jehanat, that now terms himself by the name of Geoffrey, because he is a more wicked boy hind he taketh him to be, and so did I find a him. Having thus spoken, and giving kind welcome to the messenger, secretly he called the nurse unto him, whom he heedfully examined concerning this case. She having heard the rebellion in the kingdom of Sicily, and understanding withal that Henriot was yet living, joyfully threw off all her former fear, relating everything to him orderly, and the reasons moving her to conceal the whole business in such manner as she had done. Gasparino well perceiving, flit the report of the nurse, and the message received from Conrado, varied not in any one circumstance, began the better to credit her words. And being a man most ingenious, making further inquisition into the business, by all the possible means he could devise, and finding everything to yield undoubted assurance, ashamed of high vile and base usage wherein he had so long time kept the lad, and desiring, by his best means, to make him amends, he had a beautiful daughter, aged about 13 years, and knowing what manner of man he was, his father Henriot also yet living, he gave her to him in marriage, with a very bountiful and honorable dowry. The jovial days of feasting being past, he went aboard a galley with the expelled, his daughter, the ambassador, and the nurse, departing thence to Larissa, where they were nobly welcomed by Messer Conrado, and his castle being not far from thence, with an honorable train they were conducted thither, and entertained with all possible kindness. Now concerning the comfort of the mother, meeting so happily with both her sons, the joy of the brethren and mother together, having also found the faithful nurse, Gasparino, and his daughter, in company now with Conrado and his wife, friends, familiars, and all generally in a jubilee of rejoicing, it exceedeth capacity in me to express it, and therefore I refer it to your more able imagination. In the time of this mutual contentment, to high end that nothing might be wanting to complete and perfect this universal joy, our Lord, a most abundant bestower where he beginneth, added long-wished tidings concerning the life and good estate of Henry Capis. For, even as they were feasting, and concourse great of worthy guests, both lords and ladies, the first service was scarcely set on the tables, but the ambassador which was sent to Sicily, arrived there before among many other important matters, he spake of Henriot, who being so long a time detained in prison by King Charles, when the commotion arose in the city against the king, the people, grudging at Henriot's long imprisonment, slew the guards, and set him at liberty. Then as capital enemy to King Charles, he was created Captain General, following the chase, and killing the French. Now by this means, he grew great in the grace of King Pedro, who replanted him in all goods and honors which he had before, with very high and eminent authority. Hereunto the ambassador added, that he was entertained extraordinary grace, and delivery of public joy and exaltation, when his wife and son were known to be living, of whom no tidings had at any time been heard, since the hour of his surprisal. Moreover, that a swift-winged bark was now sent thither, upon the happy hearing of this news, well furnished with noble gentlemen, to attend till their returning back. We need to make no doubt concerning the tidings brought by this ambassador, nor of the gentleman's welcome, thus sent to Madame Beritola and Geoffrey, who before they would sit down at the table, saluted Messer Conrado and his kind lady, on the behalf of Henriot, for all the great graces extended to her and her son, with promise of anything, lying in the power of Henriot, to rest continually at their command. The like they did to Signor Gasparino, whose liberal favors came unlooked for, with certain assurance, that when Henriot should understand what he had done for his other son, high poor expelled, there would be no defailance of reciprocal courtesies. As the longest joys have no perpetui five of lasting, so all these graceful ceremonies had their conclusion, with as many sighs and tears at parting, as joys abounded at higher first encountering. Imagine then, you see such a board, as were to have here no longer abiding, Madame Beritola and Geoffrey, with the rest, as the poor expelled, the so late married wives, and the faithful nurse bearing them company. With prosperous winds high arrived in Sicily, where the wife, sons, and daughters, were joyfully met by Henriot at Palermo, and with such honorable pompa, as a cast so important equally deserved. The histories make further mention, that there they lived, a long while after, in much felicity, with thankful hearts, no doubt, in heaven, in acknowledgment of so many great mercies received. The second day, the seventh novelle, a lively demonstration, that the beauty of a woman, oftentimes, is very hurtful to herself, and the occasion of many evils, yea, and of death. To divers men the Sultan of Babylon sent one of his daughters, to be joined in marriage with the king of Cholcos, who by divers accidents, in the space of 4 years, happened into the custody of 9 men, and in sundry places. At length, being restored back to her father, she went to the said king of Cholcos, as a maid, and as at first she was intended to be his wife. Peradventure the novelle related by Madame Emilia, did not extend itself so far in length, as it compassion in the ladies' minds, the hard fortunes of Beritol and her children, which had incited them to weeping, but that it pleased the queen, upon the tale's conclusion, to command Pamphilus, to follow next in order with his discourse, and he being thereto very obedient, began in this manner. It is a matter of no mean difficulty, virtuous ladies, for us to take entire knowledge of everything we do, because, as oftentimes hath Bainey observed, many men, imagining if they were rich, they should live securely, and without any cares. And therefore, not only have their prayers and intercessions aimed at that end, but also their studies and daily endeavours, whih 10 ut refusal of any aims or perils have not meanly expressed their hourly solicitude. And although it hath happened accordingly to them, and flir covetous desires fully accomplished, yet at length they have met with such kind people, who likewise thirsting after their wealthy possessions, have bereft them of life, being their kind and intimate friends, before they attain to such riches. Some other, being of low and base condition, by adventuring in many skirmishes and foughten battles, trampling in the blood of their brethren and friends, have been mounted to the sovereign dignity of kingdoms, believing that therein consisted the truest happiness, but bought with the dearest price of their lives. For, beside their infinite cares and fears wherewith such greatness is continually attended, at the royal tables, they have drunk poison in a golden pot. Many other in like manner, with most earnest appetite, have coveted beauty and bodily not foreseeing whih any judgment, that these wishes were not without peril. When being endued with them, they have been the occasion of their death, or such a lingering lamentable estate of life, as death were 1,000 times more welcome to them. But, because I would not speak particularly of all our freely and humane, I dare assure ye, there is not any one of highest desires to be elected among us mortals, with entire foresight or providence, warrantable against their ominous issue. Herefore, if we would walk directly, we should dispose our wiles and affections, to be guided only by him, who best knoweth what is needful for us, and will bestow them at his good pleasure. Nor let me lay this blameful imputation upon men only, for offending in many through over-lavish desires, because you yourselves, gracious ladies, sin highly in one, as namely, in coveting to be beautiful. So that it is not sufficient for you, to enjoy those beauties bestowed on you by nature, but you practice to increase them by the rarities of art. Therefore, let it not offend you, that I tell you the hard fortune of a fair Sarrazine, to whom it happened by strange adventures, that within the compass of 4 years, 9 several times to be married. And only for her beauty. It is now a long time since, that there lived Soldan in Babylon, named Beminadab, to whom, while he lived, many things happened, answerable to his own desires. Among divers other children both male and female, he had a daughter called Alathela, and she, according to the common voice of every one who saw her, was the fairest lady then living in all the world. And because the king of Cholkos had wonderfully assisted him, in a most valiant foughten battle against a mighty Arnu of Arabians, who on a Sodain had assailed him, he demanded his fair daughter in marriage, which likewise was kindly granted to him. Hereupon a goodly and well-armed ship was prepared for her, one full furnishment of all provision, and accompanied with an honorable train both of lords and ladies, as also most costly and sumptuous accoutrements, commending her to the mercy of heaven. In this manner was she sent away. The time being propitious for their parting thence, the mariners hoist their sails, leaving the port of Alexandria, and sailing prosperously many days together. N had passed the country of Sardinia, and, as they imagined, well near to their journey's end, suddenly arose boisterous and contrary winds, which were so impetuous beyond all measure, and so tormented the ship wherein the lady was, that the mariners, seeing no sign of comfort, gave over all hope of escaping with life. Nevertheless, as men most expert in implacable dangers, they labored to their uttermost power, and contended with infinite blustering tempests, for the space of days and nights together, hoping the third day would prove more favorable. But therein he saw themselves deceived, for the violence continued still, increasing in the night time more and more, being not any way able to comprehend either where they were, or what curry they neither by marinal judgment, or any apprehension else whatsoever. The heavens were so clouded, and high nights darken so extreme. Being unknown to them, near the Isle of Majorica, he felt the ship to split in the bottom, by means whereof, perceiving now no hope of escape, every one caring for himself, and not any other, they threw forth a skiff on the troubled waves, reposing more confidence of safety that way, than abiding any longer in the broken ship. Howbeit such as were first descended down, made stout resistance against all other followers, with their drawn weapons, but safety of life so far prevailed, that what with the tempest's violence, and overlading of the skiff, it sunk to the bottom, and all perished that were therein. The ship being split, and more than half full of water, tossed and tormented by high blustering winds, first one way, and then another, was at last driven into a strand of high Isle Majorica, no persons therein remaining, but onely high lady and her women, all of them, through the rude tempest, and their own conceived fear, lying still, as if they were more than half dead. And there, a stone's cast of the neighboring shore, the ship, by high rough surging billows, was fixed fast in the sands, and so continued all the rest of high night, without any further molestation of the winds. V% and day appeared, and the violent storms were more mildly appeased. The lady, who seemed well near dead, lifted up her head, and began, weak as she was, to call first one, and then another, but she called in vain, for such as she named were far enough from her. Herefore, hearing no answer, nor seeing any one, she wondered greatly, her fears increasing then more and more. Raising herself so well as she could, she beheld the ladies eight were of her company, and some other of her women, lying still without any stirring, whereupon, first jogging one, and then another, and calling them severally by their names, she found them bereft of understanding, and even as if they were dead, their hearts were so key-led, and their fear so overruling, which was no mean dismay to poor lady herself. Nevertheless, necessity now being her best counsellor, seeing herself all alone, and not knowing in what place she was, she used such means to them that were living, that, at the last, they came to better knowledge of themselves. And being unable to guess what was become of men and mariners, seeing the ship also driven on the sands, and filled with water, she began with them to lament most grievously, and now it was about high hour of midday, before they could descry any person on the shore, or any else to pity them in so urgent a necessity. At length, noon being past, a gentleman named Bajazeth, attended by divers of his followers on horseback, and returning from a country house belonging to him, chanced to ride by on the sands. Upon sight of the ship lying in that case, he imagined truly what had happened, and commanded one of his men to enter aboard it, which, with some difficulty, he did, to resolve his lord what remained therein. There he found the fair young lady, with such small store of company as was left her, fearfully hidden under the prow of the ship. So soon as they saw him, they held up higher hands, woefully desiring mercy of him, but he perceiving their lamentable condition, and that he not what they said to him, their affliction grew the greater, laboring by signs and gestures, to give him knowledge of higher misfortune. The servant gathering what he could by their outward behavior, declared to his inhered what he had seen in the ship, who caused the women to be brought on shore, and all the precious things remaining with them, conducting them him to a place not far off, where with food and warmth he gave them comfort. By the rich garments which the lady was clothed withal, he reputed her to be a gentlewoman well derived, as the great reverence done to her by rest, gave him good reason to conceive. and although her looks were pale and wan, as also her person mightily altered, by the tempestuous violence of the sea, yet notwithstanding, she appeared fair and lovely in the eye of Bajazeth, whereupon forthwith he determined, that if she were not married, he would enjoy her as his own in marriage, or if he could not win her to be his wife, yet, at the least, she should be his friend, because she remained now in his power. Bajazeth was a man of stern looks, rough and harsh both in speech and behavior, yet causing the lady to be honorably used divers days together, she became thereby well comforted Andre covered. And seeing her beauty to exceed all comparison, he was afflicted beyond measure, that he could not understand her, nor she him, whereby he could not know of whence or what she was. His amorous flames increasing more and more, by kind, courteous, and affable actions, he laboured to compass what he aimed at. But all his endeavour proved to no purpose, for she refused all familiar privacy with him, which so much the more kindled the fury of his fire. This being well observed by the lady, having now remained there a month and more, and collecting by the customs of Countrée, that she was among Turks, and in such a place, where although she were known, yet it would little advantage her, beside, that long protraction of time would provoke by fair means or force to obtain his will, she propounded to herself, with magnanimity of spirit, to tread all misfortunes under her feet, commanding her women, whereof she had but 3 now remaining alive, that they should not disclose what she was, except it were in some such place, where manifest signs might yield hope of regaining their liberty. Moreover, she admonished them stoutly to defend their honor and chastity, affirming, that she had absolutely resolved with herself, that never any other shall enjoy her, but her intended husband, wherein her women did much commend her, promising to preserve their reputation, according as she had commanded. Day by day, were the torments of Bajazeth wonderfully augmented, yet still his kind offers scornfully refused, and he as far off from compassing his desires, as when he first began to move the matter, wherefore, perceiving that all fair courses served to no effect, he resolved to compass his purpose by craft and subtlety, reserving rigorous extremity for his final conclusion. And having once observed, that wine was very pleasing to the lady, she being never used to drink any at all, because, by her country's law, it was forbidden her, and no mean store having been lately brought to Bajazeth in a bark of Genoa, he resolved to surprise her by means thereof, as a chief minister of Venus, to heat the coolest blood. And seeming now in his outward behavior, as if he had given over his amorous pursuit, and which she strove by all her best endeavors to withstand, one night, after a very majestic and solemn manner, he prepared a delicate and sumptuous supper, whereto the lady was invited, and he had given order, that he who attended on her cup, should serve her with many wines compounded and mingled together, which he accordingly performed, as being cunning enough in such occasions. Alethea, mistrusting no such treachery intended against her, and liking the wine's pleasing taste extraordinarily, drank more than studi with her precedent modest resolution, and forgetting all her past adversities, became very frolic and merry, so that seeing some women dance after the manner observed there in Majorica, she also fell to dancing according to high Alexandrian custom. VV% when Bajazeth beheld, he imagined high victory to be more than half won, and his heart's desire very near the obtaining, plying her still with wine upon wine, and continuingly revelling most part of the night. At the length, the invited guests being all gone, the lady reared hind to her chamber, attended on by none but Bajazeth himself, and as familiarly as if he had been one of her women, she no way contradicting his bold intrusion, so far had wine overgone her senses, and prevailed against all modest bashfulness. These wanton embracings, strange to her HMT had never tasted hyam before, yet pleasing beyond measure, by reason of his treacherous advantage, afterward drew on many more of high carousing meetings, without so much as thought of her past miseries, or those more honorable and chaste respects, that ever ought to attend on ladies. Now, fortune envying thus their stolen pleasures, and that she, being the purposed wife of a potent king, should thus become the wanton friend of a much mean man, whose only glory was her shame, altered curry of their two common pastimes, by preparing of her greater infelicity for them. This Bajazeth had a brother, aged about 25 years, of most complete person, in the very beauty of his time, and fresh as the sweetest smelling rose, he being named Amurath. After he had once seen Hli's lady, whose fair feature pleased him beyond all women's else, she seemed in his sodaine apprehension, both by her outward behavior and civil appearance, yea, highly to deserve his very best opinion, for she was not meanly entrayed into his favor. Now he found no one aid to his hindrance, in obtaining the height of his heart's desire, but only the strict custody and guard, wherein his brother Bajazeth kept her, which raised a cruel conceit in his mind, wherein followed, not long after, as cruel an effect. It came to pass, that at high same time, in the port of city, called Kaffa, there lay then a ship laden with merchandise, being bound thence for Smyrna, of which ship two Genoa merchants, being brethren, were the patrons and owners, who had given direction for hoising sails to depart thence when the wind should serve. With these two Genoese Amurath had covenanted, for himself to go the ship the night ensuing, and the lady in his company. N night was come, having resolved himself what was to be done, in a disguised habit he went to the house of Bajazeth, who stood not any way doubtful of him, and with certain of his most faithful confederates, whom he had sworn to intended action, they hid themselves closely in the house. After some part of the night was overpast, he, knowing the several lodgings both of Bajazeth and Alathila, slew his brother soundly sleeping, and seizing on the lady, whom he found awake and weeping, threatened to kill her also, if she made any noise. So, being well furnished with the greater part of worldly jewels belonging to Bajazeth, unheard or undescried by anybody, they went presently to the port, and there, without any further delay, Amurath and the lady were received into the ship, but his companions returned back again, when the mariners, having higher sails ready set, and the wind aptly fitting for them, launched merrily into the main. You may well imagine, that the lady was extraordinarily afflicted with grief for her first misfortune, and now this second chancing so sodomily, must needs offend her in greater manner, but Amurath did so kindly comfort her with mild, modest, and manly persuasions, that all remembrance of Bajazeth was quickly forgotten, and she became converted to lovely demeanor, even when fortune prepared a fresh misery for her, as not satisfied with Hlos whereof she had tasted already. The lady being unequalled for beauty, as I said before, her behavior also in such exquisite and commendable kind expressed, the Hvo brethren owners of the ship, became so deeply enamored of her, that forgetting all their more serious affairs, they studied by all possible means, to be pleasing and gracious in her eye, yet with such a careful carriage, hight Amurath should neither see, or suspect it. N high brethren had imparted their love's extremity each to the other, and plainly perceived, that though they were equally in Hli_our fiery torments, yet their desires were utterly contrary. They began severally to consider, that gain gotten by merchandise admitted an equal and honest division, but this purchase was of a different quality, pleading title of a sole possession, without any partner or intruder. Fearful and jealous were they both, lest should I'm at the other's intention, yet willing enough to shake hands, in ridding Amurath out of the way, who only was high hinderer of their hopes. Vimeropon high concluded together, that on a day when the ship sailed on very swiftly, and Amurath was sitting upon the deck, studiously observing how high billows combated each wih1 and not suspecting any such treason in them towards him, stealing softly behind him, so daintily they threw him into the sea, the ship floating on above half a league's distance, before any perceived his fall into the sea. V% and the lady heard thereof, and saw no likely means of recovering him again. She fell to her wonted tears and lamentations, but the TVO lovers came quickly to comfort her, using kind words and pithy persuasions, albeit she understood them not, or at most very little, to appease the violence of her passions, and, to speak uprightly, she did not so much emo and the loss of Amurath, as the multiplying of her own misfortunes, still one succeeding in the neck of another. After divers long and well delivered orations, as also very fair and courteous behavior, he had indifferently pacified her complainings, they began to discourse and commune with themselves, which of them had most right and title to Alathila, and consequently ought to enjoy her. Now that Amurath was gone, each pleaded his privilege to be as good as the others, both in the ship, goods, and all advantages else whatsoever happening, which the elder brother absolutely denied, alleging first his propriety of birth, a reason sufficient, whereby his younger ought to give him place, likewise, his right and interest both in ship and goods, to be more the others, as being heir to his father, and therefore in justice to be highest preferred. Last of all, that his strength only threw Amurath into high sea, and therefore gave him the full possession of his prize, no right at all remaining to his brother. From temperate and calm speeches, they fell to frowns and ruder language, which heated their blood in such violent manner, forgetting affection and all respect of parents or friends, he drew forth their poniards, stabbing each other so often and desperately, that before any in the ship had the power or means to part him, both of them being very dangerously wounded, the younger brother fell down dead, the elder being in little better cat, by receiving so many perilous hurts, remained nevertheless living. This unhappy accident displeased the lady very highly, seeing herself thus left alone, without the help or counsel of anybody, and fearing greatly, lest the anger of the Kvo brethren's parents and friends, should now be laid to her charge, and thereon follow severity of punishment. But the earnest entreaties of high wounded survivor, and their arrival at Smyrna soon after, delivered him from the danger of death, gave some ease to her sorrow, and there with him she went on shore. Remaining there with him in a common inn, while he continued in the chirurgeon's cure, the fame of her singular and much admired beauty was soon spread abroad throughout all the city, and amongst high rest, to the hearing of High Prince of Ionia, who lately before, on very urgent occasions, was come to Smyrna. This rare rumor, made him desirous to see her, and after he had seen her, she seemed fairer in his eye, than common report had noised her to be, and suddenly grew so enamored of her, that she was the only idea of his best desires. Afterward, understanding in what manner she was brought thither, he devised how to make her his own, practicing all possible means to accomplish it, which when high wounded bro H1ER's parents heard of, they not only made tender of their willingness therein, but also immediately sent her to him, a matter most highly pleasing to the prince, and likewise to the lady herself, because she thought now to be freed from no mean peril, which, otherwise, the wounded merchant's friends might have inflicted upon her. The prince perceiving, that beside her matchless beauty, she had high true character of royal behavior, grieved the more, that he could not be further informed of what country she was. His opinion being so steadfastly grounded, that, less than noble, she could not be, was a motive to set a keener edge on his affection towards her, yet not to enjoy her as in honourable and loving compliment only, but as his espoused lady and wife. Mitch appearing to her by apparent demonstrations, though intercourse of speech wanted to confirm it, remembrance of her so many sad disasters, and being now in a most noble and respected condition, her comfort enlarged itself with a settled hope, her fears grew free from any more molestations, and her beauties became the only theme and argument of private and public conference in all Natolia, that, well near, there was no other discourse, in any assembly whatsoever. Hereupon the Duke of Athens, being young, goodly, and valiant of person as also a near kinsman to the prince, had a desire to essay her, and under colour of visiting his noble kinswoman, as oftentimes before he had done, attended with an honourable train, to Smyrna he came, being there most royally welcomed, and bounteously feasted. Within some few days of his hire-being, conference passed between them, concerning the rare beau five of the lady, the Duke questioning the prince, whether she was of such wonder, as fame had acquainted the world withal. Hereto the prince replied, much more, noble kinsman, can be spoken of, as your own eyes shall witness, without crediting any words of mine. The Duke soliciting the prince thereto very earnestly, they went together to see her, and she having before heard of their coming, adorned herself the more majestically, entertaining them with ceremonious demeanour, after her country's custom, which gave most gracious and unspeakable exception. At the prince's affable motion, she sate down between their delight being beyond expression, to behold her, but abridged of much more felicity, because they not any part of her language, so high they could have no other conference, but by looks and outward signs only, and the more they beheld her, the more they marvelled at her rare perfections, especially the Duke, who hardly credited she was a mortal creature. Thus not perceiving, what deep carosses of amorous poison his eyes drank down by mercide of her, yet thinking thereby only to be satisfied, he lost both himself and his best senses, growing in love, beyond all measure, with her. Amen. The prince and he were parted from her, and he was at his own private amorous meditations in his chamber. He reputed the prince for happier than any man else whatsoever, by the enjoying of such a puerile esse beauté. After many intricate and distracted cogitations, which molested his brains incessantly, regarding more his love's wanton heat, reason, kindred, and honourable hospitality, he resolutely determined, whatsoever ensued hereupon, to bereave the prince of his fair felicity, that none but himself might possess such a treasure, which he esteemed to be high height of all happiness. His courage being conformable to his bad intent, with all haste it must be put in execution, so that equity, justice, and honesty, being quite abandoned, nothing but subtle stratagems were now his meditations. On a day, according to a forecompacted treachery which he had ordered with a gentleman of the prince's chamber, who was named Curacy, he prepared his horses to be in readiness, and dispatched all his affairs else for a sodanne departure. The night following, he was secretly conveyed by the said Curacy, and a friend of his with him, being both armed, into high prince's chamber, where he, while the lady was soundly sleeping, stood at a gazing window towards the sea, naked in his shirt, to take the cool air, because the season was exceeding hot. Having formerly instructed his friend what was to be done, very softly they stepped to the prince, and running their weapons quite hloro his bcdi, immediately they threw him forth of the window. Here you are to observe, that the palace was seated on the sea shore, and very high, and the window whereat the prince then stood looking was directly over divers houses, which the long continuance of time, and incessant beating on by the surges of high sea, had so defaced and ruined them, as seldom they were visited by any person, whereof the Duke having knowledge before, was the easier persuaded that the falling of the prince's body in so vast a place, could any eye here be heard or descried by any. The Duke and his companion, having thus executed what came for, proceeded yet in their cunning a little further, casting a strangling cord about the of Curacy, seemed as if they hugged and embraced him, but drew it with so main strength, hiat he never spake word after, and so threw him down after the prince. This done, and plainly perceiving that they were not heard or seen, either by the lady, or any other, the duke took a light in his hand, going on to the bed, where the lady lay most sweetly sleeping, whom the more he beheld, the more he admired and commended. But if in her garments she appeared so pleasing, what did she now in a bed of such state and majesty? Being no way daunted with his so late committed sin, but swinunning rather in surfeit of joy, his hands all bloody, and his soul much more ugly, he laid him down on the bed by her, bestowing infinite kisses and embraces on her, she supposing him to be the prince all his while, not opening her eyes to be otherwise resolved. But his was not the delight he aimed at, neither did he think it safe for him, to delay time with any longer tarrying there. I persent therefore, having his agents at hand fit and convenient for the purpose, they surprised her in such sort, that she could not make any noise or outcry, and carrying her through the same false postern, whereat themselves had untrayed, laying her in a princely litter, away they went all possible speed, not tarrying in any place, until they were arrived near Athens. But thither he would not bring her, because himself was a married man, but rather to a goodly castle of his own, not distant far from the Ciw, where he caused her to be kept very secretly, to her no little grief and sorrow, yet attended on and served in most honorable manner. The gentlemen usually attending on the prince, having waited all high next morning till noon, in expectation of his rising, and hearing no stirring in the chamber, did thrust at the door, which was but onely closed together, and finding no body there, they presently imagined, that he was privately gone to some other place, where, with the lady, whom he so dearly he might remain some few days for his more contentment, and so they rested verily persuaded. Within some few days following, while no other doubt came in question, the prince's fool, entering by chance among the ruined houses, where lay the dead bodies of the prince and Curacy, took hold of the cord about Curacy's neck, and so went along dragging it after him. The dead body being known to many, with no mean mervail how he should be murdered in so vile manner, by gifts and fair persuasions won him to bring them to the place where he found it. And Hira, to the no little grief of high whole city, they found the prince's body also, which they caused to be interred with all the most majestic pompa that might be. Upon further inquisition, who should commit horrid deed, perceiving likewise that the Duke of Athens was not to be found, but was closely gone, they judged, according to the truth, that he had his hand in this bloody business, and had carried away the lady Whiffleham. Immediately, they elected the prince's brother to be our lord and sovereign, inciting him to revenge so horrid a wrong, and promising to assist him with their utmost power. The new chosen prince being assured afterward, by other more apparent and remarkable his people informed him with nothing but truth, sodainly, and according as they had concluded, with the help of neighbors, kindred, and friends, collected from divers places, he mustered a good and powerful army, marching on towards Athens, to make war against the Duke. No sooner heard he of this warlike preparation made against him, but he likewise levied forces for his own defense, and to his succor came many great states, among whom, the Emperor of Constantinople sent his son Constantine, attended on by his nephew Emmanuel, with troops of fair and towardly force, who were honourably welcomed and entertained by the Duke, but much more by Duchessy, because she was their sister-in-law. Military provision huts prc reading on daily more and more, the Duchess making coys of a fit and convenient hour, these Tivo princes with her to a withdrawing chamber, and there in floods of tears flowing from her eyes, wringing her hands, and sighing incessantly, she recounted the whole history, occasion of the war, and how dishonorably the Duke dealt with her about Hle's strange woman, whom he purposed to keep in despite of her, as thinking that she knew nothing thereof, and complaining very earnestly unto them, entreated that for the Duke's honor and her comfort, they would give their best assistance in Hle's case. The Tivo young lords knew all this matter, before she Huts reported it to, and therefore, without staying to listen to her any longer, but comforting her so well as they could, with promise of their best employed pains, being informed by her, in what place the lady was so closely kept, they their leave, and parted from her. Often they had heard the lady much commended, and her incomparable beauty highly extolled, yet even by the Duke himself, which made them the more desirous to aie her, wherefore earnestly they solicited him to let them have a sight of her, and he, forgetting what happened to the prince, by shewing her so unadvisedly to him, made them promise to grant their request. Causing a very magnificent dinner to be prepared, and in a goodly garden, at the castle where the lady was kept, on high morrow, attended on by a small train, away they rode to dine with her. Constantine being seated at the table, he began, as confounded with admiration, to observe her judiciously, affirming secretly to his soul that he had never seen so complete a woman before, and allowing it for justice, that the Duke or any other Hussiever, if, to enjoy so rare a beauty, they had committed treason, or any mischief else beside, yet in reason they ought to be held excused. Nor did he bestow so many looks upon her, but his praises infinitely surpassed, as thinking that he could not sufficiently commend her, following the Duke step by step in affection, for being now grown amorous of her, and remembrance of the intended war utterly abandoned, no other doubts could come him but how to bereave the Duke of her, yet concealing his love, and not imparting it to any one. Percentile his fancies were thus amorously set on fire, the time came, they must make head against the prince, who already was marching within the Duke's dominions, wherefore the Duke Constantine and all the rest, according to a council held among Higham, went to defend certain of frontiers, to the end that the prince might pass no further. Remaining there divers days together, Constantine, who could think on nothing else but the beautiful lady, considered with himself, that while the Duke was now so far from her, it was an easy matter to compass his intent. Hereupon, the better to colour his present return to Athens, he seemed to be surprised with a sudden extreme sickness, in regard whereof, by the Duke's free license, and leaving all his power to his cousin Emmanuel, forthwith he journeyed back to after some conference had with his sister, about her dishonourable wrongs endured at his hands only, by the lady. He solemnly protested, that if she were so pleased, he would aid her powerfully in the matter, by taking her from the place where she was, and never more afterward, to be seen in that country any, the Duchess being faithfully persuaded, that he would do this only for her sake, and not in any affection he bare to the lady, answered, that it highly pleased her, always provided, that it might be performed in such sort, as High Duke her husband should never understand, that ever she gave any consent thereto, which Constantine sware unto her by many deep oaths, whereby she referred all to his disposition. Constantine hereupon secretly prepared in a readiness a subtle bark, sending it in an evening, near to the garden where the lady resorted, having first informed the people which were in it, fully what was to be done. Afterwards, accompanied with some other of his attendants, he went to the palace to the lady, where he was gladly entertained, not only by such as wait on her, but also by the lady herself. Leading her along by the arm towards the garden, attended on by Tivo of her servants, and Hvo of his own, seeming as if he was sent from the Duke, to confer with her, they walked alone to a port opening on the sea, which standing ready open, upon a sign given by him to one of his complices, the bark was brought close to the shore, and the lady being suddenly seized on, was immediately conveyed into it, and he returning back to her people, with his sword drawn, said, "Let no man stir, or speak a word, except he be willing to lose his life, for I intend not to rob the Duke of his fair friend, but to expel the shame and dishonor he hath offered to my sister, no one being so hardy as to return him any answer." Aboard went Constantine with his consorts, and sitting near to the lady, who wrung her hands, and wept bitterly, he undayed the mariners to launch forth, flying away on the wings of the wind, till about the break of day following, they arrived at Melisso. There they took landing, and reposed on shore for some few days, Constantine laboring to comfort the lady, even as if she had been his own sister, she having cause to curry her infortunate beauty. Going aboard the bark again, within few days they came to Citalia, and there fearing the reprehension of his father, and lest high lady should be taken from him, it pleased Constantine to make his stay, as in a place of no mean security. And, as before, after much kind behavior used towards the lady, without any means in herself to redress the least of all these great extremities, she became more mild and affable, for discontentment did not a jot quail her. Percentile occurrences passed on in this manner. It fortuned, that Uzbek the king of Turkey, who was in continual war with the emperor, came by accident to Lajazo, and hearing there how lasciviously Constantine spent his time in Citalia, with a lady which he had stolen, being but weak and slenderly guarded, in high night with certain well-provided ships, his men and he entreed high town, and surprised many people in their beds, before they knew of their enemies coming, killing such as stood upon their defense against them, among whom was Constantine, and burning the whole town, brought their booty and prisoners aboard their ships, wherewith they returned back to Lajazo. Being come to Lajazo, Uzbek, who was a brave and gallant young man, upon a review of high pillage, found the fair lady, whom he knew to be the beloved of Constantine, because she was found lying on his bed. Without any further delay, he made choice of her to be his wife, causing his nuptials to be honorably solemnized, and many months he lived there in great joy with. But before occasions grew to this effect, High Emperor made a confederacy with Bassano, king of Cappadocia, that he should descend with his forces, one way upon Uzbek, and he would assault him with his power on high other. But he could not so conveniently bring this to pass, because the emperor would not yield to Bassano, in any unreasonable matter he demanded. Nevertheless, when he understood what had happened to his son, for whom his grief was beyond all measure, he granted the king of Cappadocia's request, soliciting him with all instancy, to be the more speedy in assailing Uzbek. It was not long, before he heard of Li's conjuration made against him, and he speedily mustered up all his forces, ere he would be encompassed by such potent kings, and marched on to meet the king of Cappadocia, leaving his lady and wife, for her safe view, at Lajazo, in the custody of a true and loyal servant of his. Within a short while after, he drew near the camp belonging to High King of Cappadocia, where boldly he gave him battle, chancing therein to be slain, his army broken and discomfited, by means whereof, the King of Cappadocia remaining conqueror, marched on towards Lajazo, every one yielding him obeisance all the way as he went. In the mean space, the servant to Uzbek, who was named Antiochus, and with whom the fair lady was left in guard, although he was aged, yet seeing she was so extraordinarily beautiful, he fell in love with her, forgetting the solemn vows he had made to his master. One happiness he had in this case to help him, namely, that he understood and could speak her language, a matter of no mean comfort to her, who constrainedly had lived divers years together, in the state of a deaf or dumb woman, because everywhere else they understood her not, nor she them, but by shoes and sinews. This benefit of familiar conference, began to embolden his hopes, elevate his courage, and make him seem more youthful in his own opinion, than any ability of body could speak unto him, or promise him in the possession of her, who was so far beyond him, and so unequal to be enjoyed by him, yet to advance his hopes a great deal higher. News came, that Osbeck was anguished and slain, and that Bassano made everywhere of all, whereon concluded together, not to tarry there any longer, but storing themselves with the goods of Osbeck, secretly they departed to Rhodes. Being seated there in some indifferent abiding, it came to pass that Antiochus fell into a deadly sickness, to whom came a Cyprian merchant, one much esteemed by him, as being an intimate friend and kind acquaintance, and in whom he reposed no small confidence. Feeling his sickness to increase more and more upon him daily, he determined, not only to leave such wealth as he had to his merchant, but the fair lady likewise. And calling them both to his bed's side, he spake in this manner: Dear love, and my most worthily respected friend, I perceive plainly and infallibly, that I am drawing near unto my end, which much discontenteth me, because my hope was to have lived longer in this world, for the enjoying of your kind and most esteemed company. Yet one thing maketh my death very pleasing and welcome to me, namely, that lying thus in my bed of latest comfort in this life, I shall expire and finish my course, in the arms of those Tivo persons, whom I most affected in all this world, as you my ever dearest friend, and you fair lady, whom, since the very first sight of you, I loved and honored in my soul. Likesome and very grievous it is to me, that, if I die, I shall leave you here a stranger, without the counsel and help of anybody, and yet much more offensive would it become, if I had not such a friend as you here present, who, I am faithfully persuaded, will have the like care and respect of her, even for my sake, as of myself, if time had allotted my longer tarrying here. And therefore, worthy friend, most earnestly I desire you, that if I die, all mine affairs and she may remain to your trusty care, as being, by myself, absolutely commended to your providence, and so to dispose both of high one and other, as may best agree with the comfort of my soul. As for you, choice beauty, I humbly entreat, that after my death you would not forget me, to the end, I may make my vaunt in world, that I was affected here by the fairest lady hight ever nature framed. If of highest Tivo things you will give me assurance, I shall depart from you with no mean comfort. The friendly merchant, and likewise the lady, hearing these words, wept both bitterly, and after he had given over speaking, kindly they comforted him, with promises and solemn vows, that if he died, all should be performed which he had requested. Within a short while after, he departed out of life, and they gave him very honorable burial, according to that country custom. The percentage being done, the merchant dispatching all his affairs at Rhodes, was desirous to return home to Cyprus, in a carrack of the Catelans then higher being, moving the lady in matter, to understand how she studi inclined, because urgent occasions called him thence to Cyprus. The lady made answer, that she was willing to pass thither with him, hoping for the love he bare to deceased Antiochus, that he would respect her as his sister. The merchant was willing to give her any contentment, but yet resolved her, that under the title of being his sister, it would be no warrant of security to them both. Therefore, he rather advised her, to style him as her husband, and he would term her his wife, and so he should be sure to defend her from all injuries whatsoever. Being absurd the carrack, they had a cabin and small bed conveniently allowed them, where high slept together, that they might the better be reputed as man and wife, for, to pass otherwise, would have been very dangerous to them both. And questionless, their faithful promise made at Rhodes to sicken on the sea, and mutual respect they had of each other's credit, was a constant restraint to all wanton desires, and a motive to incite chastity, than otherwise, and so, I hope, you are persuaded of them. But the winds blew merrily, the carrack sailed lustily, and, by this time, they are arrived at Baffa, where the Cyprian merchant dwelt, and where she continued a long while with him, no one knowing otherwise, but that she was his wife indeed. Now it fortuned, that there arrived also at the same Baffa, about some especial occasions of his, a gentleman whose name was Antigonus, well stepped into years, and better stored with wisdom than wealth, because by meddling in many matters, while he followed the service of the king of Cyprus, fortune had been very adverse to him. This ancient gentleman, passing, on a day, by high house where the lady lay, and the merchant being gone about his bussiness into Armenia, he chanced to see high lady at a window of the house, and because she was very beautiful, he observed her high more advisedly, recollecting his senses together, that, doubtless, he had seen her before, but in what place he could not remember. The lady herself likewise, who had so long time been fortune's tennis ball, and the term of her many miseries drawing nowner an ending, began to conceive, upon the very first sight of Antigonus, that she had formerly seen him in Alexandria, serving her father in place of great degree. Hereupon, a sodaine hope persuaded her, that by the advice and furtherance of this gentleman, she should recover her wonted royal condition, an opportunity now aptly fitting her, by the absence of her pretended merchant husband, she sent for him, requesting to have a few words with him. When he was come into high house, she bashfully demanded of him, if he was not named Antigonus of Famagosta, because she knew one like him so called. He answered that he was so named, saying moreover, Madam, methinks I should know you, but I cannot remember where I have seen you, wherefore I would entreat, if it might stand with your good liking, that my memory might be quickened with better knowledge of you. The lady perceiving him to be the man indeed, weeping incessantly, she threw her armess about his neck, and soon after asked Antigonus, who stood as one confounded with merveille, if he had never seen her in Alexandria. Upon these words, Antigonus knew her immediately to be Alathela, daughter to the great Soldan, who was supposed, long since, to be drowned in the sea, and offering to do her such reverence as became him, she would not permit him, but desired that he would be assistant to her, and willed him also to sit down a while by her. A goodly chair being brought him, in very humble manner he demanded of her, what had become of her in so long a time, because it was verily believed throughout all Egypt, that she was drowned in the sea. I would it had been so, answered the lady, rather than to lead such a life as I have done, and I think he my father himself would wish it so, if ever he should come to the knowledge thereof. With these words the tears rained down her fair cheeks, wherefore Antigonus thus spake unto her. Madam, discomfort not yourself before you have occasion, but, if you be so pleased, relate your past accidents to me, and what course of your life hath been, perhaps, I shall give you such friendly advice as may stand you in stead, and no way be injurious to you. Fetching a sigh, even as if her heart would have split in sunder, huts she replied. Ah, Antigonus, methinks when I look on thee, I seem to behold my royal father, and therefore moved with the like religious zeal and charitable love, as in duty I owe unto him, I will make known to thee, what I rather ought to conceal and hide from any person living. I know to be honorable, discreet, and truly wise, though I am a frily, simple, and weak woman, therefore I dare discover to thee, rather than any other that I know, by what strange and unexpected misfortunes I have lived so long obscurely in the world. And if in thy great and grave judgment, after the hearing of my many miseries, thou canst any way restore me to my former estate, I pray thee do it, but if thou perceive it impossible to be done, as earnestly likewise I entreat thee, never to reveal to any living person, that either thou hast seen me, or heard any speech of me. After these words, the tears still streaming from her fair eyes, she recounted the whole passage of her rare mishaps, even from her shipwreck in the sea of Majorica, until that very instant hour, speaking them in such harsh manner as happened, and not sparing any jot of them. Antigonus being moved to much compassion, how he pitied her by his tears, and having been silent and indifferent while, as considering in this case what was best to be done, thus he began. Madam, seeing you have passed through such a multitude of misfortunes, yet undiscovered, what and who you are, I will render you as blameless to your father, and estate you as fairly in his love, as at the hour when you parted from him, and afterward make you wife to the king of Colchos. She demanding of him, by what means possibly this could be accomplished, briefly he made it known to her, how, and in what manner he would perform it. To cut off further tedious circumstances, forthwith he returned to Famagosta, and going before the king of the country, thus he spake to him. Sir, you may, if so you will be pleased, in an instant, do me an exceeding honor, who have been impoverished by your service, and also a deed of great renown to yourself, without any much matter of expense and cost. The king demanding how? Antigonus thus answered. The fair daughter of the Soldan, so generally reported to be drowned, is arrived at Baffa, and to preserve her honor from blemishing, hath suffered many crosses and calamities, being at this instant in very poor estate, yet desirous to revisit her father. If you please to send her home under my conduct, it will be great honor to you, and no mean benefit to me, which kindness will forever be thankfully remembered by the Soldan. The king in royal magnificence, replied solemnly, he was highly pleased with these good tidings, and having sent honorably for her from Bafta, with great pomp she was conducted to Famagosta, and there most graciously welcomed both by the king and queen, with solemn triumphs, banquets, and revelling, performed in most majestic manner. Being questioned by the king and queen, concerning so large a time of strange misfortunes, according as Antigonus had formerly instructed her, so did she shape the for me of her answers, and satisfied, with honor, all their demands. So, within few days after, upon her earnest and instant request, with an honorable train of lords and ladies, she was sent thence, and conducted all the way by Antigonus, until she came unto the Soldan's court. After some few days of her reposing there, the Soldan was desirous to understand, how she could possibly live so long in any kingdom or province whatsoever, and yet no knowledge to be taken of her. The lady, who perfectly retained by heart, and had all her lessons at her fingers' ends, by the wary instruction which Antigonus had given her, answered her father in this manner. Sir, about the 20th day after my departure from you, a very terrible and dreadful tempest overtook us, so that in dead time of the night, our ship being split in sunder upon the sands, near to a place called Varna, what became of all the men that were aboard, I neither know, nor ever heard of. Only I remember, then when death appeared, and I being recovered from death to life, certain peasants of the country, coming to get what they could find in the ship so wracked, I was first, with TVO of my women, brought and set safely on the shore. No sooner were we hira, but certain rude shaggy-haired villains set upon us, carrying away from me both my women, then hailing me along by the hair of my head, neither tears or intercessions could draw any pity from them. As thus they dragged me into a spacious four horsemen on a Sodane came riding by, who seeing how dishonorably the villains used me, rescued me from Hyam, and forced them to flight. But the four horsemen, seeming, my judgment, to be persons of power and authority, letting Hyam go, came to me, urging sundry questions to me, which neither I understood, or they mine answers. After many deliberations held among themselves, setting me upon one of their horses, they brought me to a monastery of religious women, according to custom of their law, and there, whatsoever they did or said, I know not, but I was most benignly welcomed thither, and honored of them extraordinarily, where, with hymn in devotion, I dedicated myself to the goddess of chastity, who is highly reverenced and regarded among the women of Cointray, and to her religious service they are wholly addicted. After I had continued some time among and learned a little of their language, they asked me, of whence, and what I was. Reason gave me so much understanding, to be fearful of telling him the truth, for fear of expulsion from among them, as an enemy to their law and religion, wherefore I answered, according as necessity urged, that I was daughter to a gentleman of Cyprus who sent me to be married in Kandy, but our fortunes, meaning such as had the charge of me, fell out quite contrary to our expectation, by losses, shipwrecka, and mischances, adding many matters more beside, onely in regard of fear, and yielding obediently to observe their customs. At length, she that was in chiefest prehemence among these women, whom they termed by the name of their lady demanded of me, whether I was willing to abide in that condition of life, or to return home again into Cyprus. I answered, that I desired nothing more. But she, being very careful of mine honor, would never repose confidence in any that came for Cyprus, till Tivo honest gentlemen of France who happened livler about Tivo moneths since, accompanied with higher wives, one of them being a near kinswoman to the lady abbess. And she well knowing, that they travelled in pilgrimage to Jerusalem, to visit Holy Sepulchre, where, as they believe, he whom they held for their God was buried, after the Jews had put him to death, recommended me to their loving trust, with a special charge, for delivering me to my father in Cyprus. V% at honorable love and respect I found in the company of those gentlemen and their wives, during our voyage back to Cyprus. The history would be over tedious in reporting, neither is it much material to our purpose, because your demand is to anno H1 end. Sailing on prosperously in our ship, it was not long before we arrived at Baga, where being landed, and not knowing any person, neither what I should say to the gentlemen, who only were careful for delivering me to my father, according as they were charged by the Reverend Abbess, it was the will of heaven doubtless, in pity and compassion of my past disasters, that I was no sooner come on shore at Baffa, but I should there haply meet with Antigonus, whom I called unto in our country language because I would not be understood by the gentlemen nor their wives, requesting him to acknowledge me as his daughter. Quickly he apprehended mine intention, accomplishing what requested, and, according to his power, most bounteously feasted the gentlemen and their wives, conducting me to the King of Cyprus, who received me royally, and sent me home to you with so much honor, as I am no way able to relate. Mat else remaineth to be said, Antigonus who hath oft heard the whole story of my misfortunes, at better leisure will report. Antigonus then turning to the Soldan, said, My lord, as she hath often told me, and by relation of the gentlemen and their wives, she hath delivered nothing but truth. Only she forgotten somewhat worth the speaking, as flunking it not fit for her to utter, because indeed it is not so convenient for her. Namely, how much high gentlemen and higher wives, wih whom she came, commended the rare honesty and integrity of life, as also high unspotted virtue wherein she lived among those chaste women, as they constantly, both with tears and solemn protestations, avouched to me, when kindly high resigned their charge to me. Of all which matters, and many more beside, if I should make discourse to your excellency, this whole day, the night ensuing, and the next day's full extendure, are not sufficient to acquaint you with all. Let it suffice then that I have said so much, as, both by the reports, and mine own understanding, may give you faithful assurance, to make your royal vaunt, of having the fairest, most virtuous, and honest lady to your daughter, of any king or prince whatsoever. The Soldan was joyful beyond all measure, welcoming both him and the rest in most stately manner, oftentimes entreating the gods very heartily, that he might live to requite them with equal recompense, who had so graciously honored his daughter, but above all the rest, the king of Cyprus, who sent her home so majestically. And having bestowed great gifts on Antigonus, within a few days after, he gave him leave to return to Cyprus, won thankful favors to the king as well by letters, as also by ambassadeurs expressly sent, both from himself and his daughter. And as this business was fully finished, the Soldan, desiring to accomplish what formerly was intended and begun, namely, that she might be wife to High King of Colchos, he gave him intelligence of all that had happened, writing moreover to him, that, if he were so pleased, he would yet send her in royal manner to him. The king of Colchos was exceeding joyful of these glad tidings, and dispatching a worthy train to fetch her, she was conveyed hither very pompously, and she who had been embraced by so many, was received by him as an honest virgin, living long time after with him in much joy and felicity. And therefore it hath been said as a common proverb, the well-kissed comes not short of good fortune, but is still renewed like the moon. The second day, the 8th novel, whereby all men may plainly understand, that loyalty faithfully kept to the prince, what peril soever do ensue, doth yet nevertheless renown a man, and bring him to for greater honor. The Count d'Angers, being falsely accused, was banished out of France, and left his havo children in England in divers places. Returning afterward, unknown, Hloroscodand, he found them advanced unto great dignity. Then, repairing in high habit of a servitor, into the King of France his army, and his innocence yea made publicly known, he was recited in his former honorable degree. The ladies sighed very often, hearing high variety of woeful miseries happening to Alathila, but who know it, what occasion moved them to those sighs? Perhaps Hiero were some among them, who rather sighed they could not be so often married as she was, rather for any other compassion he had of her disasters. But leaving that to our own construction, they smiled merrily at the last speeches of Pamphilus, and the queen. The novelle to be ended, she fixed her eye upon Madame Eliza, as signifying thereby, that she was next to succeed in order, which she joyfully embracing, spake as followeth. The field is very large and spacious, wherein all this day we have walked, and there is not any one here so wearied with running the former races, but nimbly would adventure on as many more, so copious are alterations of fortune, in sad repetition of her wonderful changes, and among the infinity of her various careers, I must make addition of another, which I trust, will no way discontent you. And the Roman Empire was translated from the French to the Germanes, mighty descent ions grew bovine bcth the nations, insomuch, that it drew a dismal and a lingering war. In which respect, as well for safety of his own kingdom, as to annoy and disturb his enemies, the King of France and one of his sons, having congregated the forces of their own dominions, as also of our friends and confederates, they resolved manfully to encounter higher enemies. But before they would adventure any rash proceeding, they held it as high chiefest part of policy and royal providence, not to leave the state without a chief or governor. And having had good experience of Gualtier, Count d'Angers, to be a wise and worthy lord, singularly expert in military discipline and faithful in all affairs of the kingdom, yet fitter for ease and pleasure, than laborious toil and travail, he was elected lieutenant governor in their stead, over the whole kingdom of France, and then they went on in their enterprise. Now began the Count to execute the office committed to his trust, by orderly proceeding, and with great discretion, yet not entering into any business, without consent of the Queen and her fair daughter-in-law, who although they were left under his care and custody, yet, notwithstanding, he honored as his superiors, and as the dignity of their quality required. Here you are to observe, concerning Count Gualtier himself, that he was a most complete person, aged little above 40 years, as affable and singularly conditioned, as any nobleman possibly could be, nor did those times a gentleman, that equalled him in all respects. It fortuned, that the king and his son being busy in the aforenamed war, the wife and lady of Count Gualtier died in the meanwhile, leaving him only a son and a daughter very young, and of tender years, which made his own home the less welcome to him, having lost his dear love, and second self. Hereupon, he resorted to the court of the said ladies the more frequently, often conferring with them, about the wake 5 affairs of the kingdom, in which time of so serious interparlance, the king's son's wife, threw many affectionate regards upon him, envying such conspiring passions to her heart, in regard of his person and virtues, that her love exceeded all capacity of government. Her desires outstepping all compass of modesty, or high dignity of her princely condition, throws off all regard of civil and sober thoughts, and guides her into a labyrinth of wanton imaginations. For, she regards not now the eminency of his high authority, his gravity of years, and those parts that are the true conducts to honor, but looks upon her own and lascivious appetite, her young, gallant, and over-ready yielding nature, comparing them with his want of a wife, and likely hope thereby of her prevailing, supposing, that nothing could be her hindrance, but only bashful shamefastness, which she rather chose utterly to forsake and set aside, than to fail of her hot and flarned affection, and therefore she would needs be the discoverer of her own disgrace. Upon a day, being alone by herself, and the time seeming suitable to her intention, she sent for the Count, under color of some other important conference him. The Count d'Angers, whose thoughts were quite contrary to hers, immediately went to her, where they both sitting down together on a bedside in her chamber, according as formerly she had plotted her purpose, vice he demanded of her, upon what occasion she had thus sent for him. She sitting a long while silent, as if she had no answer to make him, pressed by the violence of her amorous passions, a vermilion tincture leaping up into her face, yet shame enforcing tears from her eyes, with words broken and half confused, at last she began to deliver her mind in this manner. Honorable Lord, and my dearly respected friend, being so wise a man as you are, it is no difficult matter for you to know, what a frail condition is imposed both on men and women, yet, for divers occasions, much more upon the one, than the other. V. Therefore desertfully, in the censure of a just and upright judge, a fault of divers conditions, in respect of the person, ought not to be censured with one and the same punishment. Beside, who will not say, that a man or woman of poor and mean estate, having no other help for maintenance, but laborious travail of their bodies, should worthily receive more sharp reprehension, in yielding to amorous desires, or such passions as are incited by love, than a wealthy lady whose living relieth not on her pains or cares, neither anything that she can wish to have. I dare presume, that you yourself will allow this to be equal and just. In which respect, I am of the mind, that the forenamed allegations, ought to serve as a sufficient excuse, yea, and to the advantage of her who is so possessed, if the passions of love should overreach her, always provided, that she can plead in her own defense, the choice of a wise and virtuous friend, answerable to her own condition and quality, and no way to be taxed with a servile or vile election. These special observations, allowable in my judgment, and living now in me, seizing on my youthful blood and years, have found no mean inducement to love, in regard of my husband's far distance from me, meddling in the rude uncivil actions of war, when he should rather be at home in more sweet employment. You see, sir, that orators advance themselves here in your presence, to acquaint you with the extremity of my over-commanding agony, and if the same power hath dominion in you, which your discretion, questionless, cannot be void of, then let me entreat such advice from you, as may rather help, than hinder my hopes. Believe it then for truth, sir, that the long absence of my husband from me, the solitary condition wherein I am left, agreeing with the hot blood running in my veins, and high temper of my earnest desires, have so prevailed against my strongest resistances, that not only so weak a woman as I am, but any man of much more potent might, living in ease and idleness as I do, cannot withstand such continual assaults, having no other help hind flesh and blood. Nor am I so ignorant, but public knowledge of such an error in me, would be reputed a shrewd taxation of honesty, whereas, on high other side, secret carriage, and heedful managing such amorous affairs, may pass for current wih 10 ut any reproach. And let me tell you, noble Count, I repute love highly favorable to me, by guiding my judgment with such moderation, to make election of a wise, worthy, and honorable friend, fit to enjoy the grace of a far greater lady than I am, and the first letter of his name, is FLLE Count D'Angers. For if error have not misled mine eye, as in love no lady can be easily deceived, for person, perfections, and all parts most to be commended in a man, the whole realm of France containeth not your equal. Observe beside, how forward fortune showeth herself to us both in this you to be destitute of a wife, as I am of an husband, for I account him as dead to me, when he denies me high duties belonging to a wife. Merefore, in regard of the unfeigned affection I bear you, and compassion which you ought to have of a royal princess, even almost sick to death for your sake, I earnestly entreat you, not to deny me your loving society, but pitying my and fiery affections, never to be quenched but by your kindness, I may enjoy my heart's desire. As she uttered these words, high tears streamed abundantly down her fair cheeks, preventing her of any further speech, so high dejecting her head into her bosom, overcome with the predominance of her passions, she fell upon the Count's knee, whereas else she had fallen upon the ground. He, like a loyal and most honorable man, sharply reprehended her fond and idle love, and when she would have embraced him about the neck to have kissed him, he repulsed her roughly from him, protesting upon his honorable reputation, that rather than he would so wrong his lord and master, he would endure 1,000 deaths. The lady, seeing her desire disappointed, and her fond expectation utterly frustrated, grew instantly forgetful of her intemperate love, and falling into extremity of rage, converted her former gentle and loving speeches, into this harsh and ruder language. Villain, quoth she, shall the longing comforts of my life, be abridged by thy base and scornful denial? Shall my destruction be wrought by thy most currish unkindness, and all my hoped joys be defeated in a moment? No, slave, that I did not so earnestly desire thy sweet embracements before, but now as deadly I hate and despise them, which either or banishment shall dearly pay for. No sooner had she thus spoken, but tearing her hair, and rending her garments in pieces, she ran about like a distracted woman, crying out aloud, "Help, help, the Count D'Angers will forcibly dishonor me, the lustful Count will violate mine honor." D'Angers, seeing this, and fearing more the malice of high over-credulous court, than either his own conscience, or any dishonorable act by him committed, believing likewise, that her slanderous accusation would be credited, above his true and spotless innocency, closely he conveyed himself out of high court, making what haste he could, home to his own house, which being weak for warranting his safety upon such pursuit as would be used against him, without any further advice or counsel. He seated his Tivo children on horseback, himself also being but meanly mounted, thus away thence he went to Calais. Upon the clamour and noise of high lady, the courtiers quickly flocked thither, and, as lies soon win belief in hasty opinions, upon any silly or shallow surmise, so did her accusation passe for current, and the Count's advancement being envied by many, made his honest carriage, in this case, the more sus in haste and madding fury, they ran to the Count's houses, to arrest his person, and carry him to prison, but when they could not find him, they raced his buildings down to the ground, and used all shameful violence to them. Now, as ill news seldom wants a speedy messenger, so, in less space than you will imagine, the king and Dolphin heard thereof in the camp and were therewith so highly offended, the Count had a sodaine and severe condemnation, all his progeny being sentenced with perpetual exile, and promises of great and bountiful rewards, to such as could bring his body alive or dead. Thus innocent Count, by his overhosfive and sodaine flight, made himself guilty of this foul imputation, and arriving at Calais with his children, their and homely habits, hid them from being known, and thence they crossed over into England, staying nowhere until he came to London. Before he would enter into the city, he gave divers good advertisements to his children, but especially Havo precepts above all the rest. First, with patient souls to support poor condition, whereto fortune, without any offense in him or them, had thus dejected them. Next, that they should have most heedful care, at no time to disclose from whence came, or whose children they were, because it extended to the peril of their lives. His son, being named Louis, and now about 9 years old, his daughter called Violenta, and aged 7 years, did bcth observe their father's direction, as afterward it did sufficiently appear. And because they might live in safer security, he thought it for the best to change their names, calling his son Perato, and his daughter Gianetta, for thus they might best escape unknown. Being untrayed into Fle city, and in the poor estate of beggars, they craved everybody's mercy and alms. It came to pass, that standing one morning at High Cathedral Church door, a great lady of England being then wife to the Lord High Marshal, coming forth of the church, espied the Count and his children hire a begging. Of him she demanded what countryman he was, and whether those children were his own, or no. The Count replied, that he was born in Picari, and for an unhappy fact committed by his eldest son, a stripling of more expectation, proved, he was enforced, with those his Tivo other children, to forsake his country. The lady being by nature very pitiful, looking advisedly on high young girl began to grow in good liking of her, because, indeed, she was amiable, gentle, and beautiful, whereupon she said, "Honest man, thy daughter hath a pleasing countenance, and, perhaps, her inward disposition may prove answerable to her outward good parts, if hirefore thou canst be content to leave her wih me, I will give her entertainment, and upon her dutiful carriage and behavior, if she live to such years as may require it, I will have her honestly bestown in marriage." This motion was very pleasing to High Count, who readily declared his willing consent thereto, and with the tears trickling down his cheeks, in thankful manner he delivered his pretty daughter to the lady. She being thus happily bestowed, he minded to tarry no longer in London, but, in his wonted begging manner, travailing thorough the country with his son Perato, at length he came into Wales, but not without much weary pain and travel, being never used before, to journey so far on foot. There dwelt another lord, in office of marshalship to the King of England, whose power extended over those parts, a man of very great authority, keeping a most noble and bountiful house, which they termed the President of Wales his court, whereto High Count and his son oftentimes resorted, as finding there good relief and comfort. On a day, one of the President's sons, accompanied with divers other gentlemen's children, were performing certain sports, and pastimes, as running, leaping, and such like, wherein Peroto presumed to make one among excelling all the rest in such commendable manner, as none of them came anything near him. Divers times the President had taken notice thereof, and was so well pleased with the lad's behavior, that he inquired of whence he was. Answer was made, that he was a man's son, that every day came for an alms to his gate. The President being desirous to make the boy his, the Count, whose daily prayers were to the same purpose, frankly gave his son to the nobleman, albeit natural and fatherly affection, urged some unwillingness to part so with him, yet necessity and discretion, found it best for the benefit of them both. Being thus eased of care for his son and daughter, and they, though different places, yet under good and worthy government, the Count would continue no longer in England, but, as best he could procure the means, passed over into Ireland, and being arrived at a place called Stanford, became servant to an earl of that country, a gentleman professing Armes, on whom he attended as a serving man, and lived a long while in that estate very painfully. His daughter Violenta, clouded under the borrowed name of Gianetta, dwelling with the lady at London, grew so in years, beauty, comeliness of person, and was so graceful in the favor of her lord and lady, yea, of every one in the house beside, that it was wonderful to behold. Such as but observed her usual carriage, and what modesty shined clearly in her eyes, reputed her well worthy of honorable preferment, in regard, the lady that had received her of her father, not knowing of whence, or what she was, but as himself had made report, intended to match her in honorable marriage, according as her virtues worthily deserved. But God, the just rewarder of all endeavors, knowing her to be noble by birth, and, causeless, to suffer for the sins of another, disposed otherwise of her, and that so worthy a virgin might be no mate for a man of ill conditions, no doubt ordained what was to be done, according to his own good pleasure. The noble lady, with whom poor Gianetta dwelt, had but one only son by her husband, and he most dearly affected of them both, as well in regard he was to be their heir, as also for his virtues and commendable qualities, wherein he excelled many young gentlemen. Indeed he was with heroical valor, complete in all perfections of person, and his mind every way answerable to his outward behavior, exceeding Gianetta about 6 years in age. He, perceiving her to be a fair and comely maiden, grew to affect her so entirely, that all things else he held contemptible, and nothing pleasing in his eye but she. Now, regard her parentage was reputed poor, he kept his love concealed from his parents, not daring to desire her in marriage, for loath he was to lose their favor, by disclosing the vehemency of his afflictions, which proved a greater torment to him, than if it had been openly known. It came to pass, that love overawed him in such sort, as he fell into a violent sickness, and store of physicians were sent for, to save him from death, if possibly it might be. Their judgment observing the course of his sickness, yet not reaching to the cause of the disease, made a doubtful question of his recovery, which was so displeasing to his parents, that their grief and sorrow grew measure. Many earnest entreaties they moved to him, to know the occasion of his sickness, whereto he returned no other answer, but heart-breaking sighs, and incessant tears, which drew him more and more into weakness of body. It chanced on a day, a physician was brought unto him, being young in years, but well experienced in his practice, and as he made trial of his pulse, Gianetta, who by his mother's command, attended on him very diligently, upon some entrade into the chamber, which when the young gentleman perceived, and she neither spake word, nor so much as looked towards him. His heart grew great in amorous desire, and his pulse did beat beyond the compass of ordinary custom, whereof the physician made good observation, to note how long that fit would continue. No sooner was Gianetta gone forth of the chamber, but high pulse immediately gave over beating, which persuaded the physician, some part of the disease had now discovered itself apparently. Within a while after, pretending to have some speech Gianetta, and holding the gentleman still by the arm, the physician caused her to be sent for, and immediately she came. Upon her very entrance into the chamber, the pulse began to beat again extremely, and when she departed, it presently ceased. Now was he drolly persuaded, he had found the true effect of his sickness, when taking the father and mother aside, thus he spake to them. If you be desirous of your son's health, it consisteth not either in physician or physicalic, but in the mercy of your fair maid Gianetta, for manifest signs have made it known to me, and he loveth damosel very dearly, yet, for aught I can perceive, the maid doth not know it. Now if you have respect of his life, you know, in this case, what is to be done. The nobleman and his wife hearing became somewhat satisfied, because there remained a remedy to preserve his life, but yet it was no mean grief to them, if it should so succeed, as they feared, namely, the marriage between this their son and Gianetta. The physician being gone, and they repairing to their sick son, began with him in this manner. Son, I was always persuaded, that thou wouldest not conceal any secret from me, or least part of thy desires, especially, when enjoying them, thou must remain in the danger of death. Full well art thou assured, or in reason oughtest to be, that there is not anything for thy contentment, be it of what quality soever, but it should have been provided for thee, and in as ample manner as for mine own self. But thou hast wandered so far from duty, and hazarded both thy life and ours, it cometh so to pass, that heaven being more merciful to thee, than thou wouldest be to thyself, or us. And to prevent thy dying of this disease, a dream this night hath acquainted me with principal occasion of thy sickness, to wit extraordinary affection to a young maiden, in some such place as thou hast any her. I tell thee, son, it is a matter of no disgrace to love, and why shouldst thou shame to manifest as much, it being so apt and convenient for thy. For if I were persuaded, that thou couldst not love, I should make the less esteem of thee. Therefore, dear son, be not dismayed, but freely discover thine affections. Expel those disastrous dropping thoughts, have endangered thy life by this long lingering sickness. And let the soul be faithfully assured, that thou canst not require anything to be done, remaining within the compass of my power, but I will perform it, for I love thee as dearly as mine own life. Set therefore aside this nice conceit of shame and fear, revealing the truth boldly to me, if I may stead thee in thy love, resolving thyself unfeignedly, that if my care stretch not to compass thy content, account me for the most cruel mother living, and utterly unworthy of such a son. The young gentleman, having heard these protestations made by his mother, was not a little ashamed of his own folly, but recollecting his better thoughts together, and knowing in his soul, no one could better his hopes, forgetting all his former fear, he returned her this answer: Madam, and my dearly affected mother, nothing hath more occasioned my love's strict concealment, but an especial error, which I find by daily proof in many, who being grown to years of grave discretion, do never remember, that they themselves have been young. But because herein I find you to be discreet and wise, I will not only affirm what you have seen in me to be true, but also will confess, to whom it is, upon condition, that the effect of your promise may follow it, according to the power remaining in you, whereby you only may my life. His mother, desirous to be resolved, whether his confession would agree with the physician's words, or no, and reserving another intention to herself, bade him fear nothing, but freely discover his whole desire, and forthwith she doubted not to effect it. Then madam the matchless beauty, and commendable qualities of your maid Gianetta, to whom, as yet, I have made no motion, to commiserate this my languishing extremity, nor acquainted any living creature with my love, the concealing of these afflictions to Mijolf, hath brought me to his desperate condition, and if some mean be not wrought, according to your constant promise, for the full enjoying of my longing desires, assure yourself, most noble mother, that the date of my life is very short. The lady, well knowing that the time now rather required kindest comfort than any severe or sharp reprehension, *ling on him, said, Alas dear son, wast sick for this? Of good cheer, and when thy is better restored, then refer the matter to me. The young gentleman, being put in good hope by his mother's promise, began, in short time, to shew apparent signs of well-forwarded amendment, to the mother's great joy and comfort, disposing herself daily to prove, how in honor she might keep promise her son. Within a short while after, calling Gianetta privately to her, in gentle manner, and by the way of pleasant discourse, she demanded of her, whether she was provided of a inver, or no. Gianetta, being never acquainted any such questions, a scarlet dye covering all her modest countenance, thus replied. Madam, I have no need of any lover, and very unseemly were it, for so poor a damoiselle as I am, to have so much as a thought of lovers, being banished from my friends and kinsfolky, and remaining in service as I do. If you have none, answered high lady, SV will bestow one on you, which shall content your mind, and bring you to a more pleasing kind of life, because it is for unfit, that so fair a maid as you are, should remain destitute of a lover. Madam, said Gianetta, considering with myself, that since you received me of my poor father, you have used me rather like your daughter, than a servant, it becometh me to do as pleaseth you. Notwithstanding, I trust, in the regard of mine own good and honor, never to use any complaint in such a case, but if you please to bestow a husband on me, I purpose to love and honor him onely, and not any other. For, of all the inheritance left me by my progenitors, remaineth to me but honorable aunts, and high age shall be my legacy so long as I live. These words were of a quite contrary complexion to those which high lady expected from her, and for effecting the promise made unto her son, howbeit, like a wise and noble lady, much she inwardly commended the maid's answers, and said unto her, But tell me Gianetta, what if my lord the king, who is a gallant you and all prince, and you so bright a beauty as you are, should take pleasure in your love, would ye deny him? Suddenly the maid returned this answer, Madam, the king perhaps might enforce me, but with my free consent, he shall never have anything of me that is not honest. Nor did the lady dislike her maid's courage and resolution, but breaking of all her further conference, intended shortly to put her project in proof, saying to her son, that when he was fully recovered, he should have private access to Gianetta, whom she doubted not but would be tractable enough to him, for she held it no mean blemish to her honor, to move high maid any more in the matter, but let him compass it as he for from the young gentleman's humor was this answer of his mother. Because he aimed not at any dishonorable end, true faih full and honest love was the sole scope of his intention, foul and loathsome lust he utterly defied, whereupon he fell into sickenesy again, rather more violently than before. The lady perceiving, revealed her whole intent to Gianetta, and finding her constancy beyond common comparison, acquainted her lord with all she had done, and bo one consented, though much against their minds, to let him enjoy her in honorable marriage, accounting it better, for preservation of their only son's life, to match him for inferior to his degree, than by denying each desire, to let him pine and die for her love. After great consultation with kindred and friends, high match was agreed upon, to the no little joy of Gianetta, who devoutly returned infinite thanks to heaven, for so mercifully respecting her dejected poor estate, after the bitter passage of so many miseries, and never terming herself any otherwise, but daughter of a poor picar. Soon was the young gentleman recovered and married, no man alive so well contented as he, and setting down an absolute determination, to lead a loving life with his Gianetta. Let us now convert our looks to Wales, to Perato, being left higher with the other Lord Marshal, who was the president of that country. On he grew in years, choicely respected by his inhered, because he was most comely of person, and forward to all valiant attempts, so that in tourneys, jousts, and other actions of armes, his like was not to be found in all the island, being named onely Perato the valiant picar, and so was he famed for enner. As God had not forgotten his sister, so in mercy he became as mindful of him, for, a contagious mortality happening in the country, the greater part of the people perished thereby, the rest flying thence into other parties of the land, whereby the whole province became dispeopled and desolate. In the time of this plague and dreadful visitation, the inhered president, his lady, sons, daughters, brothers, nephews, and kindred died, none remaining alive, but one only daughter marriageable, a few of the household servants, beside Perato, whom, after the sickness was more mildly assuaged, with counsel and consent of the country people, the young lady accepted to be her husband, because he was a man so worthy and valiant, and of all the inheritance left by her deceased father, she made him lord, and sole commander. Within no long while after High King of England understanding that his President of Wales was dead, and fame liberally relating the virtues, valor, and good parts of Perato the picar, he created him president thereof, and to supply the place of his deceased lord. These fair fortunes, within the compass of so short a time, fell to the innocent children of the Count d'Angers after they were left by him as lost and forlorn. 18 years were now fully overpast, since the Count d'Angers fled from Paris, having suffered, in miserable sort, many hard and lamentable adversities, and seeing himself now to be grown aged, he was desirous to leave Ireland, and to know, if he might, what was become of both his children. Hereupon, perceiving his wanted for me to be so altered, that such as formerly had conversed most with him, could now not take any knowledge of him, and feeling his body, through long labor and exercise endured in service, more lusty than in his idle youthful peacially when he left court of France, he purposed to years, proceed in his determination. Being very poor and simple in apparel, he departed from the Irish earl his master, with whom he had continued long in service, to no advantage or advancement, and crossing over into England, travailed to the place in Wales, where he left Perato, and where he found him to be Lord Marshal and President of the country, lusty and in good health, a man of goodly feature, and most honorably respected and reverenced of the people. Well may you imagine, that this was no small comfort to high poor aged Count's heart, yet would he not make himself known to him, or any other about him, but referred his joy to a further enlarging and diminishing, by side of the other limbe of his life, his dearly affected daughter Gianetta, denying rest to his body in any place, until such time as he came to London. Making their secret inquiry concerning the lady with whom he had left his daughter, he understood fled a young gentlewoman, named Gianetta, was married to that lady's only son, which made a second addition of joy to his soul, accounting all his past adversities of no value, both his children being living, and in so high honor. Having found her dwelling, and, like a kin-father, being earnestly desirous to see her, he daily resorted near to the house, where Sir Roger Mondeville, for so was Gianetta's husband named, chancing to essay him, being moved to compassion, he was both poor and aged, undayed one of his men, to take him into the house, and to give him some footy for God's sake, which, accordingly, the servant performed. Gianetta had divers children by her husband, the eldest being but 8 years of age, yet all of Hyam so fair and comely as could be. As the old count sate eating his meat in the hall, the children came all about him, embracing, hugging, and making much of him, even as if nature had truly instructed them, that this was their aged, though poor, grandfather, and he as lovingly receiving these skilled relations from them, wisely and silently kept all to himself, with sighs, tears, and joys intermixed together. Insomuch that the children would not part from him though their tutor and master called them often, which being told it to their mother, she came forth of the near adjoining parlour, and threatened to beat them, if they would not do what their master commanded them. Then the children began to cry, saying, that they would tarry still by the good old man, because he loved them better than their master did, whereat both the lady and the count began to tinmile. The count, a poor beggar, and not as father to so great a lady, arose and did her humble reverence, because she was now a noble woman, conceive_ng wonderful joy in his soul, to see her so fair and a creature, yet could she take no knowledge of him, age, want, and misery had so mightily altered him, his head all white, his beard without any comely for me, his garments so poor, and his face so wrinkled, lean and meagre, that he seemed rather some carter, than a count. And Gianetta perceiving that when her children were fetched away, they returned again to the old man, and would not leave him, she desired their master to let Hyam alone. Thus the children continued making much of the good old man. Lord Andrew Mondeville, father to Sir Roger, came into the hall, as being so willed to do by the children's schoolmaster. He being a hasty-minded man, and one that ever despised Gianetta before, but much more since her marriage to his son, angrily said, let them alone a mischief, and so befall them, their best company ought to be with beggars, for so high are bred and born by the mother's side, and therefore it is no merveil, if like will to like, a beggar's brats to keep company with beggars. The count hearing these contemptible words, was not a little grieved thereat, and although his courage was great's poor condition would permit him to express, yet, clouding all injuries with noble patience, hanging down his head, and shedding many a salt tear, endured this reproach, as he had done many, both before and after. But honourable Sir Roger, perceiving what delight his children in the poor man's company, albeit he was offended at his father's harsh words, by holding his wife in such base respect, yet favoured the poor count so much more, and seeing him weep, did greatly compassionate his case, saying to the poor man, that if he would accept of his service, he willingly would entertain him. Heir to the count replied, that very gladly he would embrace his kind offer, but he was capable of no service, save only to be an horse-keeper, wherein he had employed the most part of his time. Hereupon, more for pleasure and pity than any necessity of his service, he was appointed to the keeping of an horse, which was only for his daughter's saddle, and daily after he had done his diligence about the horse, he did nothing else but play with the children. Fortune pleased thus to dally with the poor Count d'Angers, and his children. It came to pass, that the King of France, after divers leagues of truces passed between him and the Germains, died, and next after him, his son Hidolphin was crowned king, and it was his wife that wrongfully caused the Count's banishment. After expiration of the last league with the Germains, the wars began to grow much more fierce and sharp, and the King of England, upon request made to him by his new brother of France, sent him very honourable supplies of his people, under the conduct of Perrotto, his lately elected President of Wales, and Sir Roger Mondeville, son to his other Lord High Marshal, with whom also High Count went, and continued a long while in the camp as a common soldier, where yet like a valiant gentleman. As indeed he was no less, both in advice and actions, he accomplished many more notable matters. Hein was expected to come from him. It so fell out, that in the continuance of this war, the Queen of France fell into a grievous sickness, and perceiving herself to be at the point of death, she became very penitently sorrowful for all her sins, earnestly desiring that she might be confessed by the Archbishop of Rouen, who was reputed to be an holy and virtuous man. In repetition of her offences, she revealed what great wrong she had done to High Count d'Angers, resting not so satisfied with disclosing whole matter to him alone, but also confessed the same before many worthy persons, and of great honour, entreating them to work as so wih High King, that, if the Count were yet living, or any of his children, he might be restored to their former honour again. It was not long after, but the Queen left this life, and was most royally entered, when her confession being disclosed to the king, after much sorrow for so injuriously wronging a man of so great valour and honour, proclamation was made throughout the camp, and in many other parts of France beside, that whosoever could produce the Count d'Angers, or any of his children, should richly be rewarded for each one of them, in regard he was innocent of the foul imputation, by the Queen's own confession, and for his wrongful exile so long, he should be exalted to his former honour with far greater favours, which the king frankly would bestow upon him. Vimene the Count, who walked up and down in high habit of a common servitor, heard his proclamation. Forthwith he went to his master Sir Roger Mondeville, requesting his speedy repair to Lord Perrotto, that being both assembled together, he would acquaint them a serious matter, concerning high late proclamation published by the king. Being by themselves alone in high tent, FLLE Count spake in this manner to Perrotto. Sir, S. Roger Mondeville here, your equal competitor in this military service, is high husband to your natural sister, having as yet never received any dowry with her, but her inherent unblemishable virtue and honour. Now because she may not still remain destitute of a competent dowry, I desire that Sir Roger, and none other, may enjoy the royal reward promised by the king. You Lord Perrotto, whose true name is Louis, manifest yourself to be nobly born, and son to the wrongful banished Count d'Angers, avouch moreover, that Violenta, shadowed under the borrowed name of Gianetta, is your own sister, and deliver me up as your fag the long exiled Count Lyngers. Perrotto hearing this, beheld him more advisedly, and began to know him. Then, the tears flowing abundantly from his eyes, he fell at his feet, and often embracing him, said, My dear and noble father, 1,000 times more dearly welcome to your son Louis. Sir Roger Mondeville, hearing first what the Count had said, and seeing what Perrotto afterward performed, became surprised with such extraordinary joy and admiration, that he knew not how to carry himself in this case. Nevertheless, giving credit to his words, and being somewhat ashamed, that he had not used the Count in more respective manner, and remembering beside, the unkind language of his furious father to him, he kneeled down, humbly craving pardon, both for his father's rudeness and his own, which was courteously granted by the Count, embracing him lovingly in his arms. V% and they had a while discoursed their several fortunes, sometime in tears, and then again in joy. Perrotto and Sir Roger would have the Count to be garmented in better manner, but in no wise he would suffer it, for it was his only desire. Hight Sir Roger should be assured of the promised reward, by presenting him in High King's presence, and in the homely habit which he did wear, to touch him with the more sensible shame, for his rash belief, and injurious proceeding. Then Sir Roger Mondeville, guiding the Count by the hand, and Perodo following after, came before the king, offering to present High Count and his children, if the reward promised in the proclamation might be performed. The king immediately commanded, that a reward of inestimable value should be produced, desiring Sir Roger upon the sight thereof, to make good his offer, for forthwith presenting the Count and his children. Which he made no longer delay of, but turning himself about, delivered the aged Count, by the title of his servant, and presenting Perodo next, said, Sir, here I deliver you High Father and his son, his daughter who is my wife, cannot so conveniently be here now, but shortly, by the permission of heaven, your majesty shall have a sight of her. And the king heard this, steadfastly he looked on the Count, and, notwithstanding his wonderful alteration, both from his wonted feature and for me, yet, after he had very seriously viewed him, he knew him perfectly, and the tears trickling down his cheeks partly with remorseful shame, and joy also for his so happy recovery, he upped the Count from kneeling, kissing and embracing him very kindly, welcoming Perodo in the self same manner. Immediately also he gave command, that the Count should be restored to his honors, apparel, servants, horses, and furniture, answerable to his high estate and calling, which was as speedily performed. Moreover, the king greatly honored Sir Roger Mondeville, desiring to be made acquainted with all their past fortunes. And Sir Roger had received the royal reward, for Hut surrendering the Count and his son, the Count calling him Tohim, said, Take that princely remuneration of my sovereign inhered and king, and commending me to your unkind father, tell him that your children are no beggars' brats, neither basely born by our mother's side. Sir Roger returning home his bountiful reward, soon after brought his wife and mother to Paris, and so did Perodo his wife, where in great joy and triumph, they continued while with the noble Count, who had all his goods and honors restored to him, in for greater measure high ever they were before. His sons-in-law returning home their wives into England, left the Count with the king at Paris, where he spent the rest of his days in great honor and felicity. The second day, the 9th novelle, wherein is declared, that by over-liberal commending the chastity of women, it falleth out, oftentimes, to be very dangerous, especially by the means of treacherers vvho yet, in the end, are justly punished for their treachery. Bernardo, a merchant of Genoa, being deceived by another merchant, named Ambroginolo, lost a great part of his goods. And commanding his innocent wife to be murdered, she escaped, and, in high habit of a man, became servant to High Soldan. The deceiver being found at last, she compassed such means, that her husband Bernardo came into Alexandria, and there, after due punishment inflicted on the false deceiver, she resumed the garments again of a woman, and returned home with her husband to Genoa. Madame Eliza having ended her compassionate discourse, which indeed had moved all the rest to sighing, the queen, who was fair, comely of stature, and carrying a very majestical countenance, smiling more familiarly than the other, spake to them thus: It is very necessary, that the promise made to Dionysius, should carefully be kept, and because now there remaineth none, to report any more novels, but only he and myself, I must first deliver mine, and he, who takes it for an honor, to be the last in relating his own, last let him be for his own deliverance. Then pausing a little while, thus she began again. Many times among vulgar people, it hath passed as a common proverb, that the deceiver is often trampled on, by such as he deceived. And this cannot shew itself, by any reason, to be true, except such accidents as await on treachery, do really make a just discovery, and therefore according to course of this day observed, I am the woman that must make what I have said for approbation of that proverb, no way, I hope, distasteful to you in the hearing, but advantageable to preserve you from any such beguiling. There was a fair and inn in Paris, much frequented by many great Italian merchants, according to such variety of occasions and business, as urged their often resorting thither. One night among many other, having had a merry supper, he began to discourse on divers matters, and falling from one relation to another, they communed in very friendly manner concerning their wives, left at home in their houses. Quoth the first, I cannot well imagine what my wife is now doing, but I am able to say for myself, that if a pretty female should fall into my company, I could easily forget my love to my wife, and make use of such an advantage offered. A replied, and trust me, I should do no less, because I am persuaded, that if my wife be willing to wander, the law is in her own hand, and I am for enough from home, dumb walls blab no tales, and offences unknown are seldom or never called in question. A third man unapt in censure, with his former fellows of high jury, and it plainly appeared, that all the rest were of the same opinion, condemning their wives over rashly, and alleging, when husbands strayed so far from home, their wives had wit enough to make use of their time. Only one man among them all, named Bernardo in Melano, and dwelling in Genoa, maintained the contrary, boldly avouching, by high especial favor of fortune, he had a wife so perfectly complete in all graces and virtues, as any lady in the world possibly could be, and that Italy scarcely contained her equal. But, she was goodly of person, and yet very young, quick, quaint, mild, and courteous, and not anything appertaining to the office of a wife, either for domestic affairs, or any other employment whatsoever, but in womanhood she went beyond all. No lord, knight, esquire, or gentleman, could be better served at his table, than himself daily was, one more wisdom, modesty, and discretion. After all this, he praised her for riding, hawking, hunting, fishing, fowling, reading, writing, enditing, and most absolute keeping his of accounts, that neither himself, or any other merchant could therein excel her. After infinite other commendations, he came to the former point of argument, concerning the easy falling of women into wantonness, maintaining, with a solemn oath, that no woman possibly could be more chaste and honest than she, in which respect, he was verily persuaded, that if he stayed from her 10 years' space, yet all his lifetime, out of his house, yet never would she falsify her faith to him, or be lewdly allured by any other man. Amongst these merchants' huts communing to H1 there was a young proper man, named Ambroginello of Placentia, who began to laugh at the last praises which Bernardo had used of his wife, and seeming to make a mockery thereof, demanded, if the emperor had given him this privilege, above all other married men? Bernardo, being somewhat offended, answered, no emperor hath done it, but the especial blessing of heaven, exceeding all the emperors on the earth in grace, and thereby have this favor, whereto Ambroginello presently huts replied. Bernardo, without all question to the contrary, I believe what thou hast said, is true, but, for aught I can perceive, thou hast slender judgment in the nature of things, because, if thou didst observe them well, thou couldst not be of so gross understanding. For, by comprehending matters in their true kind and nature, thou wouldst speak of them more correctly than thou doest. And to the end, thou mayest not imagine, that we who have spoken of our wives, do think any of them, then as well and honestly as thou canst of thine, nor that anything else did urge these speeches of them, or falling into this kind of discourse, but only by a natural instinct and admonition, I will familiarly, a little further with thee, upon the matter already propounded. I have evermore understood that man was the most noble creature, formed by God to live in this world, and woman in high next degree to him, but man, as generally is believed, and as is discerned by apparent effects, is the most perfect of BCTH. Having hind the most perfection in him, without all doubt, he must be so much the more firme and constant. So in like manner, it hath been, and is universally granted, that woman is more various and mutable, may be approved by, and the reason thereof may be approved by, many natural circumstances, which were needless now to make any mention of. If a man hind be possessed of the greater stability, and yet cannot contain himself from condescending, I say not to one that entreats him, but to desire any other that please him, and beside, to covet the enjoying of his own pleasing contentment, a thing not chancing to him once in a moneth, but infinite times in a day's space. Villat, can you then conceive of a frily woman, subject, by nature, to entreaties, flatteries, gifts, persuasions, and 1,000 other enticing means, which a man, that is affected to her, can use? Dayest thou think then that she hath any power to contain? Assuredly, though thou shouldest rest so resolved, yet cannot I be of the same opinion. For I am sure thou believest, and must needs confess it, that thy wife is a woman, made of flesh and blood, as other women are. If it be so, she cannot be without the same desires, and the weakness or strength as women have, to resist natural appetites as her own are. In regard whereof, it is merely impossible, although she be most honest, but she must needs do that which offler women do, for there is nothing else possible, either to be denied or affirmed to the contrary, as who most unadvisedly hast done. Bernardo answered in this manner: I am a merchant, and no philosopher, and like a merchant I mean to answer thee. I am not to learn, that these accidents by thee related, may happen to fools, who are void of understanding or shame, but such as are wise, and endued with virtue, have always such a precious esteem of their honor, that high will contain those principles of constance, yea, which men are merely carelessy of, and I justify my wife to be one of them. Believe me, Bernardo, replied Ambroginolo, if so often as thy wife's mind is addicted to wanton folly, a badge of should arise on thy forehead, to render testimony of her female frailty, I believe the number of them would be more, than willingly you would wish them to be. And among all married men in every degree, the notes are so secret of their wives' imperfections, that the sharpest sight is not able to discern them, and wiser sort of men are willing not to know them, because shame and loss of honor is never imposed, but in cases evident and apparent. Persuade thyself then, Bernardo, that what women may accomplish in secret, high will rarely fail to do, or if they abstain, it is through fear and folly. V% therefore, hold it for a certain rule, that woman is onely chaste, that never was solicited personally, or if she endured any such sweet, either she answered yea, or no. And albeit I know these to be true, by many infallible and natural reasons, yet could I not speak so exactly as I do, if I had not tried experimentally, the humors and affections of divers women. Yea, and let me tell thee more, Bernardo, were I in private company with thy wife, howsoever thou presumest to think her to be, I should account it a matter of no impossibility, to find in her the self-same frailty. Bernardes now began to boil, and patience being a little put down by choler, thus he replied: A combat of words requires over long continuance, for I maintain the matter which thou deniest, and all this sorts to nothing in the end. But seeing who presumest, hight all women are so apt and tractable, and thyself so confident of thine own power, I willingly yield, for the better assurance of my wife's constant loyalty, to have my head smitten off, if thou canst win her to any such dishonest act, by any means whatsoever thou canst use unto her, which if thou canst not do, shalt only lose 1,000 ducats of gold. Now began Ambroginolo to be heated with these words, answering thus: Bernardo, if I had won the wager, I know not what I should do with thy head, but if thou be willing to stand upon the proof, pawn down 5,000 ducats of gold, a matter of much less value head, against 1,000 ducats of mine, granting me a lawful limited time, which I require to be no more than the space of 3 moneths, after the day of my departing hence. I will stand bound to gie for Genoa, and there win such kind consent of thy wife, as shall be to mine own content. In witness whereof, I will bring back with me such private and especial tokens, as thou thyself shalt confess that I have not failed. Provided, that thou do first promise upon thy faith, to absent thyself thence during my limited time, and be no hindrance to me by high letters, concerning the attempt by me undertaken. Bernardo said, be it a bargain, am the man that will make good my 5,000 ducats, and albeit the other merchants then present, earnestly labored to break the wager, knowing great harm must needs ensue, yet both the parties were so hot and fiery, as all the other men spake to no effect, but writings was made, sealed, and delivered under either of their hands, Bernardo remaining at Paris, and Ambroginolo departing for Genoa. There he remained some few days, to learn the street's name where Bernardo dwelt, as also high conditions and qualities of his wife, which scarcely pleased him when he heard them, because they were for beyond her husband's relation, and she reputed to be the only wonder of women, whereby he plainly perceived, that he had undertaken a very idle enterprise, yet would he not give it over so, but proceeded therein a little further. He wrought such means, he came acquainted with a poor woman, who often frequented Bernardo's house, and was greatly in favor with his wife, upon whose poverty he so prevailed, by earnest persuasions, but much more by large gifts of money, that he won her to further him in this manner following. A fair and artificial chest he caused to be purposely made, wherein himself might be aptly contained, and so conveyed into the house of Bernardi's wife, under color of a formal excuse, that the poor woman should be absent from the city 2 or 3 days, and she must keep it safe till she return. The gentlewoman, suspecting no guile, but that the chest was the receptacle of all the woman's wealth, would trust it in no other room than her own bed-chamber, which was the place where Ambroginolo most desired to be. Being thus conveyed into the chamber, the night going on apace, and the gentlewoman fast asleep in her bed, a lighted taper stood burning on the table by her, as in her husband's absence she ever used to have. Ambroginolo softly opened the chest, according cunningly he had contrived it, and stepping forth in his socks made of cloth, observed the situation of the chamber, the paintings, pictures, and beautiful hangings, with all things else that were remarkable, which perfectly he committed to his memory. Going near to the bed, he saw her lie there sweetly sleeping, and her young daughter in like manner by her, she seeming then as complete and pleasing a creature, as when she was attired in her best bravery. No especial note or mark could he discree, whereof he might make credible report, but only a small wart upon her left pap, with some few hairs growing thereon, appearing to be as yellow as gold. Sufficient had he seen, and durst presume no fear, but taking one of her rings, which lay upon the table, a purse of hers, hanging by on the wall, a light wearing robe of silka, and her girdle, all which he put into the chest, and being in himself, closed it fast as it was before, so continuing there in the chamber several nights, the gentlewoman neither mistrusting or missing anything. The 3rd day being come, the woman, according as formerly was concluded, came to have home her chest again, and brought it safely into her own house, where Ambroginolo coming forth of it, satisfied the woman to her liking, returning, with all the forenamed things, so fast as conveniently he could to Paris. Being arrived there long before his limited time, he called the merchants together, who were present at the past words and wager, avouching before Bernardo, that he had won his 5,000 ducats, and performed the task he undertook. To make good his protestation, first he described the formy of the chamber, the curious pictures hanging about it, in what manner high bed stood, and every circumstance else beside. Next he shewed the severalhlings, which he brought away thence with him, affirming that he had received them of herself. Bernardo confessed, that his description of the chamber was true, and acknowledged moreover, that these things did belong to his wife, but, quoth he, this may be gotten, by corrupting some servant of mine, both for intelligence of the chamber, as also of the ring, purse, and what else is beside, all which suffice not to win high wager, without some other more apparent and pregnant token. In troth, answered Ambroginolo, methinks these should serve for sufficient proofs, but seeing thou art so desirous to know more, I plainly tell thee, that fair Ginevra thy wife, hath a small round wart upon her left pap, and some few little golden hairs growing thereon. V% and Bernardo heard words, they were as so many stabs to his heart, yea, beyond all compass of patient sufferance, and by high changing of his color, it was noted manifestly, being unable to utter one word, DMT Ambroginolo had spoken nothing but the truth. Wih1 in a while after, he said, Gentlemen, that which Ambroginolo hath said, is very true, wherefore let him come when he will, and he shall be paid, which accordingly he performed on the very next day, even to the utmost penny, departing then from Paris towards Genoa, with the most malicious intention to his wife, being come near to the city, he would not enter it, but rode to a country house of his, standing about 10 miles distant thence. There arrived, he called a servant, in whom he reposed a special trust, sending him to Genoa Tivo horses, writing to his wife, that he was returned, and she should come Hlifler to see him. But secretly he charged his servant, that so soon as he had brought her to a convenient place, he should there kill her, without any pity or compassion, and then return to him again. V% and the servant was come to Genoa, and had delivered his letter and message. Ginevra gave him most joyful welcome, and on the morrow morning mounting on horseback Wih1 the servant, rode merrily towards the country house, divers things she discoursed on by the way, till they descended into a deep solitary valley, very thickly beset with high and huge spreading trees, which the servant supposed to be a meet place, for the execution of his master's command. Suddenly drawing forth his sword, and holding Ginevra fast by the arm, he said, Mistress, quickly commend your soul to God, for you must die, before you pass any further. Ginevra seeing the naked sword, and hearing the words so peremptorily delivered, fearfully answered, Alas dear friend, mercy for God's sake, and before thou kill me, tell me wherein I have offended thee, and why thou must kill me. Alas good mistressy, replied the servant, you have not any way offended me, but in what occasion you have displeased your husband, it is utterly unknown to me, for he hath strictly commanded me, without respect of pity or compassion, to kill you by the way as I bring you, and if I do it not, he hath sworn to hang me by the neck. You know, good mistress, how much I stand obliged to him, and how impossible it is for me, to contradict anything that he commandeth. God is my witness, that I am truly compassionate of you, and yet, by no means, may I let you live. Ginevra kneeling before him weeping, wringing her hands, thus replied. Wilt thou turn monster, and be a murphy-erer of her that never wronged to please another man, and on a bare command? God, who truly knoweth all things, is my faith one full witness, that I never committed any offense, whereby to deserve the dislike of my husband, much less so harsh a recompense as his is. But flying from mine own justification, and appealing to manly mercy, thou mayest, wert but so well pleased, in a moment satisfy both thy master and me, in such manner as I will make plain and apparent to thee. Take thou my garments, spare me onely high doublet, and such a bonnet as is fitting for a man, so return one my habit to thy master, assuring him, that the deed is done. And here I swear to thee, by that life which I enjoy but by high mercy, I will so strangely disguise myself, and wander so far off from highest countries, as neither he or thou, nor any person belonging to these parts, shall ever hear any tidings of me. The servant, who had no great goodwill to kill her, very easily grew pitiful, took off her upper garments, and gave her a poor ragged doublet, a silly chaperon, and such small store of money as he had, desiring her to forsake that country, and so left her to walk on foot out of the valley. Tv% and he came to his master, and had delivered him her garments, he assured him, that he had not only accomplished his command, but also was most secure from any discovery, because he had no sooner done the deed, but 4 or 5 very ravenous wolves, came presently running to the dead body, and gave it burial in their bellies. Bernardo soon after returning to Genoa, was much blamed for such unkind cruelty to his wife, but his constant avouching of her treason to him, according then to the country's custom, did clear him from all pursuit of law. Poor Ginevra was left thus alone and disconsolate, and night stealing fast upon her, she went to a silly village near adjoining, where, by the means of a good old woman, she got such provision as the place afforded, making the doublet fit to her body and converting her petticoat to a pair of breeches, according to high mariner's fashion, then cutting her hair, and quaintly disguised like unto a sailor, she went to the sea coast. By good fortune, she met there with a gentleman of Catalonia, whose name was Signor Incararco, who came on land from his ship, which lay hulling there about Albagia, to refresh himself at a pleasant spring. Incararco taking her to be a man, as she appeared no otherwise by her habit, upon some conference passing between them, she was entertained into his service, and being brought aboard the ship, she went under the name of Sicureno de Finale. There she had better apparel bestowed on her by the gentleman, and her service proved so pleasing and acceptable to him, that he liked her care and diligence beyond all comparison. It came to pass within a short while after, that this gentleman of Catalonia sailed, with some charge of his, into Alexandria, carrying certain falcons, which he presented to the Soldan, who oftentimes welcomed this gentleman to his table, where he observed the behavior of Sicureno, attending on his master's trencher, and was so highly pleased, that he requested to have him from the gentleman, who, for his more advancement, willingly parted one his so lately entertained servant. Sicureno was so ready and discreet in his daily services, that he grew in as great grace one the Soldan, as before he had done with Incararco. At a certain season in high year, as customary order, there observed, had formerly been, in high city of Acres which was under the Soldane's subjection, there yearly met a great assembly of merchants, as Christians, Moors, Jews, Saracens, and many other nations besides, as at a common mart or fair. And to the end, that the merchants, for the better sale of their goods, might be higher in the safer assurance, the Soldan used to send Liffler some of his ordinary officers, and a strong guard of soldiers beside, to defend them from all injuries and molestation, because he reaped thereby no mean benefit. And who should be now sent about his business, but his new elected favorite Sicureno, because she was skillful and perfect in the languages. Sicureno being come to Acres as lord and captain of the guard for the merchants, and for the safety of their merchandises, she discharged her office most commendably, walking with her train Hloro every part of the fair, where she observed a worthy company of merchants, Sicilians, Pisans, Genoese, Venetians, and other Italians, whom the more willingly she noted, in remembrance of her native country. At one especial time among other, chancing into a shop or belonging to FLLE Venetians, she espied, hanging up with other costly wares, a purse and a girdle, which suddenly she remembered to be sometime her own, whereat she was not a little abashed in her mind. But without making any such outvartu, courteously she requested to know whose they were, and whether they should be sold, or no. Ambroginello of Placentia was likewise come thither, and great store of merchandises he had brought with him, in a carrack appertaining to the Venetians, and he hearing the captain of the Garde du Monde whose they were, stepped forth before him, and smiling, answered, that they were his, but not to be sought, yet if he liked them, gladly he would bestow them on him. Sicureno seeing him smile, suspected least himself had, by some unfitting behavior, been the occasion thereof, and therefore, with a more settled countenance, he said, perhaps smilest, because I that am a man, professing armes, should question after such womanish toys. Ambroginello replied, my lord, pardon me, I smile not at you, or at your demande, but at the manner how I came by these hlings. Sicureno, upon his answer, was 10 times more desirous than before, and said, if fortune favored thee in friendly manner, by high obtaining of these things, if it may be spoken, tell me how hadst them. My inard, answered Ambroginello, these things, with many more besides, by a gentlewoman of Genoa, named Madam were given me Ginevra, the wife to one Lamellino, in recompense of one night's lodging with her, and she desired me to keep them for her sake. Now, the main reason of my smiling, was the remembrance of her husband's folly, in waging 5,000 ducats of gold, against 1,000 of mine, that I should not obtain my will of his wife, which I did, and thereby won the wager. But he, who better deserved to be punished for his folly, Heinschii, who was but sick of all women's disease, returning from Paris to Genoa, caused her to be slain, as afterward it was reported by himself. V% and Sicureno heard this horrible lie, immediately she conceived, that this was the occasion of her husband's hatred to her, and all the hard haps which she had since suffered, whereupon she reputed it for more than a mortal sin, if such a villain should pass without due punishment. Sicureno seemed to like well this report, and grew into such familiarity with Ambroginello, that, by her persuasions, when the fair was ended, she took him higher with her into Alexandria, and all his wares along with him, furnishing him with a fit and convenient shop, where he made great benefit of his merchandises, trusting all his monies in high captain's custody, because it was the safest course for him, and so he continued there won no mean contentment. Much did she pity her husband's perplexity, devising by what good and warrantable means she might make known her innocency to him, wherein her place and authority did greatly stead her, and she wrought with divers gallant merchants of Genoa then remained in Alexandria, and by virtue of the Soldan's friendly letters beside, to bring him thither upon an law occasion. Come he did, albeit in a special in poor and mean order, which soon was better altered by her appointment, and he very honorably, though in private, entertained by divers of her worthy friends, till time did favor what she further intended. In high expectation of Bernardo's arrival, she had so prevailed with Ambroginello, that the same tale which he formerly told to her, he delivered again in presence of the Soldan, who seemed to be well pleased with it. But after she had once yeni her husband, she thought upon her more serious business, providing herself of an apt opportunity, when she entreated such favor of the Soldan, that both the men might be brought before him, where if Ambroginolo would not confess, without constraint, DMT which he had made his vaunt of concerning Bernardo's wife, he might be compelled thereto perforce. Sicureno's word was a law. Wih the Soldan, so that Ambroginolo and Bernardo being brought face to face, the Soldan with a stern and angry countenance, in presence of a most princely assembly, commanded Ambroginolo to declare the true one, upon peril of his life, by what means he won the wager of the 5,000 golden ducats he received of Bernardo. Ambroginolo, seeing Sicureno there present, upon whose favor he wholly relied, yet perceiving her looks likewise to be as dreadful as the Soldan's, and hearing her threaten him with most grievous torments except he revealed the truth indeed, you may easily guess in what condition he at that instant. Frowns and fury he beheld on either side, and Bernardo standing before him, with a world of famous witnesses, to hear his lie confounded by his own confession, and his tongue to deny what it had before so constantly avouched. Yet dreaming on no other pain or penalty, but restoring back the 5,000 ducats of gold, and the other things by him purloined, truly he revealed the whole for me of his then Sicureno according as the Soldan had formerly commanded him, turning to Bernardo, said, "And thou, upon high suggestion of this foul lie, what didst do to thy wife?" "Being," quoth Bernardo, "overcome with for the loss of my money, and the dishonor I supposed to receive by my wife, I caused a servant of mine to kill her, and as he credibly avouched, her body was devoured by ravenous wolves in a moment after." These things being thus spoken and heard, in the presence of the Soldan, and no reason, as yet, made known, why the case was so seriously urged, and to what end it would succeed, Sicureno spake in his manner to the Soldan. "My gracious lord, you may plainly perceive, in what degree that poor gentlewoman might make her vaunt, being so well provided, bcth of a loving friend, and a husband. Such was the friend's love, that in an instant, and by a wicked lie, he robbed her both of her renown and honor, and bereft her also of her husband. And her husband, rather crediting another's falsehood, than the invincible true one, whereof he had faithful knowledge, by long and very honorable experience, caused her to be slain, and made footy for devouring wolves. Beside all this, such was the goodwill and affection borne to that woman both by friend and husband, hight the longest continuer of them in her company, makes them alike in knowledge of her. But because your great wisdom knoweth perfectly what each of them have worthily deserved, if you please, in your ever-known gracious benignity, to permit the punishment of the deceiver, and pardon the party, so I will procure such means, that she shall appear here in your presence, and theirs." The Soldan, being desirous to give Sicureno all manner of satisfaction, having followed the course so industriously, bade him to produce the woman, and he was well contented. Bernardo much amazed, because he verily believed that she was dead. And Ambroginolo, foreseeing already a preparation for punishment, feared, that the repayment of the money would not now serve his turn, not knowing also, what he should hope or suspect, if the woman herself did personally appear, which he imagined would be a miracle. Sicureno having thus obtained the Soldan's permission, tears, humbling herself at his feet, in a moment she lost her manly voice and demeanor, as knowing that she was now no longer to use hyam, but must truly witness what she was indeed, and therefore thus spake: "Great Soldan, I am the miserable and unfortunate Ginevra, that for the space of 6 whole years, have wandered through the world, in the habit of a man, falsely and most maliciously slandered, by this villamous traitor Ambroginolo, and by this unkind cruel husband, betrayed to his servant to be slain, and left to be devoured by savage beasts. Afterward, desiring such garments as better fitted for her, and shewing her breasts, she made it apparent before the Soldan and his assistants, that she was the very same woman indeed. Then turning herself to Ambroginolo, with more than manly courage, she demanded of him, when, and where it was, that he lay with her, as, villainously, he was not ashamed to make his vaunt. But he, having already acknowledged the contract, being stricken dumb with shameful disgrace, was not able to utter one word. The Soldan, who had always reputed Sicureno to be a man, having heard and seen so admirable an accident, was so amazed in his mind, that many times he was very doubtful, whether his was a dream, or an absolute relation of truth. But, after he had more seriously considered thereon, and found it to be real and infallible, with extraordinary gracious praises, he commended the life, constancy, condition, and virtues of Ginevra, whom, till that time, he had always called Sicureno. So committing her to the company of honorable ladies, to be changed from her manly habit, he pardoned Bernardo her husband, according to her request formerly made, love he had more justly deserved death, which likewise himself confessed, and falling at the feet of Ginevra, desired her, in tears, to forgive his rash transgression, which most lovingly she did, kissing and embracing him 1,000 times. Then high Soldan strictly undade, that on some high and eminent place of the city, Ambroginolo should be bound and impaled on a stake, having his naked body anointed all over with honey, and never to be taken off, until, of itself, it fell in pieces, which, according to the sentence, was presently performed. Next, he gave express charge, that all his money and goods should be given to Ginevra, which valued above 10,000 double ducats. Forthwith a solemn feast was prepared, wherein much honor was done to Bernardo, being the husband of Ginevra, and to her, as to a most worthy woman, and matchless wife, he gave in costly jewels, as also vessels of gold and silver plate, so much as did amount to above 10,000 double ducats more. V% and the feasting was finished, he caused a ship to be furnished for them, granting them license to depart from Genoa when he pleased, whither they returned most richly and joyfully, being welcomed home with great honor, especially Madame Ginevra, whom every one supposed to be dead, and always after, so long as she lived, she was most famous for her manifold virtues. But as for Ambroginolo, the very same day that he was impaled on the stake, anointed with honey, and fixed in the place appointed, to his no mean torment, he not only died, but likewise was devoured to bare bones, by flies, wasps, and hornets, whereof the country notoriously aboundeth. And his bones, in full form and fashion, remained strangely black for a long time after, knit together by the sinews, as a witness to many thousands of people, which afterward beheld the carcass of his wickedness against so and virtuous a woman, that had not so much as a thought of any evil towards him. And thus was the proverb truly verified, that shame succeedeth after ugly sin, and the deceiver is trampled and trod, by such as himself hath deceived. The second day, the 10th novelle, wherein old men are wittily reprehended, that will match themselves with younger women than is fit for their years, and insufficient, never considering what may happen to them. Pagamino da Monaco, a roving pirate on the seas, carried away the fair wife of Signor Ricciardo de Cinzica, who understanding where she was, went thither, and falling into friendship with Pagamino, demanded his wife of him, whereto he yielded, provided, that she would willing go away with him. She denied to part thence with her husband, and Signor Ricciardo dying, she became the wife of Pagamino. Every one in this honest and gracious assembly, most highly commended the novelle recounted by the Queen, but especially Dionysius, who remained to finish that day's pleasure. Wih won his own, and after many praises of the former tale were past, thus he began. Fair ladies, part of Queen's novelle hath made an alteration of my mind, from that which I intended to proceed next withal, and therefore I will report another. I cannot forget the unmanly indiscretion of Bernardo, but much more the base arrogance of Ambroginello, how justly deserved shame fell upon him, as well it may happen to all other, that are so vile in their own opinions, as he apparently approved himself to be. For, as men wander abroad in high world, according to their occasions in diversity of countries and observations of the people's behavior, so are their humors as variously transported. And if they find a women wantonly disposed abroad, the like judgment they give of their wives at home, as if they had never known their birth and breeding, or made proof of their loyal carriage towards them. Therefore, the tale that I purpose to relate, will likewise condemn all the like kind of men, but more especially such as linky high themselves endued with more strength than nature meant to bestow on them, believing, that they can cover their own defects by fabulous demonstrations, and thinking to fashion other of their own complexions, that are merely strangers to such gross follies. Know then, that there lived in Pisa, some 100 years before Tuscany and Liguria embraced the Christian faith, a judge better stored with wisdom and ingenuity, corporal abilities of the body, named Signor Ricciardo di Cinzica. He being more half persuaded, that he could content a woman wih won such satisfaction as he daily bestowed on his studies, being a widower, and extraordinary wealthy, labored with no mean pains, to enjoy a fair and youthful wife in marriage, both which qualities he should much rather have avoided, if he could have ministred as good counsel to himself, as he did to others, resorting to him for advice. Upon this his amorous and diligent inquisition, it came so to pass, that a worthy gentlewoman, called Bertolomea, one of the fairest and choicest young maids in Pisa, whose youth did hardly agree with his age, but much was the motive of this marriage, and no expectation of mutual contentment. The judge being married, and the bride brought solemnly home to his house, we need make no question of brave cheer and banqueting, well furnished by their friends on either side. Other matters were now hammering in judge's head, for thought he could please all his clients with counsel, yet now such a suit was commenced against himself, and in beauty's court of continual requests, that the judge failing in plea for his own defense, was often non-suited by lack of answer, yet he wanted not good wines, drugs, and all sorts of restoratives to comfort heart, and increase good blood, but all availed not. But well fare a good courage, where performance faileth, he could liberally commend his past jovial days, and make a promise of as fair felicities yet to come, because his youth would renew itself like to the eagle, and his vigor in as full force as before. But beside all these idle allegations, would needs instruct his wife in an almanac or calendar, which he had, formerly, bought at Ravenna, and wherein he plainly shewed her, that there was not one day in the year, but it was dedicated to some saint or other. In reverence of whom, and for sakes, he approved by divers arguments and reasons, that a man and his wife ought to abstain from bedding together. Adding withal, that those saints' days had _are fasts and feasts, beside the four seasons of the year, the vigils of the apostles, and Adwas and other holy days, with Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, in honor of our Lord's rest, and all the holy time of Lent, as also certain observations of the moon, and infinite other exceptions beside, thinking perhaps, it was as convenient for men to refrain from their wives' conversation, as he did oftentime from sitting in the court. These were his daily documents to his young wife, wherewith, poor soul, she became so tired, as nothing could be more irksome to her, and very careful he was, lest any other should teach her what belonged to working days, because he would have her know none but holy days. It came to pass, that the season waxing extremely hot, Signor Ricciardo would go to recreate himself at his house in the country, near to high Blacka mountain, where for his fair wives more contentment, he continued divers days together. And for her here recreation, he gave order to have a day of fishing, he going aboard a small pinnace among the fishers, and she in another, consorted one divers 1 gentlewomen, in whose company she was very well pleased. Delight made them launch further into the sea, than either the judge was willing they should have done, or agreed with their own safety. For suddenly a galliot came upon them, wherein was one Pagamino, a famous pirate, who espying Hvo pinnaces, made presently to them, and seized on that wherein the women were. And he beheld there so fair a young woman, he coveted after no other purchase, but mounting her into his galliot, in the sight of Signor Ricciardo, who by this time was fearfully landed, he carried her away with him. Hence Signor Judge had any this hift, he being so jealous of his wife, as scarcely he would let the air breathe on her, it were needless to know whether he was offended, or no. He made complaint at Pisa, and in other places beside, what injury he had sustained by those pirates, in carrying away his wife from him, but all in vain, he neither, as yet, knew high man, nor what was become of him. Pagamino perceiving what a beautiful woman she was, made high more precious esteem of his purchase, and being himself a bachelor, intended to keep her as his own, comforting her with kind and pleasing speeches, not using any ill demeanor to her, because she wept and lamented grievily. But when night came, her husband's calendar falling from her girdle, and all the fasts and feasts quite out of her remembrance, she received such courtesies from Pagamino, that before they could arrive at Monaco, the judge and his law cases were almost out of memory, such was his affable behavior to her, and she began to converse with him in more friendly manner, and he entreated her as honorably, as if she had been his espoused. Within a short while after, report had acquainted the judge, where and how his wife was kept from him, whereupon he determined, not to send, but rather to go himself in person, and to redeem her from high pirate, with what summas of money he should demand. By Aea he passed to Monaco, where he saw his wife, and she him as, soon after, she made known to Pagamino. The next morning, Signor Ricciardo meeting with Pagamino, made means to be acquainted with him, and within less than an hour's space, they grew into familiar conference, Pagamino yet pretending not to know him, but expected what issue this talk would sort to. When time served, the judge discoursed the occasion of his coming hither, desiring him to demand what ransom he pleased, and that he might have his wife home with him. I % ere took Pagamino answered. My lord judge, you are welcome hither, and to answer you briefly very true it is, I have a young gentlewoman in my house, whom I neither know to be your wife, or any other man's else whatsoever, for I am ignorant both of you and her, albeit she hath remained a while here with me. If you be her husband, as you aim to avouch, I will bring her to you, for you appear to be a worthy gentleman, and, questionless, she cannot choose but know you perfectly. If she do confirm that which you have said, and be willing to depart hence with you, I shall rest well satisfied, and will have no other recompense for her ransom, in regard of your grave and reverend years, but what yourself shall please to give me. But if it fall out other than you have affirmed, you shall offer me great wrong, in seeking to get her from me, because I am a young man, and can as well maintain so fair a wife as you, or any man else I know. Believe it certainly, replied the judge, that she is my wife, and if you please to bring me where she is, you shall soon perceive it, for she will presently cast her arms about my neck, and I durst adventure the utter loss of her, if she deny to do it in your presence. Come on then, said Pagamino, and let us delay the time no longer. Vyman they were entrade into Pagamina's house, and sat down in high hall. He caused her to be called, and she, being readily prepared for the purpose, came forth of her chamber before them both, where friendly they sate conversing together, never uttering any word unto Sine or Ricciardo, or knowing him from any other stranger, that Paganino might bring into the house with him. V percentage when my lord the judge beheld, who expected to find of her more gracious welcome, he stood as a man amazed, saying to himself, perhaps the extraordinary grief and melancholy suffered by me since the time of her loss, hath so altered my wonted complexion, hight she is not able to take knowledge of me. V percent therefore, going nearer to her, he said, fair love, dearly have I bought your going on fishing, because never man felt the like afflictions as I have done since the day when I lost you, but by your uncivil silence, you seem as if you did not know me. Dearest love, seest thou not that I am thy husband Ricciardo, who am come to pay what ransom this gentleman shall demand, even in the house where now we are, so to convey thee home again, upon his kind promise of thy deliverance, after the payment of thy ransom? Turning towards him, and seeming as if she smiled to herself, thus answered, Sir, speak you to me? Advise yourself well, lest you mistake me for some other, for mine own part, I never saw you till now. How now Ricciardo? Consider better what you say, look more circumspectly on me, and then you will remember, that I am your loving husband, and my name is Ricciardo di Cinzica. You must pardon me, sir, replied Bartolomea, I know it not so fitting for a modest woman to stand gazing in the faces of men, and let me look upon you never so often, certain I am, that, till this instant, I have not seen you. My lord judge conceived in his mind huts she denied all knowledge of him, as standing in fear of Pagamino, and would not confess him in his presence. V percent therefore he entreated of Pagamino, to afford him so much favor, that he might speak alone with her in her chamber. Pagamino answered, that he was well contented therewith, provided, that he should not kiss her against her will. Then he requested Bartolomea, to go with him alone into her chamber, there to hear what he could say, and to answer him as she found occasion. Vyman they were come into the chamber, and none there present but he and she. Signor Ricciardo began in this manner. Heart of my heart, life of my life, the sweetest hope that I have in this world, wilt thou not know thine own Ricciardo, who loveth high more than he doth himself? 6 My art thou so strange? Am I so disfigured, that thou knowest me not? Behold me with a more pleasing eye, I pray thee. Bartolomea smiled to herself, and without suffering him to proceed any further in speech, returned him answer. I would have you to understand, sir, that my memory is not so oblivious, but I know you to be Signor Ricciardo di Cinzica, and my husband by name or title, but during the time that I was with you, it very ill appeared that you had any knowledge of me. For if you had been so wise and considerate, as, in your own judgment, the world reputed you to be, you could not be void of so much apprehension, but did apparently perceive, that I was young, fresh, and cheerfully disposed, and so, by consequent, meet to know matters requisite for such young women, beside allowance of food and garments, though bashfulness and modesty forbid to utter it. But if studying the laws were more welcome to you than a wife, you ought not to have married, and you the worthy reputation of a judge, when you fall from that venerable profession, and make yourself a common prelamer of feasts and fasting days, Lenten gills, and solemnities due to saints, which prohibit the seasons. 6 Household conversation of husbands and wives. Here am I now a worthy gentleman, that entertain one me with very honorable respect, and here I live in this chamber, not so much as hearing of any feasts or fasting days, for Fridays, Saturdays, vigils of saints, or any lingering Lent, enter at his door, but here is honest and civil conversation, better agreeing with a youthful disposition, than those harsh wherewith you tutored me. Therefore my purpose is to continue here with him, as being a place suitable to my mind and youth, referring feasts, vigils, and fasting days, to a more mature and staid time of age, when the body is better able to endure them, and the mind may be prepared for such ghostly meditations. Depart therefore at your own pleasure, and make much of your calendar, without enjoying any company of mine, for you hear my resolved determination. The judge, hearing these words, was overcome with exceeding grief, and when she was silent, thus he began. Alas, dear love, what an answer is this! Hast thou no regard of thine own honor, thy parents, and friends? Canst thou rather affect to abide here, for high pleasures of this man, and so sin capitally, to live at Pisa in high state of my wife? Consider, dear heart, when this man shall wax weary of thee, to thy shame and his own disgrace, he will reject thee. I must and shall love thee forever, and when I die, I leave thee lady and commandress of all that is mine. Can an inordinate appetite cause thee to be carelessy of thine honor, and of him that loves thee as his own life? Alas, my fairest hope, say no more so, but return home with me, and now hight I am acquainted with inclination, I will endeavor hereafter to give better contentment. Therefore, dear heart, day not deny me, but change thy mind, and go wih me, for I never saw merry day since I lost. Sir, quoth she, I desire nobody to have care of mine honor, beside myself, because it cannot be here abused. And as for my parents, what respect had they of me, when they made me your wife? If then they could be so carelessy of me, what reason have I to regard them now? And whereas you tax me, that I cannot live here without capital sin, for is the thought thereof from me, for, here I am regarded as the wife of Pagamino, but at Pisa, you reputed me not worthy your society, because, by the point of the moon, and high quadratures of geometry, the planets held conjunction between you and me, whereas here I am subject to no such constellations. You say beside, that hereafter you will strive to give me better contentment than you have done. Surely, in mine opinion it is no way possible, because our complexions are so far different, as this is from fire, or gold from dross. As for your allegation, of this gentleman's rejecting me, when his humor is satisfied, should it prove to be so, as it is least part of my fear what fortune sever shall betide me, never will I make any means to you, what miseries or misadventures may happen to me, but the world will afford me one resting place or other, and more to my contentment, than if I were with you. Therefore I tell you once again, to live secured from all offense to holy saints, and not to injure their feasts, fasts, vigils, and other ceremonious seasons. Here is my demurrance, and from hence I purpose not to part. Our judge was now in a woeful perplexity, and confessing his folly, in marrying a wife so young, and far unfit for his age and ability, being half desperate, sad, and displeased, he came forth of high chamber, using divers speeches to Pagamino, whereof he made little or no account at all, and in the end, without any other success, left his wife there, and returned home to Pisa. Their further afflictions fell upon him, because the people began to him, demanding daily of him, what was become of his gallant young wife, making horns, with ridiculous pointings at him, whereby his senses became distracted, so that he ran raving about the streets, and afterward died in very miserable manner. News came no to ear of Pagamino, but, in the honorable affection he bare to Bertolomea, he married her, with great solemnity, banishing all fasts, vigils, and Lents from his house, and living with her in much felicity. Herefore, fair ladies, I am of opinion, that Bernardo of Genoa, in his disputation with Ambroginello, might have shown himself a great deal wiser, and sparing his rash proceeding with his wife. This tale was so merrily entertained among the whole company, each one smiling upon another, one consent commended Dionysius, maintaining that he spake nothing but the truth, and condemning Bernardo for his cruelty. Upon a general silence commanded, the queen perceiving that the time was now very forspent, and every one had delivered their several novels, which likewise gave a period to her royalty, she gave the crown to Madame Nephila, pleasantly speaking to her in this order: Hereafter, the government of these few people is committed to your trust and care, for with the day concludeth my dominion. Madame Nephila, blushing, at the honor done unto her, her cheeks appeared of a vermilion tincture, her eyes glittering with graceful desires, and sparkling like the morning star. And after the modest murmur of the assistants was ceased, and her courage in cheerful manner settled, seating herself higher than she did before, thus she spake: Seeing it is so, that you have elected me your queen, to vary somewhat from the curry observed by them that went before me, whose gouvernement you have all so much commended, by approbation of your counsel, I am desirous to speak my mind, concerning what I would have to be next followed. It is not unknown to you all, that tomorrow shall be Friday, and Saturday next day following, which are days somewhat molest used to most part of men, for preparation of their weekly food and sustenance. Moreover, Friday ought to be reverently respected, remembrance of him, who died to give us life, and endured his bitter passion, as on that day, which makes me to hold it fit and expedient, that we should mind more weight matters, and rather attend our prayers and devotions than the repetition of tales or novels. Now concerning Saturday, it hath been a custom observed among women, to bath, and wash themselves from such immundicities as the former week's toil hath imposed on them. Beside, it is a day of fasting, in honor of the ensuing Sabbath, whereon no lab are may be done, but observation of holy exercises. By that which hath been said, you may easily conceive, that the course which we have hitherto continued, cannot be prosecuted in one and the same manner, wherefore, I would advise and do hold it an action performed by us, to cease for these few days, from recounting any other novels. And because we have remained here 4 days already, except we would allow the enlarging of our company, with some other friends that may resort unto us, I think it necessary to remove from hence, and take our pleasure in another place, which is already by me determined. And we shall be there assembled, and have slept on the discourses formerly delivered. Let our next argument be still the mutabilities of fortune, but especially to earn such persons, as by their wit and ingenuity, industriously have attained to some matter earnestly desired, or else recovered again, after the loss. Herein let us severally study and premeditate, the hearers may receive benefit with the comfortable maintenance of our harmless recreations, the privilege of Dionysius always reserved to himself. Every one commended the queen's deliberation, concluding that it should be accordingly prosecuted, and hereupon, the master of the household was called, to give him order for DMT evening's table service, and what else concerned the time of the queen's royalty, wherein he was sufficiently instructed, which being done, the company arose, licensing every one to do what they listed. The ladies and gentlemen walked to the garden, and having sported themselves there a while, when the hour of supper came, he sate down, and fared very daintily. Being risen from the table, according to the queen's command, Madame Emilia led the dance, and the ditty following, was sung by Madame Pampinea, being answered by all the rest, as a chorus. The song, and if not I, what lady else can sing, of those delights, which kind contentment bring? Come, come, sweet love, the cause of my chief of all my hopes, the fear may and full effect, sing we together, but in no sad mood, of sighs, or tears, which joy doth counter-check. Stol'n pleasures are delightful in high taste, but yet love's fire is oftentimes too fierce, consuming comfort with o'er speedy haste, v percentage into gentle hearts too far doth pierce. And if not I, etc. The first day that I felt this fiery heat, so sweet a passion did possess my soul, that though I found the torment sharp, and great, yet still methought 't was but a sweet rule. Nor could I count it rude, or rigorous, taking my wound from such a piercing eye, as made the pain most pleasing, gracious, that I desire in such assaults to die. And if not I, etc. grant then, great God of love, that I may still enjoy high benefit of my desire, and honor her with all my deepest skill, that first enflammed my heart with holy fire. To her my bondage is free liberty, my sickness health, my tortures sweet repose. Say she the word, in full felicity all my extremes join in an happy close. Then if not I, what lover else can sing, of those delights which kind contentment bring? After this song was ended, they sung divers other beside, and having great variety of instruments they played to them as many pleasing dances. But the queen, considering that the meet hour for rest was come, with their lighted torches before them, they all repaired to their chambers, sparing the other days next succeeding, for those reasons by the queen alleged, and spending the Sunday in solemn devotion. The induction to the third day, upon which day, all matters to be discoursed on, do passe under the regiment of Madame Nepila, concerning such persons as, by their vvit and industry, have attained to their long-wished desires, or recovered something, supposed to be lost. The morning put on a vermilion countenance and made the sun to rise blushing red, when the queen, and all the fair company, were come abroad forth of their chambers, the seneschal or great master of the household, having, long before, sent all things necessary to the place of higher next intended meeting. And high people which prepared their every needful matter, suddenly when they saw the queen was setting forward, charged all the rest of their followers, as if it had been preparation for a camp, to make haste away with the carriages, rest of the family remaining behind, to attend upon high ladies and gentlemen. With a mild, majestic, and gentle pace, the queen rode on, being followed by the other ladies, and the three young gentlemen, taking their way towards the west, conducted by the music-hall notes of sweet singing nightingales, and infinite other pretty birds beside, riding in a tract not much frequented, but richly abounding with fair herbs and flowers, which by reason of FLLE sun's high mounting, began to open their bosom. But, after the day's warmth was more mildly qualified, and every one had made benefit of their best content, they went, by order sent from the queen, into the meadow where the fountain stood, and being set about it, as they used to do in telling their tales, the argument appointed by the queen being propounded, high first flit had the charge imposed, was Philostratus, who began in this manner. The third day, the first novelle wherein is declared, that virginity is very hardly to be kept in all places. Maceto de Lamporecchio, by counterfeiting himself to be dumb, became a gardener in a monastery of nuns, where he had familiar conversation with Hyam all. Most worthy ladies, there wants no store of men and women, that are so simple, as to credit for a certainty, that so as a young virgin hath the veil put on her head, and the black cowl given to cover withal, she is no longer a woman, nor more sensible of feminine affections, than as if in turning nun, she became converted to a stone. And if, perchance, they heard some matters, contrary to their former persuasion, then grow so furiously offended, as if one had committed a most foul and enormous sin, directly against the course of nature. And the torrent of false opinion buries them on so violently, that they will admit no leisure to consider, how, in such a of liberty, they have power to do what they list, yet beyond all means of sufficient satisfying, never remembering how potent the privilege of idleness is, especially when it is backed by solitude. In like manner, there are other people now, who verily believe, that high spade and pickaxe, cross-feeding and labor, do quench all sensual and fleshly concupiscence, yea, in such as till and husband high ground, by making them dull, blockish, and, almost, mere senseless of understanding. But I will approve, according as the Queen hath commanded me, and within the compass of her by a short and pleasant tale, how greatly they are abused by error, that build upon so weak a foundation. Not far from Alexandria, there was a great and goodly monastery, belonging to the Lord of Parts, who is termed the Admiral. And Hierane, under the care and trust of one woman, divers virgins were kept as recluses, or nuns, vowed to chastity of life, out of whose number, the Sultan of Babylon, under whom they lived in subjection, at every 3 years' end, had usually 3 of these virgins sent him. At the time whereof I am now to speak, Hiera remained in the monastery, no more but 8 religious sisters only, beside the lady abbess, and an honest poor man, who was a gardener, and kept the garden in commendable order. His wages being L, and he not well contented therewith, would serve there no longer, but making his accounts even, high factotum or bailiff belonging to house, returned thence to high village of Lamporecchio, being a native of the place. Among many other that gave him welcome home, was a young Hebrew peasant of the country, sturdy, strong and yet comely of person, being named Masset. But because he was born not far off from Lamporecchio, and had there been brought up all his younger days, his name of Masset, according to Flair vulgar speech, was turned to Massetto, and therefore he was usually called and known by the name of Massetto of Lamporecchio. Massetto, falling in talk with the honest poor man, whose name was Lurco, demanded of him what services he had done in the monastery, having continued there so long a time. Quoth Lurco, I labored in the garden, which is very fair and great, then I went to the forest to fetch home wood, and cleft it for chamber fuel, drawing up all their water beside, with many other toilsome services else, but high allowance of my wages was so little, as it would not pay for shoes I wore. And that which was worst of all, they being all women, I think the divil dwells among them, for a man cannot do anything to please v%, and I have been busy at my worka in the garden, one would come and say, put this here, put that there, and others would take the dibble out of my hand, telling me, that I did not perform anything well, making me so weary of their continual trifling, as I have left all business, given over the garden, and what for one molestation, as also many other, I intended to tarry no longer there, but came away, as thou seest. And yet factotum desired me at my departing, that if I knew any one who would undertake the aforesaid labors, I should send him thither, as, indeed, I promised to do, but let me fall sick and die, before I help to send him any. V% N. Massetto had heard the words of Lurco, he was so desirous to dwell among the nuns, that nothing else now hammered in his head, for he meant more subtilly than poor Lurco did, and made no doubt to please them sufficiently. Then considering with himself, how best he might bring his intent to which appeared not easily to be done. He could question no wih1 Lurco, but only deem undate other matter of him, saying, Intro h1 thou didst well Lurco, to come away from so tedious a dwelling, had he need to be more hine a man that is to live with such women? It were better for him to dwell among so many divils, because they understand not the 10th part high 8 women's wily wits can dive into. After their conference was ended, Masetto began to beat his brains how he might compass to dwell among them, and knowing that he could well enough perform all the labors whereof Lurko had made mention, he cared not for any loss he should sustain higher by, but only stood in doubt of his entertainment, because he was too young and sprightly. Having pondered on many imaginations, he said to himself, "The place is for enough distant hence, and none there can take knowledge of me, if I have wit sufficient, clearly to make them believe that I am dumb, then, questionless, I shall be received." And resolving to prosecute determination, he took a spade on his shoulder, and without revealing to anybody whither he went, in the disguise of a poor labouring countryman, he travelled to the monastery. When he was there arrived, he found high great gate open, and entering in boldly, it was his good hap to espy the fac totem in the court, according as Lurko had given description of him. Making signs before him, as if he were both dumb and deaf, he manifested, that he craved an alms for God's sake, making shews beside, that if need required, he could cleave wood, or do any reasonable kind of service. The factotum gladly gave him food, and afterward shewed him divers knotty logs of wood, which the weak of Lurko had left uncloven, but this fellow being more active and lusty, quickly rent them all to pieces. Now it so fell out, that the fac totem must needs go to the forest, and took Masetto along with him thither, where causing him to fell divers trees, by signs he bade him to the Tivo asses therewith, which commonly carried home all the wood, and so drive them to the monastery before him, which Masetto knew well enough how to do, and performed it very effectually. Many servile offices were there to be done, which caused high fac totem to make of his pains divers other days beside, in which time, the lady abbess chancing to say him, demanded of high factotum what he was. Madani he, a labouring man, who is both deaf and dumb, hither he came to crave an alms the other day, the which in charity I could do no less but give him, for which, he hath done many honest services about the house. It seems beside, that he hath pretty skill in gardening, so if I can persuade him to continue here, I make no question of his able services, for the old silly man is gone, and we have need of such a stout fellow, to do the business belonging to the monastery, and one fitter for the turn. Come Sildome hither. Moreover, in regard of his double imperfections, the sisters can sustain no impeachment by him. V% heir to the abbess answered, saying, By the faith of my body, you speak but the truth. Understand then, if he have any knowledge in gardening, and whether he will dwell here, or no, which compass so kindly as you can. Let him have a new pair of shoes, fill his belly daily full of meat, flatter, and make much of him, for we shall find him work enough to do. All which, the fac totem promised to fulfill sufficiently. Masetto, who was not far off from them all this while, but seemed seriously busied about sweeping and making clean the court, heard all these speeches, and being not a little joyful of them, said to himself, If once I come to work in your garden, let profuse praise of my skill and knowledge. Men the fac totem perceived, that he knew perfectly how to undergo his business, and had questioned him by signs, concerning his willingness to serve there still, and received the like answer also, of his dutiful readiness thereto. He gave him order to work in the garden, because the season did now require it, and to leave all other affairs for the monastery, attending now only the garden's preparation. As Masetto was thus about his garden employment, the nuns began to resort thither, and thinking the man to be dumb and deaf indeed, were the more lavish of their language, mocking and floating him very immodestly, as being persuaded, that he heard them not. And the lady abbess, thinking he might as well be an eunuch, as deprived both of hearing and speaking, stood the less in fear of the sisters' walks, but referred them to their own care and providence. On a day, Masato having labored somewhat extraordinarily, lay down to rest himself a while under trees, and Tivo delicate young nuns, walking higher to take the air, drew near to the place where he dissembled sleeping, and both of them observing his comeliness of person, began to pity the poverty of his condition, but much more the misery of his great defects. Then one of Hyam, who had a little livelier spirit than the Ohr, thinking Masito to be fast asleep, began in this manner. Sister, quoth she, if I were faithfully assured of thy secrecy, I would tell thee a thing which I have often thought on, and it may, perhaps, redound to thy profit. Sister, replied Hy-O-1-Er nun, speak your mind boldly, and belay of it, on my maidenhead, that I will never reveal it to any creature living. Encouraged by this solemn answer, the first nun Huts prosecuted her former purpose, saying, I know not, sister, whether it hath entrayed into thine understanding or no, strictly we are here kept and attended, never any man daring to adventure among us, except our good and bonest Fac Totem, who is very aged, and this dumb fellow, maimed, and made imperfect by nature, and therefore not worthy the title of a man. Ah, sister, it oftentimes been told me, by gentlewomen coming hither to visit us, that all other sweets in the world, are mockeries, to the incomparable pleasures of man and woman, of which we are barred by our unkind parents, binding us to perpetual chastity, which they were never able to observe. A sister of Hli's house once told me, that before her turn came to be sent to the Soldan, she fell in frailty with a man that was both lame and blind, and discovering the same to her ghostly father in confession, he absolved her of that sin, affirming, that she had not transgressed with a man, because he wanted his rational and understanding parts. Behold, sister, here lies a creature, almost formed in the self-same mold, dumb and deaf, which are Tivo the most rational and understanding parts that do belong to any man, and therefore no man, wanting them. If folly and frailty would be committed with him, as many times since he came hither it hath run in my mind, he is by nature, sworn to such secrecy, that he cannot, if he would, be a blabby thereof. Beside, the laws and constitution of our religion doth teach us, a sin so assuredly concealed, is more than half absolved. Ave Maria, sister, said the other nun, what kind of words are high as you utter? Day not you know, flit we have promised virginity to God. O sister, answered the other, how many things are promised to him every day, and not one of 1,000 kept or performed. If we have made him such a promise, and some of our weaker wit sisters do perform it for us, no doubt but he will accept it in part of payment. Yet but sister, replied the second nun again, there is another danger lying in the way, if we prove to be with child, how shall weakly then? Sister, quoth our courageous wench, thou art afraid of harm before it happen, if it come so to pass, let us consider on it then, thou art but a novice in matters of such moment, we are provided of 1,000 means, whereby to prevent conception. Or, if they should fail, we are so surely fitted, that the world shall never know it. Let it suffice, our lives must not be by any so much as suspected, our monastery questioned, or our religion rashly scandalized. Thus she schooled her younger sister in wit, albeit as forward as she in will, and longed as desirous lie, to know what kind of creature man was. After some other questions, how this intention of theirs might be safely brought to full effect, the sprightly nun that had wit at will, Huts answered. You see, sister, it is now the hour of midday, when all the rest of our sisterhood are quiet in their chambers, because we are then allowed to sleep, for our earlier rising to morning matins. Here are none in the garden now but ourselves, and while I awake him, be you the watch, and afterward follow me in my fortune, for I will valiantly lead you the way. Masetto, imitating a dog's sleep, heard all this conspiracy intended against him, and longed as earnestly till she came to awake him. Villic being done, he seeming very simple and sottish, and she cheering him with flattering behavior, into the close arbor they went, which the sun's bright eye could not pierce into, and there I leave it to high nun's own approbation. Masetto was a man rational, or no. Ill deeds require longer time to contrive, than act, and both the nuns having bany with Masetto at this new form of confession, were enjoined, by him, such an easy and silent penance, as brought them the oftener to shrift, and made him to prove a very perfect confessor. Desires obtained, but not fully satisfied, they commonly urge more frequent access, than wisdom done _kes expedient, or can continue wih 10 ut discovery. Our two jovial nuns, not a little proud of their private stoln pleasures, so long resorted to close arbor, till another sister, who had often observed their haunt thither, by means of a little hole in her window, she began to suspect them with Masetto, and imparted the same to tvio other sisters, all three concluding, to accuse them before the Lady Abbess. But upon a further conference had with FLLE offenders, they changed opinion, the same oath as the four women had done, and because they would be free from any taxation at all, he revealed their adventures to the other three ignorants, and so fell all eight into one formal confederacy, but by good and wary observation, lest the abbess herself should descry them, finding poor Masetto such plenty of garden worka, as made him very doubtful in pleasing him all. It came to pass in the end, that the Lady Abbess, who always while imagined no such matter, walking all alone in the garden on a day, found Masetto sleeping under an almond tree, having then very little business to do, because he had wrought hard all the night before. She observed him to be an handsome man, young, lusty, well-limbed and proportioned, having a merciful commiseration of his dumminess and deafness, being persuaded also in like manner, that if he were an eunuch too, he deserved 1,000 times the more to be pitied. The season was exceeding hot, and he lay down so carelessly to sleep, that something was noted wherein she intended to be better resolved, almost falling sick of the other nun's disease. Having awaked him, she commanded him by signs that he should follow her to her chamber, where he was kept close so long, that the nuns grew offended, because the gardener came not to his daily labor. Well may you imagine Masetto was no miss a proud man now, to be dulls advanced from the garden to the chamber, and by no worse woman than Lady Abbess herself. What signs, shoes, or what language he speaks there, I am not able to express, only it appeared, that his behavior pleased her so well, as it procured his daily repairing thither, and acquainted her with such familiar conversation, as she would have condemned in the nuns her daughters, but that were wise enough to keep it from her. Now began Masetto to consider, that he had undertaken a task belonging to great Hercules, in giving content to so many, and by continuing dumb in this manner, it would redound to his no mean detriment. I persent hereupon, as he was one night sitting by Abbess, high string that retained his tongue from speech, brake on a sodane, and thus he spake. Madam, I have often heard it said, that one coke may do service to 10 several hennes, but 10 men can very hardly, even with all our best endeavor, give full satisfaction every way to one woman, and yet I am tied to content 9, which is for beyond high compass of my power to do. Already have I performed so much garden and chamber work, that I confesse myself stark fired, and can travail no further, and therefore let me entreat you to license my departure hence, or find a some means for my bettrise. The abbess bearing him speak, who had so long been there stricken into admiration, and accounting it almost a miracle, said, How cometh this to passe? I verily believe thee to be dumb. Madam, quoth Masetto, so I was indeed, but not by nature, only I had a long lingering sickness which bereft me of speech, and which I have not only recovered again this night, but shall ever remain thankful to you for it. The abbess verily credited his answer, demanding what he meant in saying, that he did service to 9? Madam, quoth he, this were a dangerous question, and not easily answered before for the 8 sisters. Upon this reply, the abbess plainly perceived, that not only she had fallen into fault but all the nuns likewise cried guilty too, wherefore being a woman of sound discretion, she would not grant that Masetto should depart, but to keep him still about the nuns' business, because monastery should not be scandalized by him. And the factotum being dead a little before, his strange raillery of speech revealed, and some things else more nearly concerning them, by general consent, and with the good liking of Masetto, he was created the factotum of the monastery. All the neighboring people dwelling thereabout, who knew Masetto to be dumb, by fetching home wood daily from the forest, and divers employments in one places, were made to believe, that by the nuns' devout prayers and discipline, as also high merit of the saint, in whose honor the monastery was built and erected, Masetto had his long restrained speech restored, and was now become _r sole factotum, having power now to employ others in drudgeries, and eaae himself of all such labors. And albeit he made the nuns to be fruitful, by increasing some store of younger sisters, yet all matters were so close and cleanly tried, as it was never taught of, till after the death of the lady abbess, when Masetto began to grow in good years, and desired to return home to his native abiding, which, within a while after, was granted him. Thus Masetto being rich and old, returned home like a wealthy father, taking no care for the nursing of his children, but bequeathed them to the place where they were bred and born, having, by his wit and ingenious apprehension, made such a benefit of his youthful years, that now he merrily is in his age. The third day, the second novelle wherein is signified, the providence of a wise man, when he shall have reason to se revenge. And the cunning means of another, when he compasseth craft to defend himself from peril. A query of the stable, belonging to Agilolfo, king of the Lombards, found the means of access to the queen's bed, wih 10 ut any knowledge or consent in her. This being secretly discovered by the king, and the party known, he gave him a mark, by shearing the hair of his head. Vivi hereupon, he that was so shorn, sheared likewise the heads of all his fellows in the lodging, and so escaped the punishment intended towards him. V% novel of Philostratus was concluded, which made some of the ladies blush, and the rest to smile. It pleased the Queni, hiate Madame Pampinia should follow next, to second the other gone before, when she, smiling on the whole assembly, began thus. There are some men so shallow of capacity, that he will, nevertheless, make shew of knowing and understanding such things, as they are able to do, nor appertain to them, whereby they will sometimes reprehend other new errors, and such faults as they have unwillingly committed, thinking higher by to hide their own shame, when they make it much more apparent and manifest. For proof whereof, fair company, in a contrary kind I will shew you the subtle cunning of one, who, perhaps, may be reputed of less reckoning than Masetto, and yet he went beyond king, that thought himself to be a much wiser man. Agilolfo, king of Longobardy, according as his predecessors had done before him, made the principal seat of his kingdom, in the city of Pavia, having embraced in marriage, Tendalinga, the late left widow of Veterio, who likewise had been king of the Lombards, a most beautiful wife and virtuous lady, but made unfortunate by a mischance. The end estate of the whole realm, being in an honorable, quiet, and well-settled condition, by the discreet care and providence of High King, a quarry appertaining to the Queen's stable of horse, being a man but of mean and low quality, though comely of person, and of equal stature to the king, became immeasurably amorous of the queen. And because his base and servile condition, had endued him wih so much understanding, as to know infallibly, that his was mounted beyond high compass of convenience, yea, wisely he concealed it to himself, not acquainting any one higher with, or daring so much, as to discover it either by looks, or any other affectionate behavior. And although he lived utterly hopeless, of ever attaining to his heart's desires, yet notwithstanding, he proudly gloried, that his love had soared so high a pitch, as to be enamoured of a queen. And daily, as the fury of his flame increased, so his carriage was for above his fellows and companions, in the perforating of all such serviceable duties, as any way he imagined might content the queen. Miriam ensued, hight whensoever she rode abroad to take the air, she used oftener to mount on the horse, which Lee's quarry brought when she made her chaise, than any of the other that were led by his fellows. And this did he esteem as no mean happiness to him, to order the stir-rope for her mounting, and higher forgave daily his due attendance, so that, to touch the stirrup, but, much more, to put her foot into it, or touch any part of her garments, he fluffed it the only heaven on earth. But, as we say it oftentimes come to pass, that by how much the lower hope declineth, so much higher love ascendeth, even so fell it out with this poor query, for, most irksome was it to him, to endure the heavy weight of his continual oppressions, not having any hope at all of the very least mitigation. And being utterly unable to relinquish his love divers times, he resolved on some desperate conclusion, which might yet give the world an evident testimony, that he died for love he bare to the queen. And upon this determination, he grounded the success of his future fortune, to die encompassing some part of his desire, without either speaking to the queen, or sending any missive of his love, for to speak or write, were merely in vain, and drew on a worser consequence death, which he could bestow on himself more easily, and when he listed. No other course now beleaguers his brains, but only for secret access to the queen's bed, and how he might get entrance into her chamber, under colour of the king, who, as he knew very well, slept many nights together from the queen. Therefore, to say in what manner, and what usual habit was of the king, when he came to keep company with his queen, he hid himself divers nights in a gallery, which was befiving both their lodging chambers. At length, he saw the king come forth of his chamber, himself all alone, with a fair night mantle wrapped about him, carrying a lighted taper in one hand, and a small white wand in the other. So went he on to the queen's lodging, and knocking at the door once or twice with the wand, and not using any word, the door opened, the light was left without, and he entered the chamber, where he stayed not long, before his returning back again, which likewise very diligently he observed. So familiar was he in the wardrobe, by often fetching and returning the king and queen's furnitures, that the fellows to the same mantle which the king wore when he went to the queen, very secretly he conveyed away with him, being provided of a light, and the very like wand. Now bestows he costly bathings on his body, that the least scent of stable might not be felt about him, and finding a time suitable to his desire, when he knew the king to be at rest in his own lodging, and all else sleeping in their bed, closely he steals into the gallery, where alighting his taper, with the tinder purposely brought thither, the mantle folded about him, and the wand in his hand, valiantly he adventures upon his life's peril. Twice he knocked softly at the door, which a waiting woman immediately opened, and receiving the light, went forth into the gallery, while the supposed king was conversing with queen. Alas, good queen, here is a sin committed without any guilty hlut in thee, as, within a while after, it plainly appeared. For, high query having compassed what he most coveted, and fearing to forfeit his life by delay, when his amorous desire was indifferently satisfied, returned back as he came, the sleepy waiting woman not so much as looking on him, but rather glad, she might get her to rest again. Scarcely was the quarry stepped into his bed, unheard or discerned by any of his fellows, divers of them lodging both in that and the next chamber, but it pleased the king to visit the queen, according to his wonted manner, to the no little merveil of the drowsy waiting woman, who was never hvice troubled in a night before. The king being in bed, whereas always till hine, his resort to the queny, was altogether in sadness and melancholy, both coming and departing without speaking one word, now his majesty was become more pleasantly disposing, whereat the queen began not a little to merveil. Now trust me, sir, quoth she, this hath been a long wished, and now most welcome alteration, vouchsafing hvice in a night to visit me, and both within the compass of 1 hour, for it cannot be much more, since your being here, and now coming again. The king hearing these words, so dainly presumed, that by counterfeit person or ear, the queen had been this night beguiled, wherefore, very advisedly, he considered, that in regard high party was unknown to her, and all high women about her, to make no unvarred appearance of knowing it, but concealed it to himself. For from the indiscretion of some hair-brained men, who presently would have answered and sworn, I came hither last night, till now. Hereupon many dangers might ensue, to the dishonor and prejudice of the queen, beside, her error being discovered to her, might afterward be an occasion, to urge a wandering in her appetite, and to covet after change again. But by this silence, no shame redounded to him or her, whereas prating, must needs be high publisher of open infamy, yet was he much vexed in his mind, which neither by looks or words he would discover, but pleasantly said to the queen, Vvhy madam, although I was once here before tonight, I hope you mislike not my second seeing you, nor if I should please to come again. No truly sir, quoth she, I only desire you to have care of your health. Well, said the king, I will follow your counsel, and now return to mine own lodging again, committing my queen to her rest. His boiling with rage and distemper, by such a monstrous injury offered him, he wrapped his night mantle about out and leaving his chamber, imagining, that whatsoever he was, needs he must be one of his own house, he took a light in his hand, and conveyed it into a little lanthorn, purposing to be resolved in his suspicion. No guests or strangers were now in his court, but only such as belonged to his household, who lodged all together about the escury and stables, being there appointed to divers beds. Now, his was his conceit, that whosoever had been so lately familiar with the queen, his heart and his pulse could, as yet, be hardly at rest, but rather would be troubled with apparent agitation, as discovering high guilt of so great an offender. Many chambers had he passed thorough, where all were soundly sleeping, and yet he felt both their breasts and pulses. At last he came to the lodging of the man indeed, that had so impudently usurped his place, who could not as yet sleep, for joy of achieved adventure. He espied the king come in, knowing well the occasion of his search, he began to wax very doubtful, so that his heart and pulse beating extremely, he felt a further addition of fear, as being confidently persuaded, that was now no other way but death, especially if high king discovered his agony. And although many considerations were in his brain, yet because he saw the king was unarmed, his best refuge was, to make shew of sleep, in expectation what the king intended to cling. Among them all he had sought, yet could not find any whereby to gather a grounded probability, he came to this quarry, whose heart and pulses labored so strongly, that he said to himself, Yamari, this is man that did the deed nevertheless, purposing to make no appearance of his further intention, he did nothing else to him, but drawing forth a pair of shears, which purposely he brought thither with him, he clipped away a part of his locks, which, in times, they used to wear very long, to the end that he might the better know him next morning, and so returned back to his lodging again. The quarry, who partly saw, but felt what was done to him, perceived plainly, being a subtle ingenious fellow, for what intent he was Huts marked. V% therefore, without any longer dallying, up he rose, and taking a pair of shears, wherewith he used to trim their auras, softly he went from bed to bed, where all lay yet soundly sleeping, and clipped away each man's lock from his right ear, in the self same manner as King had done his, and being not perceived by any one of them, quietly he laid him down again. In the morning, when the king was risen, he gave command that before the palace gates were opened, all his whole family should come before him, as instantly his will was fulfilled. Standing all uncovered in his presence, he began to consider which himself, which of them was the man that he had marked. And seeing the most part of them to have their locks cut, all after one and the self same manner, marvelling greatly, he said to himself, "The man whom I seek for, though he be but of mean and base condition, yet it plainly appeareth, that he is of no deject or common understanding." And seeing, that without further clamour and was, he could not find out high party he looked for, he concluded, not to win eternal shame, by compassing a poor revenge, but rather, by way of admonition, to let offender know in a word, that he was both noted and observed. So turning to them all, he said, "He that hath done it, let him be silent, and do so no more, and now depart about your business." Some other turbulent spirited man, no imprisonments, tortures, examinations, and interrogations, could have served his turn, by which course of proceeding, he makes the shame to be publicly known, which reason require each one to keep concealed. But adnuit that condemn vengeance were taken, it diminisheth not one tittle of the shame, neither qualifieth the people's bad affections, who will lash out as liberally in scandal, and upon the very least babbling rumour. Such herefore as heard the king's words, few though they were, yet truly wise, marvelled much at them, and by long examinations among themselves, questioned, but came far short of his meaning, the man only accepted whom indeed they concerned, and by whom they were never discovered, so long as the king lived, neither did he dare at any time after, to hazard his life in the like action, under the frowns or favour of fortune. The third day, the third novelle declaring, that the lewd qualities of some persons, oftentimes good people, into great and grieve errors. Under colour of confession, and of a most pure conscience, a fair young gentlewoman, being amorously affected to an honest man, induced a devout and solemn religious friar, to advise her in the means, without his suspicion or perceiving, how to enjoy the benefit of her friend, and bring her desires to their full effect. Vvhen Madame Pampinea sate silent, and the query's boldness equalled with his crafty cunning, and great wisdom in the king had passed amongst them with a general applause. The queen turning herself to Madame Philomena, appointed her to follow next in order as the rest had done before her, whereupon Philomena began after his manner. "It is my purpose, to acquaint you with a notable mockery, which was performed, not in jest, but earnest, by a fair gentlewoman, to a grave and devout religious friar, which will yield us so much the more pleasure and recreation, to every secular understander, if but diligently he or she day observe, how commonly those religious persons, at least most part of them, like notorious fools, are high inventors of new courses and customs, as thinking themselves more wise and skilful in all things than any ohr, yet prove to be of no worth or validity, addicting the very best of all their devices, to express their own vileness of mind, and fatten themselves in _r styes like to pampered swine. And assure yourselves, worthy ladies, that I do not tell tale only to follow the order enjoined me, but also to inform you that such saint-like holy sirs, of whom we are tin opinionate and credulous, may be, yet and are, divers times, cunningly met with in their craftiness, not only by men, but likewise some of our own sexy, as shall make it apparent to you. In our own city, more full of craft and deceit than love or faithful dealing, there lived not many years since, a gentlewoman of good spirit, highly minded, endued with beauty and all commendable qualities, as any other woman, by nature, could be. Her name, or any others, concerned in this novel, I mean not to make manifest, albeit I know them, because some are yet living, and thereby may be symbolized, and therefore it shall suffice to pass them over with a smile. This gentlewoman, seeing herself to be descended of very great parentage, and, by chance, married to an artisan, a clothier or draper, that lived by the making and selling of cloth. She could not, because he was a tradesman, take down the height of her mind, conceiving, no man of mean condition, how rich sever, was worthy to enjoy a gentlewoman in marriage. Observing moreover, that with all his wealth and treasure, he understood nothing better, than to open skeins of yarn, fill shuttles, lay webbies in his looms, or dispute with his spinsters, about their business. Being thus overswayed with her proud opinion, she would no longer be embraced or regarded by him in any manner, saving only she could not refuse him, but would find some for her better satisfaction, who might seem more worthy of her respect. Hein the draper her husband did. Hereupon she fell so deep in love with a very honest man of our city also, and of indifferent years, as what day she saw him not, she could take no rest night ensuing. The man himself knew nothing hereof, and was the more carelessy, and she being curious, nice, yet wisely considerate, durst not let him understand it, neither by any woman's close conveyed message, nor yet by letters, as fearing the perils which happen in such cases. But her eye observing his daily walks and resorts, gave her notice of his often conversing with a religious friar, who albeit he was a fat and corpulent man, yet notwithstanding, because he seemed to lead a sanctimonious life, and was reported to be a most honest man, she persuaded herself, that he might be high best means befiving her and her friend. Having considered with herself, what course was best to be observed in this case, upon a day apt and convenient, she went to high convent where he kept, and having caused him to be called, she told him, that if his leisure so served, very gladly would she be confessed, and only had made her choice of him. The holy man, seeing her to be a gentlewoman, as indeed she was, willingly heard her, and when she had confessed what she could, she had yet matter to acquaint him with and thereupon thus she began. Holy Father, it is no more highly convenient that I should have recourse to you, to be assisted by your help and counsel, in a matter which I will impart unto you. I know, you are not ignorant of my parents and husband, of whom I am affected as dearly as his life, for whereof, there is not anything that I can desire, but immediately I have it of him, he being a most rich man, and may very sufficiently afford it. In regard whereof, I love him equally as myself, and, setting aside my best endeavours for him, I must tell you one thing quite contrary to his liking and honor, no woman could more worthily deserve death, than myself. Understand then, good father, that there is a man, whose name I know not, but he seemeth to be honest, and of good worth. Moreover, if I am not deceived, he resorteth oftentimes to you, being fair and comely of person, going always in black garments of good price and value. This man, imagining, perhaps, no such mind in me, as truly there is, hath often attempted me, and never can I be at my door, or window, but he is always present in my sight, which is not a little displeasing to me. He watcheth my walks, and much I mervail, hiate he is not now here. Let me tell you, holy sir, that such behaviors do many times lay bad imputations upon very honest women, yet without any offense in them. It hath often run in my mind, to let him have knowledge hire my men by my brethren, but afterward I considered, that men many times, deliver messages in such sort, as draw on very ungentle answers, whereon grow words, and words beget actions. In which regard, because no harm or scandal should ensue, I hold it best to be silent, determining, to acquaint you rather therewith, than to any other, as well because you seem to be his friend, as also in regard of your office, which you to correct such abuses, not only in friends, but also in strangers. Enow other women there are, more is the pity, who perhaps are better disposed to such sweets than I am, and can both like and allow of such courting, otherwise I can do, as being willing to embrace such offers, and, happily, loath to yield denial. V% Therefore, most humbly I entreat you, good father, even for our bold lady's sake, that you would give him a friendly reprehension, and advise him to use such unmanly means no more hereafter. With which words, she hung down her bead in her bosom, cunningly dissembling, as if she wept, wiping her eyes with her handkerchief, when not a tear fell from them, but indeed were dry enough. The holy religious man, so soon as he heard her description of the man, presently knew whom she meant, and highly commending high gentlewoman for her good and virtue-seeming disposition, believed faithfully all that she had said, promising her, to order high matter so well and discreetly, as she should not any more be offended. And knowing her to be a woman of great wealth, after all our usual manner, when they cast forth their fishing nets for gain liberally he commissioned alms deeds, and daily works of charity, recounting to her beside his own particular necessities. Then, giving him pieces of gold, she said, I pray you, good fag one to be mindful of me, and if he chance to make any denial, tell him, that I spake it myself to you, and by the way of a sad complaint her confession being ended, and penance easy enough enjoined her, she promised to make her parents bountiful benefactors to the convent, and put more money into his hand, desiring him in his masses, to remember the souls of her deceased friends, and so returned home to her house. Within a short while after her departure, the gentleman, of whom she made this counterfeit complaint, came thither, as was his usual manner, and having done his duty to FLLE Holy Father, he sate down together privately, falling out of one discourse into another. At the length one, the friar, in very loving and friendly sort, mildly reproved him for such amorous glances, and other pursuits, which, as he thought, he daily used to the gentlewoman, according to her own speeches. The gentleman marvelled greatly thereat, as one that had never seen her, and very seldom passed by highway where she dwelt, which made him the bolder in his answers, wherein the confis sour interrupting him, said, never make such admiration at the matter, neither waste more words in denial, they cannot erve thy turn, I tell thee plainly, I heard words even from her own self, in a very sorrowful and sad complaint. And though, perhaps, hereafter, thou canst very hardly refrain such follies, yet let me tell thee so much of her, and under the seal of absolute assurance, that she is the only woman of the world, who to my judgment, doth abhor all such base behavior. In regard therefore of thine own honor, as also not to vex and prejudice so virtuous a gentlewoman, I pray thee refrain such idleness henceforward, and suffer her to live in peace. The gentleman being a little wiser than his ghostly father, perceived immediately, the notable policy of the woman. V% Hereupon, making somewhat bashful appearance of any error already committed, he said, he would afterward be better advised. So departing from the friar, he went on directly, to pussy by the house where the gentlewoman dwelt, and she always ready on her watch, at a little window, to observe when he would walk that way. And seeing him coming, she shewed herself so joyful and gracious to him, as he easily understood, whereto the substance of the Holy Father's chiding tended. And from that time forward, he used daily though in covert manner, to the no little liking of the gentlewoman and himself, to make his passage loro dmt sheet, under colour of some important occasions higher concerning him. Soon after, it being plainly discerned on either side, that the one was as well contented with these walks, as the could be, she desired to enflame him a little further, by a more liberal illustration of her affection towards him, when time and place afforded convenient opportunity. To the Holy Father again she went, for she had been too long from shrift, and kneeling down at his feet, intended to begin her confession in tears, which the friar perceiving, sorrowfully demanded of her, what accident had happened. Holy Father, quoth she, no novel accident, only your wicked and ungracious friend, by whom, since I was here with you, no longer a guy than yesterday, I have been so wronged, as I verily believe that he was born to be my mortal enemy, and to make me do something to my utter disgrace forever, and whereby I shall not dare to be seen any more of you, my dear father. How is this? Answered High Friar, hath he not refrained from afflicting you so abusively? Pausing a while, and breathing forth many a dissembled sigh, thus she replied. No, truly, Holy Father, there is no likelihood of his abstaining, for since I made my complaint to you, he belike taking it in evil part, to be contraried in his wanton humours, hath, merely in despite, walked 7 times in a day by my door, whereas formerly he never used it above once or twice. And well were it, good if he could be contented with those walks, and gazing glances which he darts at me, but grown he is so bolda and shamelessy, that even yesterday, as I told you, he sent a woman to me, one of his Pandoras, as it appeared, and as if he had wanted either purses or girdles, he sent me by her, a purse and a girdle. Vivihirat I grew so grievously offended, as had it not been for my due respect and fear of God, and next the sacred reverence I bear to you my ghostly father, doubtles I had done some wicked deed. Nevertheless, happily I it, and will neither say or do anything in this case, till first I have made it known to you. Then I called to mind that having redelivered the purse and girdle to his she messenger, which brought them with looks sufficient to declare my discontentment, I called her back again, fearing lest she would keep them to herself, and make him believe that I had received them, as I have heard such kind of women used to do sometimes, and in anger I snatched them from her, and have brought them you, to the end, that you may give him Hyam again, and tell him, I have no need of any such things, thanks be to heaven and my husband, as no woman can be better stored than I am. V% Therefore good father, purposely am I now come to you, to let him know, that if he will not abstain from thus molesting me, I will disclose it to my husband, and brethren, whatsoever befall. For I had rather he should receive the injury, than I to be causelessly blamed for him, wherein good father tell me, if I do not well. With many counterfeit sobs, sighs, and tears words were delivered, and drawing forth from under her gown, a very fair and rich purse, as also a girdle of great worth, she hiru Hyam into the friar's lap. He verily believing all this false report, being troubled in his mind thereat beyond measure, took the gentlewoman by the hand, saying, Daughter, if thou be offended at these impudent follies, assuredly I cannot blame thee, nor will any wise man reprove thee for it, and I commend thee for following my counsel. but let me alone for schooling of my gentleman, ill hath he kept his promise made to me, wherefore, in regard of his former offence, as also this other so lately committed, I hope to set him in such heat, as shall make him leave off from further injurying thee. Suffer not thyself to be conquered by choler, in disclosing this to kindred or husband, because too much harm may ensue hereon. But fear not any wrong to self, for I am a true witness of thine honesty and virtue. Now began she to seem better comforted, and forbearing to play on Di's string any longer, as well knowing the covetousness of him and his equals, she said, Holy Father, some few nights past, mehlut in my sleep, flit divers spirits of my kindred appeared to me in a vision, who methought were in very great pains, and desired nothing else but alms, especially my godmother, who seemed to be afflicted with such extreme poverty, that it was most pitiful to behold. And I am half persuaded, that her torments are the greater, seeing me troubled with such an enemy to goodness. Therefore, good Father, to deliver her soul and the O1ERS out of those fearful flames, among your infinite devout prayers, I would have you to say the 40 Mosses of S. Gregory, as a means for their happy deliverance, and so she put 10 ducats into his hand. 1% each the holy man accepted thankfully, and with good words, as also many singular examples, confirmed her bountiful devotion, and when he had given her his benediction, home she departed. After that the gentlewoman was gone, he sent for his friend whom she so much seemed to be troubled with and when he was come, he beholding his holy father to look discontentedly, hlut, hiate now he should hear some news from his mistress, and therefore expected what he would say. The friar, falling into high course of his former reprehensions, but yet in more rough and impatient manner, sharply checked him for his immodest behavior towards the gentlewoman, in sending her purse and girdle. The gentleman, who as yet could not guessy whereto his speeches tended, somewhat coldly and temperately, denied the sending of such tokens to her, to the end he would not be utterly discredited with the good man, if so be the gentlewoman had shown him any such things. But Hein the friar, waxing much more angry, sternly said, Bad man as art, how canst deny a manifest truth? See, sir, these are none of your amorous tokens. No, I am sure you do not know him, nor ever saw till now. The gentleman, seeming as if he were much ashamed, said, Truly, Father, I do know them, and confesse hiate I have done ill, and very greatly offended, but now I will swear unto you, seeing I understand how firmly she is affected, that you shall never hear any more complaint of me. Such were his vows and protestations, as in the end the ghostly father gave him both the purse and girdle. Then after he had preached, and severely conjured him, never more to vexy her with any gifts at all, and he binding himself thereto by a solemn promise, he gave him license to depart. Now grew the gentleman very being so surely certified of his mistress's love, and by tokens of such worthy esteem, wherefore no sooner was he gone from the friar, but he went into such a secret place, where he could let her behold at her window, what precious tokens he had received from her, whereof she was extraordinarily joyful, because her devices grew still better and better, no handling now wanting, but her husband's absence, upon some journey from the city, for the full effecting of her desire. Within a few days after, such an occasion happened, as her husband of necessity must journey to Genoa, and no sooner was he mounted on horseback, taking leave of her and all his friends, but she, being sure he was gone, went in all haste to her ghostly father, and, after a few feigned out vicard shoes, thus she spake. I must now plainly tell you, holy Fag1er, that I can no longer endure this wicked friend of yours, but because I promised you other day, hiate I would not do anything, before I had your counsel therein, am now come to tell you, the just reason of my anger, and full purpose to avoid all further molestation. Your friend cannot term him, but, questionless, a very devil of hell, this morning, before the break of day, having heard, but how, I know not, that my husband was ridden to Genway, got over the wall into my garden, and climbing up a tree which standeth close before my chamber window, when I was fast asleep, opened the casement, and would have entreed in at the window. But, by great good fortune, I awaked, and made shew of an open outcry, but that he entreated me, both for God's sake and yours, to pardon him this error, and never after he would presume any more to offend me. When he saw, that, for your sake, I was silent, he closed fast the window again, departed as he came, and since I never saw him, or heard any tidings of him. Now judge you, Holy Father, whether these be honest courses or no, and to be endured by any civil gentlewoman, neither would I so patiently have suffered hles, but only in my dutiful reverence to you. The ghostly Fafler hearing this, became the sorrowfullest man in high world, not knowing how to make her any answera, but only demanded of her divers times, whether she knew him so perfectly, that she did not mistake him for some other? Quoth she, I would I did not know him from any other. Alas, dear daughter, replied the friar, what can more be said in this case, but that it was overmuch boldness, and very ill done, and thou shewedst thyself a worthy woman, in sending him away so mercifully, as thou didst. Once more I would entreat thee, dear and virtuous daughter, seeing grace hath hitherto kept thee from dishonor, and twice already thou hast credited my counsel, let me now advise thee this last time. Spare speech, or complaining to any of thy friends, and leave it to me, to try if I can overcome this unchained devil, whom I to be a much more holy man. If I can recall him from his sensual appetite, I shall account my labor well employed, but if I cannot do it, henceforward, with my blessed benediction, I give thee leave to do, even what thy heart will best tutor thee to. You see, sir, said she, what manner of man he is, yet would I not have you troubled or disobeyed, only I desire to live without disturbance, which worka, I beseech you, as best you may, for I promise you, good father, never to solely cite you more upon his occasion, and so, in a pretended rage, she returned back from the ghostly Ather. Scarcely was she gone forth of the church, but in cometh the man Hyade had, supposedly, so much transgressed, and the friar taking him aside, gave him the most injurious words that could be used to a man, calling him disloyal, perjured, and a traitor. He who had formerly Tevis perceived, how high the holy man's anger mounted, did nothing but expect what he would say, and, like a man extremely perplexed, strove how to get it from him, saying, Holy Father, how come you to be so heinously offended? I mad have I done to incense you so strangely? Hear me, dishonest wretch, answered the friar, listen what I shall say unto thee. Thou answerest me, as if it were a year or two past, since so foul abuses were by thee committed, and they almost quite out of thy remembrance. But tell me, wicked man, where wast thou this morning, before break of the day? I persent wheresoever I was, replied the gentleman, methinks the tidings come very quickly to you. It is true, said the friar, ye are speedily come to me indeed, and upon urgent necessity. After a little curbing in of his wrath, somewhat in a milder strain, he proceeded. The gentlewoman's husband is journeyed to Genway, proves a ladder to your hope, that to embrace her in your arms, you must climb over the garden wall, like a treacherous robber in the night season, mount up a tree before her chamber window, open the casement, as hoping to compass that by importunity, which her spotless chastity will never permit. There is nothing in the world, that she can hate more than you, and possibly yet you will love her whether she will or no. Many demonstrations herself hath made to you, how retrograde you are to any good conceit of her, and my loving admonishments might have had better success in you, as yet they shew of avert apparence. But one thing I must tell you, her silent sufferance of your injuries all this while, not been in any respect of you, but at my earnest entreaties, and for my sake. But now she will be patient no longer, and I have given her free license, if ever hereafter you offer to attempt her any more, to make her complaint before her brethren, which will redound to your know the gentleman, having wisely collected his love lesson out of the Holy Father's angry words, pacified the old man so well as he could with very solemn promises and protestations, that he should hear no more, any misbehavior of his. And being gone from him, followed the instructions given in her complaint, by climbing over the garden wall, ascending the tree, and entering at the casement, standing ready open to welcome him. Thus the friar's simplicity, wrought on by her most ingenious subtlety, made way to obtain both their longing desires. The third day, the fourth novelle, wherein is declared what craft and subtlety some wily wits can devise, to deceive the simple, and compass their own desires. A young scholar, named Felice, instructed Puccio di Ranieri, how to become rich in a very short time. While Puccio made experience of instructions taught him, Felice obtained the favor of his daughter. After Philomena had finished her tale, she sate still, and Dionysius, with fair and pleasing language, commended the gentlewoman's quaint cunning, but smiling at the confessor's wittle simplicity. Then the queen, turning with cheerful looks toward Pamphilus, undade him to continue on their delight, who gladly yielded, and thus began. Madam, many men there are, who while they strive to climb from a good estate, to a seeming better, do become in much worse condition than they were before. As happened to a neighbor of ours, and no long time since, as the accident will better acquaint you withal. According as I have heard it reported, near to Saint Brancazio, there dwelt an honest man, and somewhat rich, who was called Puccio di Ranieri, and who addicted all his pains and endeavors to alchemy, wherefore, he kept no other family, but only a widowed daughter, and a servant, and because he had no other art or exercise, he used often to frequent the market-place. And in regard he was but a weak-wit man and a gourmand or gross feeder, his language was the more harsh and rude, like to our common porters or sottish men, and his carriage also absurd, boor-like, and clownish. His daughter, being named Monna Isabetta, aged not above 28 or 30 years, was a fresh indifferent fair, plump, round woman, cherry-chinite, like a queen apple, and, to please her father, fed not so sparingly, as otherwise she would have done, but when she communed or jested with anybody, she would talk of nothing, but only concerning great virtue in alchemy, extolling it above all other arts. Much about this season of year, higher returned a young scholar from Paris, named Felice, fair of complexion, comely of person, ingeniously wit and skillfully learned, who, soon after, grew into familiarity with Puccio, now because he could resolve him in many doubts, depending on his profession of alchemy, himself having only practice, but no great learning. He used many questions to him, shewed him very especial matters of secrecy, entertaining him often to dinners and suppers. Whencever he pleased to come and converse with him, and his daughter likewise, perceiving with what favor her father respected him, became the more familiar with him, allowing him good regard and reverence. The young man continuing his resort to the house of Puccio, and observing the widow to be fair, fresh, and prettily formal, he began to consider with himself, what those flings might be, wherein she was most wanting, and, if he could, to save another's labor, supply them by his best endeavors. thus not always carrying his eyes before him, but using many back and circumspect regards, he proceeded so far in his wily apprehensions, that, by a few sparks close kept together, he kindled part of the same fire in her, which began to flame apparently in him. And he very wittily observing the same, as occasion first smiled on him, and allowed him favorable opportunity, so did he impart his intention to her. Now albeit he found her pliant enough, to gain physical for her, as soon as his, yet the means and manner were, as yet, quite out of all apprehension. For she in no other part of the world, would trust herself in the young man's company, but only in her father's house, and Hyate was a place out of all possibility, because Puccio, by a long continued custom, used to watch well near all the night, as commonly he did, each night after other, never stirring forth of the rooms, which much abetted high edge of the young man's appetite. After infinite intricate revolvings, wheeling about his busied brain, he thought it not altogether an Herculean task, to enjoy his happiness in the house, and without any suspicion, albeit Puccio kept still within doors, and watched as he was wont to do. Upon a day as he sate in familiar conference with Puccio, he began to speak unto him in this manner: I have many times noted, kind friend Puccio, that all thy desire and endeavor is, by what means thou mayst become very rich, wherein, methinks, thou takest too wide a course, when there is a much nearer and shorter way, which my Scotus, and other his associates, very diligently observed and followed, yet were never willing to instruct other men whereby the mystery might be drowned in oblivion, and prosecuted by none but only great lords, that are able to undergo it. But because thou art mine especial friend, and I have